Please take your seats. The meeting is about to begin. Remember to speak into the microphone, as this meeting is being recorded for public record. Please stand by. We are going on air in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Good morning and welcome to our February 26th, 2025 Commission meeting, hybrid meeting, Zoom and in person. I'll turn to our City Clerk, Ralph Granato, for any announcements.
Good morning, everyone. During this hybrid commission meeting, the City Commission is physically present in the Commission Chamber at Miami Beach City Hall, 1700 Convention Center Drive, 3rd floor. The public may attend the meeting virtually. However, members of the public who wish to attend the meeting or provide public comments in person may appear at the Commission Chamber. To participate or provide comments virtually during the Commission meeting, the public may join the meeting by visiting the Zoom app on their smart device or on the web at zoom.us. By telephone, you can join at 305-224-1968. Again, 305-224-1968. The toll-free number is 888-475-4499. Toll-free, 888-475-4499. The webinar ID is 813-928-576-71#. Again, the webinar ID is 813-928-576-71#. Members of the public wanting to speak virtually on an item during the meeting must click the raise hand icon if using the Zoom app or press *9 on the telephone to raise their hand. Please note that the Zoom link, webinar ID, and telephone numbers provided for this commission meeting are static and do not change from meeting to meeting. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Ralph. And before we start the Sutnick Citizens Forum, I'd like to ask Pastor Kip of St. John's on the Lake to give us an invocation.
Good morning, beloved people of Miami Beach and the City Commission, Mayor and City Commissioners. I'm so happy to be here. My name is Kip Nelson. I serve as the pastor of St. John's on the Lake United Methodist Church, located on Pine Tree Drive here at Miami Beach. And as we begin this morning, I would just invite us into a moment of meditation and center our hearts and minds as we do the beloved work of caring for our community. Would you join me in a spirit of prayer this morning? Holy and eternal one, known by many names and beyond all names, Spirit of life, Spirit of love, Spirit of community, Spirit of justice, we ask your blessings upon these people who have been called to lead us here in Miami Beach, the place that thousands are blessed to call home. We celebrate and give thanks for all their willingness to serve the greater good in these positions. May each of them take seriously the roles they've been elected to, and might each of them respect, honor, and serve all their constituents. May they lead by example and be exemplary in their character. Help them to listen for the needs of this community, to speak for those who have not been heard, and to stand up for those often left behind and mistreated by the world. We ask your blessings upon all of our residents and those particularly present here today. Help these leaders and all of us in Miami Beach remember to love and to care for our neighbors and this beautiful land you have given us. May we continually strive to care for the least of these, our children, the elderly, the poor, the hungry, those without jobs or homes, those who are ill in body, mind, or spirit, the strangers, the tourists, the immigrants in our midst, those who live on the margins, the hardworking and underpaid, and all those living in fear. May these leaders and each of us as citizens do the work of mercy, justice, and compassion. May this council lead the charge to care and act for our beloved community and this beautiful city we get to call home. May this time and discussion yield a better city and a stronger community, one in which we can live and thrive in together, one in which no one is a stranger, and one in which we can all belong and flourish. Eternal One, bind us all together in a spirit of peace so that we might move toward the common good. And still in us a spirit of service and goodness in each person present here today. And may the spirit of love, care, and compassion forever guide our actions, our words, and our policies. Amid all that is going around us, we eagerly await your divine goodness to break into our midst. Might our prayers for peace and justice also be reflected by our very actions that come out of this time together. May we never neglect an opportunity to do good for this place called Miami Beach. O divine and eternal Spirit, be with us now and this time together. Amen.
Wow, thank you, Pastor Kip. Our job now is to take your words into our hearts, and for the next 11 hours at least, and so thank you for that. Now I get the fun job of picking somebody randomly in the crowd and surprise them. And I'm going to call one of our fine residents. We have many fine residents here, and a friend, Jonathan Welsh. If you wouldn't mind coming up, you just started off, and we'll join you in the rest of the pledge.
Thank you. Please rise for the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Jonathan. It's a test to make sure everyone knows the words. Okay, let's start our Sutnick half hour.
Good morning, everyone. Anyone who wishes to address the commission in the audience, please come to the podium, and I will do one from the audience and then one from Zoom. State your name, address, and you have 2 minutes. Go ahead, please.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Anita Grossman, and I am president of the Miami Beach Garden Club. I'm here representing our members who are asking your support for today's agenda item C7K. This is a patriotic installation for Canopy Park. The club and the VFW Post 3559 are working together to honor the men, women, and families of our armed services with this installation. We want to thank Commissioner Fernandez for spearheading this project. We look forward to your approval of this tribute and our continuing work with the city. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Our first virtual speaker is Ken Barnes. Please unmute yourself. You have 2 minutes. State your name and address, please.
My name is Ken Barnes. I live in Miami, and I am a physician and member of Jewish Voice for Peace. I am here today to comment on your proposal to grant the Center for Combating Anti-Semitism $50,000 to educate the staff at Mount Sinai Hospital about anti-Semitism. While there is no doubt that educating about anti-Semitism is necessary, I question whether giving that money to Mount Sinai is the best use of the money. Of all institutions, I would ask how much anti-Semitism there really is at Mount Sinai. It is a Jewish hospital, and bias against Jews would be deeply frowned upon, and I suspect grounds for dismissal. So I ask, why are you really giving this money to the Center for Combating Anti-Semitism? Racism, of which anti-Semitism is a part, is prevalent in our society. Miami Beach itself has a population that is over 40% minority. Why not use this money to educate the public in Miami Beach about the horrors of racism? As a formerly practicing physician, I saw substantial evidence of racism in medicine in the United States, spanning historical injustices to present-day disparities in healthcare access, treatment, and outcomes. Why not give this money towards reducing the racism that is present in all our medical schools, as well as society at large? Inspecting the public record, I don't see where the Miami Beach City Commission is currently donating funds specifically to anti-racist programs. I again urge you to reconsider your plan to spend tax dollars at an institution where I suspect anti-Semitism to be very low. In my opinion, giving our attention to racism in general would be a much wiser use of this money. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, please.
Can I speak? Jill Manning, Miami Beach resident for 30 years. I want to thank the mayor and Commissioners Bott and Magazine for helping me yesterday in speaking out against the issue that I faced. a year ago with a habitual criminal who tried to attack me. I think that some reforms need to be made with the state attorney's office because residents and tourists, and I was shocked to learn who the woman was who was attacked in front of Walgreens, apparently the CEO of a very, very big luxury hotel chain. And I was wondering, was she here to scout out a location? Well, she'll never come back. But again, thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next virtual speaker is Alicia Casanova. Please state your name, address, and you have 2 minutes.
My name is Alicia Casanova, 4775 Collins Avenue in Miami Beach. I'm here this morning representing the Mid-Beach Neighborhood Association, the MBNA, to express our full support for 2 of Commissioner Alex Fernandez's referral items. And these are C4V, referral to the Public Safety and Neighborhood Quality of Life to discuss extending installation of white dividing pavers to the remaining areas of the beach walk. While the temporary lines that were recently placed are much better than the bleeding painted lines, the white brick pavers are more durable and will also continue what is currently in place north of 47th Street. We also want to support C4AK, referral to the Finance and Economic Resiliency Committee to discuss potential short-term improvements at the Miami Beach Promenade, which was formerly known as Miami Beach Drive, and that's situated between 24th and 29th Street, including rehabilitation of sidewalks, landscapes, lighting improvements, and other necessary aesthetics. We understand these short-term are very necessary. The street is very, very ugly right now and needs help. And of course, we'll also be working with the city for long-term plans for Miami Beach Promenade. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next, please.
Hi, Dr. Lynette Long, Chair, Miami Beach Commission for Women, resident West Avenue. I'm here today to announce that starting Saturday is Women's History Month, and our exhibit is going up Friday in Loomis Park between 8th and 9th Street. There is an ceremony on Tuesday, March 4th at 12:30. And I want to tell you that what makes this year's exhibit especially exciting is the Commission for Women members voted to have living women all from the Miami Beach area, and they're coming to the ceremony. We have big placards for each of them, a gift for each of them, a cake, and then they'll have an opportunity to accept the award and speak. And there's a lot of enthusiasm for this event because it gives the public a chance to meet Michelle Bernstein or Belkis or Digna. Here are our nominees, all picked by the Commission for Women by vote and furious debate about who should be the honorees. Digna Abello, the fire chief, Tony Lerner Anson, the founder of Miami City Ballet, Leslie Bauman, the dermatologist who wrote the first book on cosmetic dermatology and the #1 worldwide bestseller, author Judy Bloom, who absolutely lived at 1330 Pennsylvania Avenue growing up, Deborah Plutznick-Briggs from the Betsy Hotel Community Outreach, Belkis, the newscaster and Bite with Belkis, TV host, 5-time Emmy Award winner, Sophie Ringel, Clean Miami Beach, Tawanisha T.T. Terry, Olympic gold medalist, and Tracy Young, DJ, who's won 61 Billboard #1 hits. What a lineup. Please show up, and everybody's invited at 12:30. Thank you. And thanks to communication teams and Park Service. You did a great job.
Thank you. Our next virtual speaker has a screen name of Judith. Or Judy, go ahead.
Good morning. This is Judith Smigel, Euclid Avenue, Miami Beach. I also would appreciate relooking at the $50,000 grant for training at Mount Sinai. Sensitivity training to all groups that have experienced hate would be good if the people providing the training were proved to be competent. I'm not reflecting on the current group. I just know that there have been questions about the effectiveness of so-called sensitivity training. The crimes against the people perceived to be Muslim have been rising. As you probably know, reported by the Miami Herald on February 20th, was a shooting of people that the shooter said were Palestinian, who ironically turned out to be actually Jews. And the CAR organization received the most complaints for hate, and they represent Muslims, last year in their 30-year history. So yes, there is hate, but let's target it effectively. Thank you.
Thank you. Please go ahead.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor and Miami Beach residents. I'm Fabian Basabi, your state representative, also a Miami Beach resident. I'm also here to speak on behalf of this item. Anti-Semitism is a warning sign of a deeper societal decay. It's not simply another form of prejudice. When anti-Semitism rises, it's never just about the Jews. It's a symptom of a broader movement that seeks to undermine faith, law and order, and the very principles that make our country strong. The same forces that target Jewish communities today are the exact ones attacking police, pushing radical ideologies, and weakening the institutions that hold our nation together. This is not a partisan issue. It's an American issue. Medicine is built on trust and ethics. No patient should ever wonder if their doctor's personal biases will affect their care, and no professional should ever feel unsafe practicing their faith. Yet today, anti-Semitism is ignored in nearly every anti-bias training in the healthcare system. That's not just an oversight, it's a total failure of moral responsibility, and I was surprised to learn it. This is not about equal opportunity or unconscious bias. This is about survival. The Jewish people have faced something no other group has: systemic, organized attempts at annihilation, century after century, from the pogroms to the Holocaust to the terror attacks of today. And history proves one undeniable truth: it never stops with the Jews. Many extremist ideologies begin by targeting Jews. When society tolerates anti-Semitism, it signals an erosion of moral order that eventually consumes everyone. Let's take a look at history. Nazi Germany didn't stop at the Jews. Stalin's purges didn't stop at the Jews, nor does the radical Islamic terror stop at Jews. When civilization abandons its duty to protect the Jewish people, the doors are open to persecution of Christians, law enforcement, and anyone who dares to stand for traditional values. Miami Beach has a choice: ignore this rising tide or take a stand for the values that define us: faith, freedom, and fairness. Mount Sinai Medical Center was founded because Jewish doctors were banned from practicing elsewhere. That same hatred is creeping back into our institutions across this country. If we don't fight it now, we will regret it later. This is a moment for leadership. This initiative is not about special treatment. It's about protecting the ethical foundation of our medical system and standing for what's right. I urge each of you to support this effort, not just for the Jewish community, but for every person of faith, for every patient who deserves just treatment, and for the future of our community and our country. Thank you for listening.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next virtual speaker is Sharon. Sharon, state your name, address, and you have 2 minutes.
Hi, good morning. My name is Sharon Weiss, 233 81st Street. And I am calling today to urge the commission and anyone running for re-election or for a commission seat to seriously consider a deep audit into the city's expenses. I know Doge is a terrible word right now and is very loaded and comes with a lot of negative association, but there should be nothing wrong and nothing partisan about demanding fiscal accountability. Most of us have a budget, we stick to it, and we keep very close watch to it. And we should demand no less from our elected officials and our city government, because it's our money that they are spending, and we should demand a full accounting and a complete transparency with where our money is going. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, please.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Gino Santorio. I'm the president and CEO of Mount Sinai Medical Center. Good morning, Mr. Mayor, commissioners, Mr. Manager, and everyone here present and virtually. we celebrate our 75th year this year, so it's a very special year. In 1949, a group of Jewish philanthropists and physicians started Mount Sinai Medical Center because at the time there was no place for minorities, including Jewish physicians and patients, to practice medicine freely and be treated freely. Our institution will never forget its roots, and we will never take for granted the sacred trust that our community has placed in us. So when the Center for Combating Anti-Semitism reached out, there really wasn't any decision for Mount Sinai to make. We actually do anti-bias and sensitivity training right now on minorities. And embarrassingly, I am here to admit, we don't do that for anti-Semitism. And it was a stark realization to find out that it's really not happening anywhere. So when the opportunity came up, we were obviously thrilled with the opportunity to be the first anywhere that will take a practical approach at resolving the current problem of anti-Semitism in medicine. And there is a problem. There's been peer-reviewed papers on it, and there is a practical solution in terms of specific training. I'm here to thank the city of Miami Beach for everything that you've done to combat anti-Semitism, racism, and bigotry in this city, and just to tell you what we're doing as the sole hospital in Miami Beach on how we're going to do this with anti-Semitism. Our training will arm our medical professionals to be able to report, track, and counter anti-Semitism, as well as other forms of bigotry in the workplace. It's a disease that will not cure itself, and the city of Miami Beach's partnership is important in this in the community. The problem of anti-Semitism in medicine is not something that will go away quickly, and that's why we have a training solution that we're piloting, as well as other local medical institutions who have agreed to sign on to it. So I just wanted to come today and thank you for that and educate the community on what we're doing today. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next virtual speaker is Johan Moore. Mr. Moore, state your name, address, and you have 2 minutes.
Good morning. I wasn't going to speak. I was going to let Jewish Voice for Peace lead the way today, but Zionism is a form of bigotry. Unless you address that, you're not addressing it correctly. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
I can't even let that go without some kind of comment. It's such a hatred remark that you just said. It's hard to. I get your emails, Johan. It's like it's hard to read. I can't even voice the bigotry in that comment that Jewish people should not be allowed to live peacefully, despite 3,000 years of what you heard Representative Basabe say. You heard our CEO from Mount Sinai say the constant persecution, attacks, and even today in its homeland. It's hard to hear. I just couldn't let it go without a comment.
Thank you so much. Go ahead, please. State your name, address. You have 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you. I do have copies of that survey study that Gino was mentioning, so I'd like to pass them out after. Good morning, commissioners. Thank you for having me. My name is Dr. Holly Noble-Sabag. I'm a local practitioner here 15 years, third generation Miami Beach native, and I'm also a professor at a local medical college. I'm here today on behalf of the Center for Combating Anti-Semitism, but more importantly, I'm here on behalf of the Jewish community, which is suffering record rates of crime and unlawful discrimination. Anti-Semitism in medicine is rapidly becoming a public health crisis. Let me repeat that again. Anti-Semitism in medicine is becoming a public health crisis. I'm certain just 2 weeks ago, many of you have seen the viral video of the 2 Australian nurses who bragged on social media about killing Jewish patients. Now, I'm here to briefly talk about what's going on in the USA, but we are not safe or immune to this problem. I work with the team that conducted a survey on anti-Semitism in US healthcare in December. I brought a copy of those findings, and I'm going to list 4 key points that I'd like to share for your consideration. 1, almost 1/4 of Jewish physicians reported that their patients present with medical or psychological issues as a result of the October 7th attacks and the spike in anti-Semitism which followed. 2, there's a substantial risk that healthcare providers may dismiss the concerns of Jewish patients, especially if they lack awareness about the link between physical health and anti-Semitism, or if they hold anti-Semitic beliefs themselves. 3, Jewish practitioners ourselves often feel ostracized and unsafe to publicly show our Jewish identity. Bigotry in healthcare not only poses a risk to patients and providers, but it threatens the very credibility of a field which entirely depends on a trustworthy system of ethics and a sacred Hippocratic oath. Most importantly, the survey results show that anti-Semitism is largely ignored in anti-bias training in healthcare. 73.5% of healthcare professionals are required to take anti-discrimination and anti-bias training, yet less than 2% of that training includes training on anti-Semitism. This commission has an important role to play in safeguarding our community, and I want to thank you so much for doing your part.
Thank you so much. Our next virtual speaker is Larry Schaefer. Mr. Schaefer, unmute yourself. State your name and address. You have 2 minutes.
Larry Schaefer, 233 81st Street. Hello to the commission. So nice. They had to meet twice in this month of February. In fact, he actually met 4 times. But I don't know if the police chief is there, but I'd like to report a robbery. The Geo Bond staff, specifically David Gomez, David Martinez, and Maria Hernandez, along with Karen Revo, who heads up the Geo Bond committee and appointed by Stephen Miner, has completely failed us in North Shore. I'm looking at your GeoBond information website. We are owed $82.8 million in North Beach, and we have received $8.5 million in 7 years. These people have failed us. In addition, Eric Carpenter has failed us. He's overseeing the whole operation. Where's the money? To the CFO, Jason Green, where is the money? Did you steal it? Did someone run away with it? Did you push it into the general fund and pay for sending firefighters to Israel? We want to know what you did with the money, because we've been taxed on it for 7 years. And I don't want to have any politician come and ask me or anyone else, hopefully for a vote, unless you reconcile what you owe us already. Now, this is not just a North Beach problem. This is a problem throughout the entire Miami Beach. The only neighborhood that got a decent shake was the mayor's neighborhood of Mid Beach, where they got 34 million out of 73 million. Well, good job steering funds to your neighborhood, Stephen, because you really did not deliver for us up here. Are you going to come up here and ask for votes? Let's look at South Beach. South Beach Geo Bond was owed 126 million in spending. They got 17.5 million. So it looks to me like the greedy people in Mid Beach are taking all the funds, and there's no way you could reconcile this but other than deliver the money that you've been taxing on us for 7 years.
Thank you so much. Next speaker, please.
Just one moment. Larry, I literally listened to your facts. I don't even know what you're talking about. Just to leave it at that.
Thank you, sir. State your name, address. You have 2 minutes, please.
Good morning. Joe Sabag, 400 West 41st Street. I'm here just to make 2 simple points and to ask that the commission keep the item to partner with Mount Sinai Hospital on anti-discrimination training on the agenda for today. One key point to be aware of is obviously anti-Semitism is alive and well. We've listened to a few people who have called in and made that point for us. The city has a very important role to play here, given its history of facing anti-Semitism well in the past. But more importantly, by partnering in this program, the city has the ability to bring a whole lot of visibility to the solution. It's very, very appropriate for the city to lend its own credibility to this. And so I really want to urge everybody to take that into consideration. Secondly, a person doesn't have to be Jewish in order to suffer anti-Semitism. A biased and hateful practitioner merely has to perceive that person to be Jewish or perceive that person simply to be pro-Israel in order to carry out some unlawful act of bias against that person. So with that being said, and the last thing I'll point out is that, we have Representative Basabi here with us today, a non-Jewish person who often takes a stand on behalf of the Jewish community. The hate mail that he receives and the treatment, the unfair treatment that often, shows up in his inbox and in other places is absolutely a testament to that fact. A person does not have to be Jewish in order to suffer anti-Semitism. So, just with that being said, I want to thank the commission for hopefully keeping this item on the agenda today and allowing it to proceed forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Welsh?
Good morning. It's so nice to see such familiar faces. I'm here today.
Mr. Welsh, I'm sorry, just for the record.
Sorry, yes, sir. My name is Jonathan Welsh. I'm a resident of Miami Beach. I've been a resident for over 10 years, and during that period, I have served on an array of committees alongside my city, the Ad Hoc Anti-Bullying Task Force, the Human Rights Committee, And now I have the unique opportunity to serve on the LGBTQ Advisory Committee, appointed by many here today, Mayor Minor, Alex Fernandez. So I'm here today to specifically talk about an item today, a resolution which will provide an annual allocation of $3,000 to each of the city's 6 advisory committees addressing human rights and civil rights. And this funding, especially right now in this time in which we live, this funding is not just an investment in these communities, it's investment in our community and the values that make Miami Beach a leader in inclusivity, equity, and civic engagement. Advisory committees like ours play a critical role in advocating for marginalized communities, addressing pressing social issues, and advising the City Commission on policies that shape the lives of residents and visitors alike. Yet, too often we are asked to do all this work with limited or no resources at all. A modest allocation of $3,000 will help these committees allocate, help us organize meaningful community outreach, amplify our voices, whether it's hosting a town hall or conducting research or collaborating with another organization, we can be more impactful and better serve our city. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, please.
Thank you, Jonathan.
And if you're waiting to speak, please make sure you get on the queue because we're about to end. So go ahead, please. Go ahead, ma'am. Yes.
I was waiting for somebody. Good morning, Blanca Villarello, 1891 Washington Avenue. Good morning, Mayor and Commissioners. Thank you for this opportunity. I wanted to share something with you. When I bought my property in '95, this place was horrible, beyond horrible, all Washington Avenue, whatever. So I never came back. I used to live in New York, and finally I came back in 2009, and I found a booming Lincoln Road, a booming Ocean Drive, full of very nice restaurants and bars and nice nightclubs. Yesterday morning, and that's why I'm here, I was walking by Lincoln Road, let's say about noon, 1 o'clock or earlier, and it was super sad. We are having a crisis, and I don't know if it's just to put the paddle court and that will bring more people, but it's a crisis. In less than 1 month, 2 stores have closed. Majorica, the Pearl store, closed a month ago, and they were there exactly 1 year. And yesterday, to my surprise, I passed by and Nespresso is closed. Nespresso was a flag place when it was at the end of Lincoln Road with a very nice place to have a croissant and a coffee, and in the evenings a glass of Prosecco and a little bit of amuse-bouche. So I think we are not on the time of like promotion. I think it's the time maybe to bring a specialist in crisis management, because really I think we have a crisis in Lincoln Road. So it would be very nice to go back to that booming Lincoln Road and not losing all these tourists to Brickell. Brickell is becoming the place to go. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please. Go ahead. State your name, address, and you have 2 minutes, please.
Thank you. Good morning, Mayor, City Commissioners, and City staff. My name is Matthew Goltanoff, and I live at 125 Jefferson Avenue. I'm here today to ask you to take a closer look at R7C. That's R7C Charlie. This is the city's own draft Vision Zero action plan, and the goal is to reduce to zero the serious injuries and number of people killed who are driving, walking, and biking in our city. And in this plan, it states that in the past 6 years, there were 780 crashes involving people that were walking. 121 pedestrians were seriously injured, and 18 people were killed. In total, 48 people lost their lives on the streets of Miami Beach during this time period. For comparison, there were only 28, I shouldn't say only, but there were 28 homicides. More people lost their lives driving, walking, and biking in our city than by violence. A recent study from New York City released in January 2025 showed that hardened intersection treatments such as pedestrian curb extensions, which are also known as bulb outs, reduced serious injuries and fatalities by 44%. And yet today there's an item on the agenda that's going to ask the city administration to evaluate removing these very effective treatments that help reduce the number of people injured and killed in our city. And according to according to this plan, there was someone who was killed on the street walking right across from North Beach Elementary along 41st Street. So 2 years ago, the city administration recommended against removing bulb outs. The data hasn't changed. The studies continue to show that these are very effective. I ask you again to consider the safety ramifications. Public safety is the #1 priority. We hear from everyone here. And take a further look at R7C today. Thank you.
Next, please. State your name, address, and you have 2 minutes.
Good morning, Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Nathan Rosenberg. I'm a recent graduate of the University of Michigan, and while I was there, my last year was rattled with anti-Semitism. I experienced something that I never thought I would experience going to a university full of so many Jews. When I came down to Miami, I was so excited to be in a wonderful Jewish community, but when I'm hearing about the anti-Semitism in the medical system, I get scared. I realize that this toxin is not solely for an area like Michigan or throughout the United States, but rather in Miami, it's just as present. And I think there's a wonderful opportunity here to reinforce the training at Mount Sinai, to reinforce the training in Miami for creating a more conducive environment for Jews. And not only that, but this can generalize. This can generalize out to other states, to other countries even. I think there's a wonderful opportunity here to lead by example. And through Mount Sinai and through a wonderful relationship here, you can garner a momentum that will ripple throughout the country, will ripple throughout the world. And it doesn't just start here, but rather if you can develop a strong system and implement and show the efficacy, I believe that it will create a really powerful impact and be very loud and show that Miami means business. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next speaker, please. State your name, address, and you have 2 minutes.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome. My name is Luigi Mary. That is L-U-I-D as in Delta, G-I, last name M-A-R-Y. I'd like to thank everyone for their participation and your attendance in this lively meeting today. I will say this, much of the grassroots efforts that I have attempted to do to promote community unity has been voiced by some of our esteemed, distinguished physicians and medical professionals. And I'd also like to take a moment to acknowledge the great efforts by our Miami Beach Police Department in doing everything that they can to try to prevent, Joe, instances that you have had to deal with, and you have my continued support there. As you know, Joe and I, we were at a Miami Beach Police Department symposium talking about various concerns, cybersecurity, et cetera. And the fact that there were less than 24 citizens there, I found disheartening because our police department is making the effort, but we have to meet them halfway. So I will say this, once again, my name is Luigi Mary, L-U-I-D as in Delta, G-I, last name M-A-R-Y. I want to take a moment to also acknowledge our airmen and our VFW. Thank you so much for a fabulous Super Bowl weekend event with the firemen carrying everything else. We do appreciate you. Make sure that you go visit the gentleman at the VFW. Thank you again, all the members of the community, and we do appreciate everyone here at the dais. Thank you for your excellent, excellent work.
Next speaker, please.
Good morning, all. My name is Iona Sawyer. I work at Lotus House Women's Shelter, also a co-chair with Livid Experience. I've come to speak to you all about in regarding to C7H Amendment 4 for Salvation Army and Amendment 5 Camilla's House. Because what it is that basically we just need to make sure that those that are homeless, as well as coming back into the scene from being convicted, need to make sure to have their voting rights. Also, we have you all have where there's called Bikini Hostel, which is a hotel, not only a hotel, but also has rooms for the homeless. And what we need to make sure, as the city, so many of the U.S. now tries to say that if you're homeless, you're a criminal, which is not true. So we ask that if we're not able to give them food, they're not able to pay for room and board, just to allow that hotel to continue to be open, to be room for them until they're able to get help. Because if that is there for them, then you will have so many of the public that will not be frustrated with them living on the streets, because it's not that they're wanting to be there, it's that they have nowhere else to go. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And that concludes the Sutnick 30 minutes in the morning.
Okay, I'll turn it over to you, Ralph. Thank you everyone for your comments and participation. Let's turn to the consent agenda.
Thank you, Mayor. On the dais, you have the list of separated items. I'm going to say them out loud so the public is aware of which items have been separated from the consent agenda and will be heard separately. Mayor Minor has separated two items, C7AD, Apple Dog, and C7AF. So again, Mayor Minor has separated C7AD, C7AF. Commissioner Fernandez has separated two items, C2C.
You're out of time, Ralph.
Yep. Has to be a little quicker. Commissioner Fernandez has separated two items, C2C and C4AM, as in Mary. So C2C and C4AM. Commissioner Magazine has separated one item, C2F. Commissioner Suarez has separated three items, C7U, C7AO, C7W. Again, Commissioner Suarez has separated C7U, C7AO, C7W. For the record, on the dais, you have the addendum that was added last night. It is item C4AO. It is a referral to sister cities. For the record, also, the mayor has not approved any of the addendums to be added to the agenda. So all the addendum items will be heard after 5 p.m. For not on your list, okay, so please take note that not on your list. The following items have been told to me that they're going to be open and continued. So these items are R5E and R5F. So again, R5E and R5F are going to be continued, open and continued to December 15th. So by acclamation, may we do so?
So moved.
Also, I'm noting that item R50 is being requested to be open and continued to March 19th. So again, R50, March 19th. If we could do so by acclamation, I'll take that as a yes, and we'll move on. So those are the three items that are being open and continued in the ordinances.
Just point of clarification. Last night I sent an email about an item that I am R5N.
Yes, sir, that's being withdrawn, but that's on the list already.
I'm not withdrawing R5N. R5M is being withdrawn and R5N is being open and continued.
Yes, sir, and we have that on the list already, so
Okay.
that's why I didn't announce
Thank
them, because they made the list. And I have no other announcements.
I'll make a motion to approve the consent agenda as amended by the city clerk and with the exception of the pulled items.
May I have a second? From Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez. So on the consent agenda, I have a motion from Commissioner Fernandez, a second from, for Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez. All in favor, please say aye. The consent agenda is approved, excluding the separated items.
I'd like to call one of the items that I pulled first, only because Gino, the CEO of Mount Sinai, Gino Santorio, is still here, and he may want to speak. That's C7AD.
Yes, sir. C7AD is allocate $50,000 to anti-Semitism and Anti-Semitism is Bad Medicine Training Program. C7AD was separated by Mayor Minor.
Thank you, and thank you, Commissioner Suarez, for bringing this item and this issue to the forefront. I guess when I saw it, as much as I love the item, I did sort of question whether the city should be allocating the funds. And but before I get to the substance, I just want to echo some of the comments that people have made about how important this training is in today, and the explosiveness of anti-Semitism. And any Jewish person knows this, many non-Jewish people know it too. And I'm a big believer, especially in the United States, the overwhelming people respect all people and don't want hatred in any form, including anti-Semitism, and are horrified by the things we've seen, the university campus protests, the vocal, really minority of people. That being said, I can tell you Jewish people in this country before October 7th thought that this was a safe haven that would continue maybe in perpetuity. But that history has shown us that is not the case. And I can tell you that Jewish people today, and I don't want to speak for everybody, but it's almost everybody I've spoken to, has started thinking, when is our time up here in America? And where do we go when our time is up? Think about what that means for people who are raising their families here, who thought until October 7th, never even thought about whether they should be looking for a place in Israel, whether they need another passport, dual citizenship. That's the reality of what Jewish people fear and face today. So these trainings are important, and I'm fully supportive of it. I did speak to, and if he wants to speak, or I could turn it over to you, Commissioner. I mean, Mount Sinai is I want to figure out a way we could partner, but maybe even Mount Sinai will fund it, so it wouldn't come out of necessarily city funding. And I think there's a lot more to come on this. I was just talking to Mr. Salbag and about hosting, if you mind me saying, hosting a more widespread community from different hospitals and health centers from many different parts that are outside of Miami Beach, and we would host it here in Miami Beach. So there's a lot more to this, but I think we need to address this specific item now and where the funding comes from. Do you want?
Yeah, sure. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think it's important to also note that medical institutions already cover training for all races and genders and everything that you can think of besides anti-Semitism. And so, I think one of the best ways to really highlight the growing concern in our community is to show a couple of videos. So PJ, if you could show the couple of videos that I have lined up.
Kamesha Hart, a registered nurse at Oregon Health and Science University Hospital. Why should you know her name? Because she's taken to social media to openly express her hatred of Jews, calling them dogs and rats, claiming she will deny them medical care, and even hoping they meet their ancestors soon. Let that sink in. A medical professional, someone sworn to provide care without bias, proudly and openly broadcasting her refusal to treat Jewish patients. It's not just anti-Semitism, which is bad enough, it's a violation of medical ethics. Oregon Health and Science University has yet to take action. Should someone like this really be trusted with patient care? And what happens if this goes unchecked? Hospitals have a responsibility to protect all patients. If you believe hate has no place in healthcare, make sure that this story is heard.
You can show the other video, please.
You know what? How are you, man? Good, how are you, my man? Pretty good. Are you a nurse, a doctor?
I'm a doctor, my man.
A doctor? For what?
In hospital. What about you? Where are you from?
I'm from Israel, from the Holy Land.
Right. You know what? I'm gonna be really honest with you.
All right.
I'm gonna be really honest with you. You actually got a really, really beautiful eyes.
Thank you,
but
man.
I'm so upset that you're Israeli. Like, eventually you're gonna get killed and you're gonna go to Jahannam, inshallah. Like, these pretty eyes, they should stay in this world for longer.
Why do you think? Why do you think I'm gonna get killed?
It's Palestine's country, not your
Hello,
country. You piece
how are
of
you?
shit.
What's your name?
One day,
One day.
your time will come and you will die the most.
We spread
Listen to me.
peace.
Listen to me.
and
when
you
your-
spread
when your
that.
time comes.
How
when
are
your
you
time
doctors?
comes,
Wait.
I want you to remember my face.
Okay,
so
okay.
You can understand
Gotcha.
That you will
I have
die
a question
the most
though.
disgusting death.
All right, for sure. I have a question though.
Yeah, what's
I have a question. Let's say an Israeli,
I
God
won't treat
forbid,
them. I won't treat them. I'll kill them.
you'll kill them. So if an Israeli is in Australia and God forbid something happened to him and he comes
Not
to
God
your
forbid,
hospital,
I hope to God.
would you kill him?
Okay, you have no idea how many Israeli Khara dog came to this hospital and I sent him to Jahannam. I
For
literally
real?
sent him to Jahannam.
So this is not make believe. That we're not doing this as a political gesture. This is real. There are lives at stake here. Miami Beach is one of the few cities in the world that has a tremendous historical and cultural Jewish population of significance. And to think that in hospitals where myself, I'm half Israeli, I go to a hospital, I want to make sure that I don't ever see anything like that, especially the residents of Miami Beach. You know, we've seen a lot of anti-Semitism on Miami Beach. We've seen people hail Hitler on Ocean Drive. We've had elderly people leaving synagogues be accosted by a bunch of crazies. We've had businesses vandalized just because they have an Israeli flag flying on their storefront. So I want Miami Beach to be a leader in fighting anti-Semitism across the world, and we can be a shining beacon for those who want to feel safe and be Jewish in Miami Beach, especially when a medical emergency, God forbid, happens. So I'm going to be fully supportive of this, obviously. I think it's going to be the first of its kind. The money doesn't go to the hospital, it goes to a nonprofit. And I believe it is money well spent. Thank you.
Commissioner Magazine.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Commissioner Suarez. I want to say thank you to Gino. Mount Sinai and yourself are true partners to our community, right? Our two organizations work hand in hand. And it's cliche, but you can't have one without the other. You're a true partner. I thank you for your support. While generally, even through my own anecdotal experience, am not generally supportive of HR type trainings. Implicit bias in the medical system is very real, right? When you look at the birth mortality rates of African American women, 4 times higher than non-Hispanic white women. A large part why that's thought is the implicit bias within the medical system. And I am very heartened to hear that Mount Sinai already has those training programs in place to address that, which is a very real, not just ceremonial issue, but a very important component of that seems to be missing, and that is having that same training for our Jewish brothers and sisters. And I'm going to be happily supportive of this, and if you could add me as a co-sponsor, I'd appreciate that. Thank you.
Commissioner Fernandez, and then Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I want to thank my colleague for, and this entire day is for always being so proactive in ensuring that Miami Beach remains a safe community for everyone, including the Jewish community, because the instances of hate and the instances of anti-Semitism, it has been vivid in our society, has been seen in our community, and indeed Miami Beach must continue to be a beacon. So I truly see the incredible value and the importance of this. In no industry should anti-Semitism be tolerated, but much less in a safe space like a hospital, where people seek compassion, where people seek warmth, and support at their times of greatest need, and at times even at their times of greatest joy when they're bringing a child into the world or something like that. So we need to make sure that our medical institutions continue being safe for the Jewish community. But I also do like what Mayor Miner was mentioning, because in the very spirit of us being a beacon and a leader, well, what a better leader could we be if this could be expanded beyond Miami Beach, and if Mount Sinai is willing to fund this program, which I would imagine, and I don't want to put the president CEO on the spot, but if I just can ask him if Mount Sinai is willing to fund this, or are they unable to fund this without the city's funding?
So Mount Sinai is going to do this regardless of city funding. I think the difference here is hospitals are required to provide anti-bias training, and it's riddled with identifying racism, people of color, LGBTQ. It's everything that you're used to. What's not in there is anti-Semitism. Part of the reason it's not in there, one of the reasons is there really is no good training module. So what I liked about this is it's really a pilot program on how to target the contemporary forms of anti-Semitism. I'll share with you, I took the survey and I was embarrassed at my results, and to find out that it really was not out of the ordinary in terms of how it could be perceived was alarming, right? So I think it's a good thing to do. Partnering in any form, whatever that may be with the city, I think would be good, because that'll help us as a pilot to then roll this out to other areas across the country.
And that's my question. Are you willing to include other, if you fund this for Mount Sinai, and let's say if the city provides the venue, would you be willing to expand this for other medical organizations in the community,
Absolutely.
clinics?
As a matter of fact, we've already spoken about doing continuing medical education credits that physicians and providers have to do on an annual basis. So we would provide those to come do trainings, have guest lectures. We talked a lot about that. I've actually reached out to the Florida Hospital Association. I've reached out to some other partners, Miami Jewish. I'm sure there's a lot of other medical providers that once this pilot's up and running and they can look at it, they would, hopefully that will waterfall and we'll start to see that included elsewhere.
I think the message of the city of Miami Beach supporting this is so important. But I think the greater importance is driving corporate responsibility within the institutions. We can't expect all institutions in our community, and we have large employers in the city of Miami Beach, to expect the city to fund what should be their responsibility, what should be instilled in their corporate values, and what should already be instilled in their practices. So we have other large employers. They shouldn't be depending on city funding to provide the anti-Semitism training that they should be providing, especially operating in a city like the city of Miami Beach. And so if anything, we should be encouraging our corporate partners to be providing this training. But what I would love to see is, and in the spirit of our colleague who has introduced this item, is really be a leader in helping amplify the message. That if Mount Sinai is investing in providing this funding, that we help Mount Sinai amplify the message of that anti-Semitism training, so that more people can participate in it, so that we can provide the venue, so that other clinics and other doctors' offices and medical institutions can participate in it, rather than just the limited footprint of your campus. So those are my thoughts on this very important, I think, very well-intentioned item, which we should be discussing. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
So thank you for giving us the study. It was very interesting. Out of the 2,100 respondents, 645 responded, and 40% of them said that they had felt fear, or they'd felt anti-Semitism. So I'm going to be supportive, because I don't want any patient in any hospital to ever worry about getting treatment because of who they are. No matter what color you are, what religion you are, what gender you are. When you walk through the doors of the hospital, everyone should be treated equally. So I'm glad that we are funding this. I would maybe, possibly, we have a very active branch of Bikr Cholim. Maybe on some level they would want to be involved in this. So I would reach out to Robin Jacobs and that group and see if somehow they would like to get involved with this. And thank you very much for giving us this information.
Thank you. I think this was a good discussion. I want to echo what Commissioner Magazine said about Mount Sinai being an outstanding partner in our city. And if you watch, you probably are too busy to watch many of our commission meetings. I don't give too many accolades, but I could say you personally are a great partner. Anytime I've reached out to meet on any issue, including addressing homelessness, you have always been a really good, willing partner for our community, and I feel really blessed to have Mount Sinai and you in particular leading the helm. Interestingly, we talked about the training at Mount Sinai. I brought an item within the past year. We didn't have anti-Semitism in our own training. We had literally every group, but not anti-Semitism. So that has now, I brought an item, and that has now changed. And I can tell you, and this further echoes what Commissioner Suarez and Mount Sinai and our whole body here, and really our residents are trying to accomplish, is that Miami Beach be a model for other cities throughout the country in combating hate in any form, but certainly with the rise of anti-Semitism. And we've done so much, whether it's increasing police presence. We had demonstrations before the university demonstrations that were harassing, intimidating our residents, and we put an end to that. You'll have your free speech, but you're not going to intimidate people here and threaten people in Miami Beach. We sent firefighters to Israel. We increased our geo bonds. We strengthened our anti-BDS legislation. I have an item today. We're gonna light up City Hall in orange, and thank you, Mr. City Attorney, who's wearing an orange tie today to commemorate the Bibas family and all hostages. This has been a very painful year for Jewish people. This is not an academic exercise that we talk about these issues. And when we're dealing with Hamas and those organizations, there's a common enemy. It is for the betterment of the United States itself to eradicate that hatred and evil and terrorism. Because believe me, they're coming here too. If not them, organizations like them. We've seen it already. It's not hypothetical. And that's why the United States is standing so strong and close with Israel to make sure that Israel stays safe, which is for the betterment of the entire world. And what's interesting is I meet with a lot of different representatives from countries, and I bring this up a lot about the anti-Semitism Israel. Not a lot. I bring it up every time I meet with a representative. Usually they're coming for a different reason. And I'm not gonna say that some of the representatives of different countries have debated me. But you know what's interesting? I've met with, well, it wasn't representatives, it was at the F2 conference. These were business people from Saudi Arabia. And guess what? I don't think they were just saying it to me. They support Israel. They know Hamas is a threat, not only to Israel, but to them. Representatives from UAE, United Arab Emirates, they also want to see Hamas eradicated. This is not just an Israel problem. This is many Arab countries do not want to see this form of terrorism, and they know it's a threat to them too. And it's a threat to the United States and to you and me. Because when that bomb goes off, God forbid, somewhere, most of the time, it makes no distinction between Jew, non-Jew. Doesn't matter. Vice Mayor Bott.
So I appreciate the spirit in which this is intended. You know, we talk about how safe Miami Beach has been for so long for Jews and other people who are generally targeted for one reason or another, but it's important to remember our history, because if we don't, we are doomed to repeat it. Parts of entire sections of North Beach were developed and built by a man named Henry Levy. If you go up there and all the street names turn to French, the Normandy Fountain, you can thank him. But the reason for that is because Carl Fisher, who we hail as a great founding father, was a raging anti-Semite, and he wouldn't sell land to Jews. there are many other examples in many other ways over the decades of Miami Beach not leading the way on open-mindedness and tolerance and just letting people live and let live and welcoming everybody. I think this is a great initiative. I would prefer to see it expanded. I want it to happen at Mount Sinai, but I really love the idea of creating sort of a regional or national forum on how to address this in lots of professional capacities. I mean, obviously, if you're a healthcare provider, you literally have somebody's health in your hands and possibly life in your hands. So it's especially important for that industry. But, you know, there are others that are tangential, and I think we need to make that happen. If you don't mind, Gino, I'd be curious to know how this item originated. Do you approach us to get some funding help, or did we approach you, or?
So I was at an event focused on keeping anti-Semitism off the beach, and Joe Sabag, as I reached out to after that lecture, and he had been working with Commissioners Magazine and Suarez on other items. And I had asked him for some help related to a couple of things. And he approached me with this training program, which was really transformational from what I see, just because a lot of the training programs, you come out of it and you don't learn as much as you knew half of it, right? We've been trained year after year after year after year. When I look at this training, even as much as I've educated myself, there's a lot to learn, right? So rolling that out to the 5,000 employees that we have, especially in light of seeing the survey when it talks about 40% of people having felt anti-Semitism in the medical profession, that's an alarming rate. So it really was, it was an easy decision to make, to partner. As far as the funding, that's something that Mount Sinai from the get-go has committed to. We're doing this with or without funding. I think the initiative for funding from the city was really to send a message that could be leveraged across different communities in the state and then beyond, in terms of look at the partnership that's available here from a city funding the medical facilities in order to have a safe place to live, work, and play, right? Having your hospitals and all the medical professionals being trained on this to prevent that mechanism creates an additional point of leverage that we can go and go to Tampa or go to, you know, Gainesville and talk about the partnership between the municipalities and the health systems. That's really, I think, the impetus behind it.
So thank you for that. So I definitely want to see you guys do it and learn from your experience and see what change is effectuated. I would, I know everybody could use more money to make things better, but I would almost rather see, maybe a contribution towards the cost of this, but the bulk of the money being suggested for this funding, since it's already something you're going to be doing, to be spent to put together a conference, a national conference in the city of Miami Beach, utilizing our resources at the convention center and drawing in as many regional, national, state, international partners that we can encourage to come to this, and really making this a leader globally. I mean, we are a leader globally on so many other things, sea level rise and cultural things, and I think we should be a leader in this as well, and I would rather dedicate these not insignificant resources to something along those lines.
Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to take a moment to assure the commissioner that everything that she's pointing out is well underway and is a part of the plan. Clearly we need to get the recipe right before we start cooking for the crowd, so to speak. Mount Sinai is the perfect place to go ahead and to pilot this. And then really, I think that the city's part is to be an amplifier, to help increase the visibility, to lend the imprimatur of the city is really going to add a lot to what we're doing in terms of the media worthiness, and to gain the attention of other institutions. And a showcase event is going to happen quite soon. I think part of the reason why we saw Representative Basabe here today also is because the state is taking notice of that. This is a program that we've recently also discussed with the incoming staff at the CDC. So our plan absolutely is to bring this to all institutions possible. However, Miami Beach is, for many, many reasons, the appropriate starting point. And this is really about showcasing the city's leadership on this issue, because I think, as the mayor pointed out, the city of Miami Beach has the ability to lead other cities, and clearly the opportunity here for the city is to exercise that leadership factor.
Well, I would love to, through the mayor, I would love to have a more in-depth conversation with you about that when you have a moment.
Absolutely.
To come visit, and let's put our heads together and see how we can collaborate.
Absolutely.
I have a question.
And thank you for your efforts on this. I know you're working tirelessly on this. Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Let me just ask you, have you worked with Jackson or Bascom Palmer or any of the other regional hospitals?
We've taken on Mount Sinai. It's just in terms of the size of the institution and the number of employees who are going to now be a part of the pilot. Like I said, this is the first point of delivery. So for us, it's...
So that's why I'm asking, because I'm fully supportive of us, contributing to this effort. But as I think of patients in Miami Beach, and this is why my comments earlier, we get to amplify the message so much more and make sure that our residents don't encounter anti-Semitism in any point when they go to a hospital. I know a lot of our residents, they might have to go at times to Jackson.
Mm-hmm.
It's where the trauma center is at. A lot of times we have residents that have to go to Bascom Palmer, for eye issues and that type of stuff. If we contribute, and if Mount Sinai contributes, are we able to expand the footprint of this?
Absolutely.
And if we provide a venue for it so that more people can, and that's part of amplifying. I get the importance of the city contributing, because that being an example in that manner is very important, so that we show the example to other elected officials of what's the right thing to do, of investing in this type of anti-Semitism sensitivity training. So that's important from setting the example to other governments. But if we're putting this public investment, really making sure that understanding that our constituents don't only go to Mount Sinai, they might need to get medical services either from other clinics in Miami Beach or other facilities outside the beach. And that's where I think this item could have a broader reach if we expand it to then.
Mr. Commissioner, that's entirely the aim. I think that the hospital, Mount Sinai Hospital itself, recognizes that it's going to serve as a showcase, and that this process is going to be demonstrated in front of the other healthcare systems. I know that Gino is a fantastic person to help lead that process and to bring in other institutions to see what Mount Sinai is doing and the difference that it's making. And so clearly, this is really just the point of delivery. The city of Miami Beach will help to provide a platform as well. But the idea is that this needs to be showcased everywhere. We want as many institutions and as many professionals as possible to have access to this programming.
Thank you for being so thoughtful and so concerned and leading on this front. Thank you so much.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you. Let's call the vote.
Your motion?
I'll move it.
Second by?
I'll second.
So I have a motion by Commissioner Suarez, seconded by Commissioner Magazine on C7AD. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Item passes 7-0. That was item C7AD.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Suarez, for bringing the item. And want to acknowledge we approved on consent. We're going to have a new parking director, William McDonald. I believe he's here. I just got confirmation he was here, and now everyone's looking around. Well, in the interim, let's call the next item R5B, as in boy.
R5B is an ordinance of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of Miami Beach, Florida, amending the City of Miami Beach Year 2040 Comprehensive Plan pursuant to the expedited state review process of Section 163.3184, subsection 3 Florida statutes by amending the resilient land use and development element, goal, RLU1 entitled Land Use, Objective RLU 1.1 entitled Establishment of Future Land Use Categories at Table RLU 1.1 to provide consistency with floor area ratio regulations at Policy RLU 1.1.5 entitled Low Density Multifamily Residential RM1 to provide FAR incentives to encourage the conversion of legally established transient uses to residential uses in the West Avenue Bayfront overlay by amending Policy RLU 1.1.6 entitled Medium Density Multifamily Residential RM2 to provide FAR incentives to encourage the development of residential uses and the conversion of existing transient uses to residential uses for properties located in the Mid-Beach Residential Use Incentive Area, and to provide FAR incentives to encourage the conversion of legally established transient uses to residential uses in the West Avenue Bayfront overlay by amending Policy RLU 1.1.7 entitled High Density Multifamily Residential RM3 to provide FAR incentives to encourage the development of residential uses and the conversion of existing transient uses to residential uses for properties located in the Mid-Beach Residential Use Incentive Area by amending Policy 1.1.25 entitled High Density Residential Performance Standard R PS4 to provide FAR incentives to encourage the development of residential uses and the conversion of existing transient uses to residential uses by amending Objective 1.2 entitled Land Use Regulations to establish Policy 1.2.8 entitled Residential Use Incentives to provide minimum standards for obtaining the FAR incentives set forth in this ordinance and providing for codification, repeal, or subability and an effective date. This is a second reading public hearing. It is item R5B.
We should make it a legislative priority that you're able to shorten that title, but no, thank you, Ralph. Commissioner Dominguez, and co-sponsored by Commissioner Magazine and Suarez.
So this item passed second reading at the last commission meeting, but the state did not receive the notification in time from the city, and so we've had to put it on for a second reading for a second time. A reminder of what this item was about was to give modest incentives in different areas of our city where we have transient use to encourage residential use instead.
Yeah, Commissioner, I'll move that along.
Let's take the vote.
I heard a motion from Commissioner Magazine, seconded by Commissioner Dominguez. Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez. Yes. Commissioner Suarez.
Yes.
Commissioner Magazine.
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez. Yes. Vice Mayor Bott.
Yes.
Commissioner Dominguez.
Yes.
Mayor Minor.
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved. That was item R5B.
Thank you, Commissioner Dominguez. Let's call R5G.
R5G is an ordinance of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of Miami Beach, Florida. I'm sorry, and for that last item, it was a public hearing. I apologize. There is one hand raised, so if I could go. David, are you here to speak on item R5B, residential use incentives? David, if you're here to speak on R5B, please unmute yourself. Okay, David's hand was raised from before, so I don't think he was here to speak on that item, so I'm going to start again on R5G. I apologize. R5G is an ordinance of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of Miami Beach, Florida, amending Chapter 62 of the Code of the City of Miami Beach entitled Human Relations by amending Article 2 entitled Discrimination by amending Section 6235 thereof entitled Membership to amend the Human Rights Committee member term limits and providing for repeal or severability, codification, and effective date. This is a second reading public hearing. I see no one in Zoom, and I see no one in the audience requesting to speak.
I move my item.
I have a motion by Commissioner Fernandez, seconded by Commissioner Magazine. If there's no discussion, may I call the roll?
Yes.
Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez.
Yes.
Commissioner Suarez.
Yes.
Commissioner Dominguez.
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Bott.
Yes.
Commissioner Magazine.
Yes.
Mayor Minor.
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved. That was item R5G.
R5H.
R5H is an ordinance of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of Miami Beach, Florida, amending Chapter 2 of the Code of the City of Miami Beach entitled Administration by amending Article 3 entitled Agencies, Boards, and Committee by amending Division 14 entitled Next Generation Council by amending Section 2-176 entitled Established Purpose, Section 2-177 entitled Powers and Duties, and Section 2-178 entitled Composition to revise the requirements for service on the Next Generation Council and provide for repeal or severability, codification, and effective date. This is a second reading public hearing. It is item R5H. For the record, I see no one in Zoom requesting to speak, nor in the audience.
Commissioner Magazine.
No, I'll move the item along. I think we've talked about this a lot.
I'll second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Magazine, seconded by the mayor. Hearing no one requesting to speak, Commissioner Suarez. Yes. Commissioner Dominguez.
Yes.
Commissioner Magazine.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Bott.
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez. Yes. Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez.
Yes.
Mayor Minor.
Yes.
Motion is approved 7-0. That was R5H.
R5I.
R5I is an ordinance of the mayor and city commission of the city of Miami Beach, Florida, amending chapter 6 of the code of the city of Miami Beach entitled Alcoholic Beverages, Article 1 in general by amending section 6-3 thereof entitled Hours of Sale/Violations by amending subsection A9 thereof to update the requirements of this subsection, providing for repealer, severability, codification, and an effective date. This is a second reading public hearing. It is item R5I. For the record, I see no one requesting to speak on this item in Zoom or in the audience.
Vice Mayor Bott.
This is a second reading of an item designed to try to close loopholes for nightlife establishments that are circumnavigating our guidelines about reporting entertainment that could be disruptive to the city, to the police department. After the first conversation about this, there is a desire to look further at different options to see if there are other avenues that we could explore. The change between first and second is going from 350 to 250, which captures more of the nightlife venues in the parameters. And unless there's discussion to be had, I would move the item.
I'd like to speak. Is there any reason why we have a minimum? Can we apply it to any alcohol establishment?
I would defer to my legal colleague. Rob, do you want to explain the thinking on this?
There isn't any legal reason why you can't have a more robust number, but it would simply add to the workload and to the number of reports that would be required to be processed.
It's also.
What is the?
If I might,
Yeah, sure.
It's also, we're trying to look at, where the biggest problems are, right? So a tiny little venue is not going to cause a ruckus if somebody pops up unannounced. And nor do they go to tiny little venues typically. It's the larger venues that have large crowd capacities that end up having people lining up on the street, trying to get in. It's a bit of a mess. So I share your desire, Commissioner Suarez, to rein in bad behavior, but there's sort of a tipping point that we're trying to capture. And there has been a great deal of time and effort put into this, trying to find the right balance of what we can do. And so the notion of, it's a different approach to try to do it for everybody or to really batten down the hatches. And I don't think that it is warranted at this point. If we can try this first and see if we mitigate the issue, that's better than closing off the avenue for, for all operators.
And I would just add that there is, and we started with 350 because that was what PD asked for when they asked for this tool. And so now this is sort of an expansion to more establishments. But through our legal analysis, which I discussed with most of you off the dais, and I can do that again off the dais if you'd like, we feel this is the most legally defensible option to do.
May I?
Mr. Suarez.
Thank you. Tom, Mr. Planning Director, could you by any chance know the load for Gala Nightclub?
Which one is Gala Nightclub?
I can tell you. I think they're like 275.
Okay. So my only issue is that it's not just larger nightclubs; it's also more boutique venues that have a very low threshold. And so, like, if Baccarat, which was Gala, I'm looking at a headline, man killed, 2 women injured in Miami Beach triple shooting. That happened at Gala nightclub. So if they lower their OC load from 275 to 249, they're not going to be included in this ordinance. So, I think if we're going to do something, let's do it right. I think it's a little short-sighted to say that it's only happening at large venues. I think it's happening at all venues. And if we can maybe expand it just a little bit more to make sure that it's the smaller venues would also get captured in this, I think that's a good idea.
Vice Mayor Bott.
Chief Jones, I'm sorry to put you on the spot with a pop quiz. So, since we weren't here when this item was originally created in its original format a few years ago, can you talk about the rationale between about the number that was selected, 350? Does 250 get to where you need to be? Does 200 get to where you need to be? Should it be a zero tolerance policy? What works based on your information and your trend line, what you see happening from a trend perspective?
Yeah. Good morning, Mayor Commission. Wayne Jones, Chief of Police. I would say that the more restrictive, the better from a police perspective. I think the thought process when this was initially discussed a number of years ago, and when the decision was made about the 350 mark, was sort of splitting the baby, if you will, not overly burdening the smaller, more boutique venues in the city, but certainly trying to hold those who have more capacity to have more clients, more guests at any given time, certainly trying to raise your standards as it relates to security.
Do you feel that 250 gets you to where you want to be? Do you need it? I mean, we could keep moving the threshold down to zero, and that doesn't seem to be an appropriate thing to do. That's why we came back with 250. Thoughts?
Yeah, so listen, I don't know where the sweet spot is in this, to be quite honest with you. I'd have to do some more research on the matter, but I tell you, off the cuff, I think the more restrictive, the better.
Go ahead.
Vice Mayor, I think perhaps we lower it to 100. I mean, really, you're not going to have a venue that is that is going to be large scale where you have more than 100 people. I mean, I think if we're going to do this, let's do it right. We have spring break coming right around the corner, and the last thing I want to see is a venue just go from 275 to 249 to accommodate or to loophole out of this ordinance.
Rob, Rick, do you guys want to weigh in?
We are recommending the current number for the reasons that we've discussed with you off the dais relating to the legalities of what we are doing and not drawing a challenge. So as a policy matter, you can do what you see fit, but we've discussed off the dais the danger of broadening this to a degree where challenges are more likely and the possibility of losing the whole thing becomes a possibility.
Okay, so thank you for that. Rick, I don't want to preempt you from having an opportunity to weigh in if you'd like one.
No, I rely on Rob for this one.
Okay. All right, so with that, taking your thought process under advisement, Commissioner Suarez, I will move my item as it is presented here.
Commissioner Fernandez.
And just because I understand the importance of getting something like this passed in advance of the month of March, and exposing anything like this to the concerns that was raised by our Chief Deputy City Attorney would be concerning. It would contradict the whole purpose of advancing something if we're going to get stuck in court. So we can avoid that now to get this passed in March. If necessary, the great thing about legislation is that we can always work and adapt and continue improving upon it. And so I think that the goal was to get something adopted by March, and that's what we're doing here today. But if necessary, we can always go back and make it more restrictive in nature, lower the maximum occupancy further if necessary.
Yeah, I agree. And, you know, at the end of the day, you can't legislate out stupid behavior and dangerous behavior. You can put laws in place to make it harder to do, but people are people and they will do god-awful things. And so I would rather get good legislation, defensible legislation passed to catch the majority of the bad actors. And if we have extenuating circumstances or something changes, we can, as you said, Commissioner Fernandez, we can adapt and move on. But in the interest of public safety, I think we need to move now as presented.
Mr. Mayor,
Commissioner Suarez.
Rob, what's the difference, legally speaking, between 100 and 200 people offload?
I'd rather not get into particulars on the dais, but I would just say it raises the chances of a challenge, and it raises the possibility that the entire scheme could be stricken down and we could lose the entire idea of reporting performances to the police in advance.
Is that because more establishments are captured or in it, or is it like a...
It's because the more people that are subject to it possibly leads to a more concerted effort or more interest in challenging the idea of this disclosure requirement, which we've had on very limited terms up until now for very specific reasons. And for that very specific reason, we're broadening it slightly and increasing the risk that we get that kind of challenge and possibly get that kind of loss, losing the entire ordinance. The more that you broaden it, the more that possibility increases.
Yeah, I mean, where did the 350 to 250 mark come from? Was it just like an arbitrary number decision, or was it based on some sort of empirical evidence of entertainment establishments that have offloads of less than 350?
Well, I think the information that you alluded to, where there had been a shooting at a nightclub that was currently not included in the 350 offload, would now be included in the lower offload.
Okay.
Let's call the vote. Oh, Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez, and then we'll call the vote.
I wanted to just ask a question about how many places, I'm supportive of it. I understand, 350 to 250. But for example, I just was curious, like, how many nightclubs do we have with 350? How many nightclubs do we have with occupancy of 250? Did you include any of this data?
We did not include the data. I have a spreadsheet on my desk. Unfortunately, I didn't bring it down here, but there are a lot.
A lot? Like, when you say a lot, like, what do you mean? Like 50, 100?
I don't have the number in my head, and I apologize. I didn't bring the spreadsheet down with me, but I do have it. And if you give me a call, I'm happy to provide that to you. But it's an extensive Excel spreadsheet.
Okay, fine with it.
Call the vote.
So I have a motion by Commissioner Bott. Who seconded, please?
Second.
So I have a motion by Commissioner Vice Mayor Bott, seconded by Mayor Minor. There is no one in Zoom, no one on the audience requesting to speak. Vice Mayor Bott.
Absolutely, yes.
Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez.
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes.
Commissioner Magazine.
Yes.
Commissioner Dominguez.
Yes.
Commissioner Suarez. Mayor Minor.
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved. That was item R5I.
R5L.
R5L is endorsed by the Mayor, City Commission of the City of Miami Beach, Florida, amending Chapter 58 of the Miami Beach City Code entitled Housing by amending Article 3 entitled Property Maintenance Standards by amending Section 58-298 thereof to require property owners of commercial historically designated buildings in all other historic districts as defined to maintain the historic character by promptly addressing exterior maintenance on approved signage or awnings or other visual blight violations and providing for repealers of ability qualification and an effective date. This is a second reading public hearing. It is item R5L.
Vice Mayor Bott, co-sponsored by Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
I don't believe there have been any changes between first and second reading, so I would move the item.
Call the vote.
Just for the record, there's no one requested in Zoom to speak on this. Well, there is now. And no one in the audience, Mitch Novick, please unmute yourself, state your name, address, so you have 2 minutes.
Good morning. Mitch, 901 Collins Avenue. We already have in the land development regulations minimum maintenance standards, which all property owners need to follow to keep their property up to minimum maintenance. We often have a problem with enforcement, but I like the spirit of this ordinance, but it's already there. Thank you.
Thank you. There is no other public speaker. Vice Mayor, for the record, this item had a time certain of 10:25. We're earlier than the schedule. So if we can postpone the vote till that time, at that time, I'll check if there's anyone requesting to speak, and we can just take the vote at that time.
That sounds good. Okay, so we need to call another item. We need to call another item, so do you want to do this quick and easy? Hello? Is the other one was time?
Yep.
Certain, I'm sorry.
Ralph, I'm sorry, I stepped away for a second. You want to call the RDA items?
Sorry, I didn't realize it was time certain. Not quite ready to be, not quite ready to be. No, we didn't have to delay it because it's time certain. We were early for it. Down here.
Sorry, we're going to first do the redevelopment agency items, which have a 10 a.m. time certain. We are recessing as a city commission meeting and convening as a redevelopment agency. Commissioner Higgins is absent. The one item that is on the agenda is item RDA 1, create empty space reutilization initiative, use vacant space at Anchor Garage. It is RDA 1.
Good morning, Commissioners, City Manager, Mayor, Vice Mayor. Ozzie Dominguez, Division Director of Asset Management for the City of Miami Beach. This item is to use city vacant spaces for artist studios, photographers, or nonprofits. We do have a couple of vacant spaces that we can use for that at the anchor shops while we vet out permanent tenants. In addition to that, we're also considering the use of the South Shore Community Center.
Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
I had a constituent approach me the other day and say that we don't have a bookstore anymore on Miami Beach. And I know that we have a meeting scheduled to speak with somebody who would like to open a bookstore. And I think that every city needs a bookstore. So, yes.
Passion.
Yes. So hopefully when we have that meeting, we'll consider, offering one of these spaces so that Miami Beach has a bookstore again.
Absolutely.
If no
Mr.
other
Mayor.
Commissioner Fernandez.
No?
Yep.
Sorry, I think it was me.
Oh, Eric.
I
I heard
just
a
wanted-
voice. I heard a voice down there.
I just wanted to mention to the commissioner's comment that we actually do have plans to try to reintroduce a bookstore component as part of the Collins Park Garage ground floor redevelopment with the Miami New Drama partnership. So that is something that we agree with you is needed in the community, and we would love to see come back.
Okay, well, we might have to put this out for RFP because even though this one constituent approached us, maybe Books and Books wants to come back and open an outlet. So I think we need to have some sort of fair process. But I also think we're probably going to have to subsidize it because apparently owning a bookstore is not a viable business model with the current retail prices on Miami Beach. So hopefully we can put something out there and make it affordable.
Okay, let's call the vote.
I need a motion, please.
I'll move it.
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Suarez, seconded by Commissioner Fernandez. All in favor of RDA 1, please say aye.
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 I have 7-0 with Commissioner Higgins absent. We are now, if possible, Mayor, can we, may we reconvene as, or convene as a North Beach
Excuse me.
Community Development Agency item?
You read my mind.
I was told that item 2 had been deferred. Is that not correct?
Correct.
It is deferred?
Correct, it is deferred.
Okay, so we are done then, right, Liz? Okay, so
Thank you.
Liz, you're staying with me up there, or actually not? I think it's
No.
Heather.
Heather.
We're doing North Beach Community Redevelopment Agency. It is item 1, accept North Beach Community Redevelopment Agency recommendation, use CRA funds to create North Beach Artistic Recycling Program. For the record, Commissioner Steinberg is absent. This is now North Beach CRA 1.
What's your item?
Commissioner Magazine.
This is great. Heather, thank you, and Lizette for your team for working on this. It was actually great when you gave me feedback that it was actually quite a fun item to work on. So I got this idea where we think about trying to promote resiliency, recycling, things that are environmentally friendly, but do so in a way that's actually bringing awareness to the situation, to the need to do so in our city, and also find ways just to clean up our city, right? I think we should take the utmost pride in how our city looks and look for ways to incentivize or encourage others, whether they're residents or visitors to our city, to keep our city green. I believe it's in Portugal, it is where they have this huge recycling bin that is artistically done in a way that actually looks like a fish. And that's where I got our idea, and I challenged our city staff to say, go out and create something that, one, serves the purpose of promoting environmentally friendly, sustainable ecosystem for our city, but let's do so in a way that is visually appeasing and creates brand awareness as well. So I'll turn it over to Heather and Lizette if you want to take us on the journey through where some of your actions led and what our final product is.
Heather Shaw, Assistant Director, Economic Development, and I'm joined by my colleague.
Lucetta Ragante, Director of Tourism and Culture. Good morning, Mr. Mayor, committee members. This was a really fun project program to work on. We did a cross-sector collaboration, partnering with Moonlighter Fab Lab and Clean Miami Beach, and we are creating a temporary artistic recycling bin in North Beach. It will launch on April 1st as a tentative date to honor Earth Month. And we are going to have a series of activations in North Beach. The pilot program is for 2 months. It will end on June 1st. In preparation for hurricane season, we're going to remove the pilot. At that time, we'll come back to committee and report how many pounds of recycling materials we were able to gather. But this has been a really fun project to work on. Thank you.
Excellent, thank you. And just a quick question for that. It's not as if the shelf life for the receptacle is only 2 months, right? We're just going to take it in?
That's correct. So we'll be able to, either test it out in another location in the following season.
Okay, excellent. Well, thank you, ladies, and your teams for a lot of help. I don't know if you have a quick visual for what this is going to look like. I don't want to put you on the spot. Or maybe you just follow up with an LTC, because I know I was very excited about what's to come.
Absolutely. Thank you, sir.
And with that, I'll make a motion.
I'll second.
Call the vote.
I have a motion from Commissioner Magazine, seconded by Commissioner Vice Mayor Bott. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Motion passes 7-0. Commissioner Steinberg is absent.
Thank you. Let's call R9D, as in David.
R9D is legislative update by Senator Chevron D. Jones.
So legislative update, our state senator of the state of Florida, who unfortunately, I'm actually sorry he's not able to be here, but I'm sure you will capably give us the update. Carrington Friedman, the legislative aide to our state senator, Senate District 34.
Good morning,
Welcome.
everyone. My name is Carrington Freeman. I am the the legislative aide for District 34 with Senator Chevron Jones. And today's update will serve as a legislative update for the 2025 legislative session, which will begin next week. So for the 2025 session, Senator Jones has many bills that will be bringing forth to the legislature that he wants to share with you today. The first bill would be SB 268, which is a public records and public officers bill, which will impact the mayor and city commission. The bill will create a public records exemption for various public officers, protecting the partial address and telephone numbers for the officer and their spouse, as well as protections for the minor children as it relates to their name, date of birth, telephone, name, and school and daycare. This bill is not meant to hinder the transparency of Florida sunshine laws, but it is meant to protect our elected officials who over the years have been increasingly subject to threats and harm, as well as to ensure that we are protecting our democratic system and creating a safe space for individuals who are thinking of running for office. SB 268 passed in the first of the 3 committees, and we are looking forward to carrying this across the finish line this session. Another bill that Senator Jones has filed is SB 204, which is educator certifications and training, which is filed last year but was unable to get across the finish line. This bill will require active shooter and mass casualty trainings as part of education certification, whether that they be traditional route or the alternate route, and will also include a 5-year recertification. SB 204 is not meant for our teachers to become first responders. However, it is intended to equip our teachers with the tools and resources necessary to keep themselves and our students safe in the event that a tragedy happens. Among other legislation Senator Jones will champion heading into this upcoming session is SB 236, which is Community Violence Task Force. This bill will create a task force with the Department of Law Enforcement to review system failures and the causes of high crime rates and violence in urban core neighborhoods and communities. The task force will develop recommendations for solutions, programs, services, and strategies for improving interagency communication between local and state governmental agencies to help facilitate the reduction of 58% of crime and violence in the urban core neighborhoods and communities. The last item I want to discuss pertains to the legislation in an array of consumer protection bills which aim to keep money in Floridians' pockets. So we have the first one, we have the cancellation of health club contracts. This bill enhances consumer rights with health studio gyms and things of that such by contracts and cancellation, providing them cancellation rights, guaranteeing refunds, ensuring multiple cancellation methods, and providing cancellation for online projects. Elimination of hidden fees. This bill targets deceptive advertising practices that mislead consumers. It prohibits businesses from engaging in misrepresenting prices, misrepresenting goods and services, misrepresenting benefits, and misrepresenting authority. This bill strengthens the consumer protection by clearly defining deceptive advertising practices and providing a legal framework for enforcement. It enforces and aims to create a fair marketplace which consumers can make informed decisions based on accurate information. I also want to touch on some environmental legislation. A couple weeks ago, Senator Jones held an environmental town hall with the Biscayne Bay Coalition, and it was great to hear some of the concerns from the community and that information was taken back and discussed amongst our team. We currently have some language in drafting and look forward to filing them this session. I also want to discuss the derelict vessel legislation, which stems from our tour that we had in Miami Beach. We want to ensure that we are giving Miami Beach Marine Patrol the tools to effectively do their job. We believe this legislation will allow them to do so. So a huge thank you to Commissioner Suarez and his team for assisting us with that language. While we are working alongside other legislators, and members to enforce legislation that will benefit our district. If there are any questions about anything, please don't hesitate to reach out to our office. We are always willing to assist in any way that we can. Thanks.
Thank you. Very much appreciative, and please send Senator Jones our best and thank him for all the hard work he's doing.
Mayor, we have people from the audience who may have not heard R5E and R5F. Those were deferred to December 17th. So R5E and R5F open and continue to December 17th.
call R5A.
R5A is an ordinance of the mayor and city commission of the city of Miami Beach, Florida, amending the land use element of the comprehensive plan pursuant to section 2.4.1 of the land development regulations by amending the resilient land use and development element, goal RLU 1 entitled land use objective RLU 1.1 entitled establishment of future land use categories at table RLU 1.1 by creating policy RLU 1.1.18B entitled recreation and open space civic and Convention Center, ROS CCC, and pursuant to Florida statute sections 163.3181 and section 163.3187, amending the future land use map of the comprehensive plan by changing the future land use designation for a parcel of land located at Pride Park, which is comprised of less than 10 acres, from the current designation of public facilities, Convention Center facilities, PFCCC, the future land use category of recreation and open space civic and Convention Center, ROS CCC, providing for inclusion in the comprehensive plan, transmittal, repealer, severability, and an effective date. This is a first reading, public hearing. The item is R5A.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is an item, it's kind of nerdy in nature because it's a tax amendment. And for most people, they might not understand the significance of it. But as part of the redevelopment of the convention center, a public park was promised to the community, and that's the 5.7 acres that we have here in the heart of our city center, and it's owned by the city, and it's what the voters in 2019 decided to name Pride Park. It was promised to the community as a park. The voters named it to be a park, yet when you look at our comprehensive plan, it is listed as a convention center facility, as a public facility / convention center facility. And what that means is that unlike our other parks in the city, it doesn't benefit from the same protections. It doesn't benefit from the same protections as Flamingo Park. It doesn't benefit from the same protections as Loomis Park or the same protections as North Beach Open Space Park or so many of our other green spaces that are used for recreational purposes in our city. So this item amends the comprehensive plan and the future land use map of the city to make sure that this is forever a recreational and open space, and it can only be changed, and this is why it's so important, it can only be changed through a voter referendum. Right now, being part of a designation that allows for convention center facilities, in the future, a future commission could put a ballroom in that space. A future commission could put other ancillary uses to the convention center in that space. But now, with this amendment that we're doing, we're securing for the public that these 5 acres don't end up with a convention center related building there, and that if anything were to change with this green space, it would only be the voters who would be allowed to make that change. With that, I'm gonna recognize our planning director, Tom Mooney, to expand on anything else that might be necessary.
I think you covered everything perfectly, Commissioner Fernandez. I'll just add that the planning board transmitted this with a favorable recommendation unanimously, and the administration recommends approval at first reading.
And so while we're not creating a new park today, we are giving this green space that was promised as a park the protections of a park for the continuity of this recreational open space for the residents of the city of Miami Beach. With that, Mr. Mayor, I'm proud to move this item.
I'll second.
That's why you're chair of the Land Use Committee, Commissioner Fernandez. Let's
It's
call
at
the
least a
vote.
nerdy item, very nerdy item.
I don't know if I've ever heard somebody describe their item as nerdy, but you just did, so.
This is a public hearing. We have one individual requesting to speak. Andrew, please state your name, address, and you have 2 minutes. This is on item R5A.
Hi there, my name is Mitchell Portnoy. I am located at 920 Meridian Avenue. Thank you for Speaking about this park, it's a beautiful place to walk. Infinite Loops, thank you for the designer. It's amazing. Coordinated with Soundscape Park, looks very great. Just wanted to speak to the restroom access. Right now on the website, it's listed as during events only for Pride Park, which is similar to Soundscape Park. However, Pride Park's restrooms have been open throughout the days, sometimes in the last month or so. It'd be nice for those restrooms to be open throughout all days, as well as Soundscape Park, if and when available, to allow people to leisurely enjoy recreational time in our parks that have been built to enjoy the sunshine in our city. Thank you so much to everybody. Take care.
Thank you, Andrew.
Thank you. I see no one else requesting to speak. May I call the roll?
Call the roll.
And if I may, as the speaker was commenting about the bathrooms, I just had a sidebar conversation with the city manager about that. So just to recognize the speaker's comments.
Thank you. Commissioner Magazine.
Yes.
Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez.
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Bott.
Yes.
Commissioner Dominguez.
Yes.
Commissioner Suarez. Mayor Minor.
Yes.
Motion carries. The second reading public hearing is scheduled for April 23rd. That was item R5A. April 23rd is second reading public hearing.
We're slightly early for a time certain, so I'm going to call R5C.
Mayor, may we take the vote on the previous item before we go to R5C?
Yes.
Okay, so we're back on R5L. Just for the record, R5L was property maintenance standards, historic buildings, and all historic districts. It is a public hearing. No one is requesting to speak on the item either in the audience or via Zoom. I had a motion from Commissioner Bott, Vice Mayor Bott, seconded by Commissioner Suarez. Commissioner Magazine, the vote. Commissioner Magazine.
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes.
Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Bott.
Yes.
Commissioner Dominguez.
Yes.
Commissioner Suarez.
Yes.
Mayor Minor.
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved. That was item R5L.
I know, but I called it right. R5C.
R5C is an ordinance of the mayor and city commission of the city of Miami Beach, Florida, amending the Miami Beach Resiliency Code by amending Chapter 7 entitled Zoning Districts and Regulations, Article 1 entitled General to All Zoning Districts by amending Section 7.1.5 entitled Unit Sizes at subsection 7.1.5.2 entitled Unit Size Standards by modifying the minimum lodging and hotel unit size citywide by amending Chapter 7 entitled Zoning Districts and Regulations, Article 2 entitled District Regulations by amending Section 7.2.4 entitled RM1 Residential Family, Multifamily Low Intensity at subsection 7.2.4.3 entitled Development Regulations RM1 by amending Section 7.2.5 entitled RM2 Residential Multifamily Medium Intensity at subsection 7.2.5.3 entitled Development Regulations RM2 by amending section 7.2.6 entitled RM3 Residential Multifamily High Intensity at subsection 7.2.6.3 entitled Development Regulations RM3 by amending section 7.2.10 entitled CD1 Commercial Low Intensity District at subsection 7.2.10.3 entitled Development Regulations CD1 by amending section 7.2.11 entitled CD2 Commercial Medium Intensity District at subsection 7.2.11.3 entitled Development Regulations CD2 by amending section 7.2.12 entitled CD2 Commercial High Intensity District at subsection 7.2.12.3 entitled Development Regulations CD3 by amending section 7.2.13 entitled Mixed Use Entertainment District at subsection 7.2.13.3 entitled Development Regulations MXE by amending section 7.2.14 entitled North Beach Town Center Core District by modifying subsection 7.2.14.4 entitled Development Regulations TC to modify the minimum lodging and hotel unit size and by modifying subsection 7.2.14.6 entitled Town Center Central Core District by removing micro hotel as a permitted use along with associated references by amending section 7.215 entitled Performance Standard District PS at subsection 7.2.15.2 entitled Residential Performance Standard District RPS to modify the minimum lodging and hotel unit size and by amending subsection 7.2.15.3 entitled Commercial Performance Standards Districts CPS to modify the minimum lodging and hotel unit size and providing for codification, repealer, servability, applicability, and an effective date. This is a first reading public hearing. The item requires 5/7 vote. It is R5C.
I'm sorry, Ralph, I didn't get that. Can you say that again?
A new contract's gonna be by the word.
Look at our vice mayor here. Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
Thank you, Ralph. That was pretty impressive. So over the past 10 years, we've had the proliferation of micro hotel units at 175 square feet. Is that the minimum that we have done, Tom?
In
past?
the town center area and on Washington Avenue.
Okay, so this removes that, correct?
It removes it for town center, but
I would like to remove it for Washington Avenue also,
okay.
if possible. And make sure that we don't have these micro hotel units. It would make the minimum unit size 335 square feet. That way we know that we're not sticking people into these micro units. And we are not competing with our historic district hotels either in that area.
Didn't we do that already?
Pardon?
Didn't we do that already for
We have
Washington
not.
Avenue?
It is I would remove all, I don't know how you feel about this. There's a bunch of exemptions here, but I would say that moving forward, all hotel rooms should be 335 square feet and above. This way we have plenty of smaller units in our historic district. And the only exemption that I would have is if anybody is renovating a historic property and those rooms are smaller. In that case, I would allow for the smaller than 335 feet. But apart from that, if it's existing and it's operating as a hotel, Tom, I don't know how you feel about that change because there's several exemptions here and I don't think this goes far enough. I was under the impression that it was citywide. And I see that there's many exemptions here that I
When it went to land
know about.
use, we had identified the exceptions, and the recommendation of land use was to modify the unit size citywide, but other than the TCC district, to leave the existing exceptions in. If you want to remove the other exceptions in the other districts, we can do that, but that might result in a modification to the title. I'd have to look at that to see if that modifies the title or not.
Well, okay, we have between first and second reading. I don't know how you feel about this, but I definitely don't want more 175 square foot micro hotel units. I don't think they add anything to our current transient stock. They are tiny rooms. We have a bunch of them already. We got them on Washington Avenue. We have the Citizen M that opened up. Now we're adding an additional 800 rooms with the Convention Center Hotel. And if we have too many of these micro units and our rates drop below $100, that's when, this place becomes free-for-all, party central. And we want to protect our current hospitality owners. And I think that this is a great direction for us to go in. So.
Commissioner Magazine.
Yeah, thank you for this. And if you could add me, I'm shocked that I already wasn't, but if you could add me as a co-sponsor to this, something I've long advocated for. I'd be in favor of removing the exemptions as well. The one thing I do want to be careful of, Tom, is tell me if I get this right, if there's any projects that are currently, I don't want to pull the rug out from anything that's removed, and if we would essentially change this and something that's already kind of in the permitting and development process and they might be out for financing and it would be a non-conforming usage, would that essentially impede their ability to go and secure financing? If not, I have no issues whatsoever, but I just want to be careful not to pull the rug out on any projects that are in the planning and have already been approved, and it could impact their ability to get financing.
There is an applicability provision pertaining to projects on Washington Avenue. I think that there's just one that this ordinance would not apply to. And anybody else who has either obtained land use board approval or they've obtained a building permit, they wouldn't be affected by the ordinance.
Yeah, and it's not even because I necessarily want to usher in those projects, but in term of fairness, I don't want to pull the rug out on anything that's already been planned and approved.
We added an applicability clause to cover that. So this would be citywide. That's it, Tom. 335 square feet or bigger moving forward. Okay?
So
And this won't affect, my worry is like, let's say that you own a hotel in the historic district and you want to renovate it and the room sizes are, 150, 200 square feet. That would not affect their ability to renovate that, correct?
Correct. So the only exception you want to leave in is the exception for historic hotels.
Okay.
And that's it.
Are you guys okay with that? So with that, I will move the item.
I'll second.
Call the vote.
And before you vote, just to clarify, this will be approved at first reading, and we're going to add the removal of all the other exceptions. However, for historic hotels, the current exception for historic hotels will remain, but all the other less than 335 square foot exceptions will be removed.
Historic hotels operating as hotels, correct? I mean, we don't want something that's residential to turn into a
I was just going to say
historic
that.
hotel, right?
Yeah, we can say for existing hotels operating as hotels.
Okay, yes.
Let's call the vote.
It is a public hearing. I see no one in Zoom and no one in the audience. I have a motion by Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez, seconded by Vice Mayor Bott. Vice Mayor Bott.
Yes.
Commissioner Magazine.
Yes, and I don't know the protocol for doing this. Can I ask a quick point of clarification, even though we're at the vote time?
Yeah, this is not the protocol, but you got it.
Is hotels interchangeable with short-term rentals? Because you just triggered something where if we would essentially, I know we have a limited ability to manage or limit our short-term rentals, but there was a good point brought up, and something I've been working on since before being elected is stopping the conversion of residential to transient usages, and those either tend to take two forms. One is by turning older, oftentimes historic buildings into condo hotels, or just operating them as short-term rentals. And if we put a minimum size unit where for any type of conversion into a hotel, even if you are in a historic area, we've removed that exemption. So if you have one of these older homes or older multifamily buildings and they're operating as residential and they have the smaller efficiencies, if they're less than 335 square feet, which many of these older buildings with small efficiencies are, you wouldn't be able to convert. But would there be a loophole where they say, well, we're going to convert to a short-term rental? Could we essentially say, even though we're preempted by the state in preventing short-term rentals, where you say, well, it has to be at least a minimum unit size, so that would further strengthen or put more teeth into preventing residential being converted into these transient usages?
The term short-term rental applies solely to a residential apartment. And residential apartments have a different, larger minimum unit size requirement than hotels do. So if you have an older building that is being utilized as a hotel and it doesn't have kitchens, then in order for that hotel to convert or change the use from hotel to residential apartment, they would have to go through the change of use process. And they would have to meet the minimum and average unit size requirements for residential apartment, which would likely mean they would have to modify the units to both add the kitchens as well as increase the size. Now, if they are in a district that allows for short-term rentals, that's something that the city is preempted from regulating if they are in a district that currently permits short-term rentals. But short-term rentals only applies to residential apartment units. It doesn't apply to hotels.
So while we're preempted from preventing them, could we put a minimum unit size allowed, or is that preempted as well?
We already have a minimum unit size requirement for residential apartments. In most districts, it's 550 square feet with an average unit size of 800. You can forego the average unit size if you agree by covenant not to have any short-term rentals. But if you want to avail yourself of short-term rentals, you would have to meet both the minimum unit size of 550 square feet as well as the average unit size of 800 square feet for the entire building.
Perhaps something we'll brainstorm more offline. I appreciate the info.
So we voted, Commissioner Bott voted in favor. Commissioner Magazine.
Yes.
Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez.
Yes.
Commissioner Dominguez.
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez. Yes. Commissioner Suarez.
Yes.
Mayor Minor.
Yes.
Motion carries. The second reading public hearing is scheduled for April 23rd. This item was R5C, and it was adopted as amended.
Great. R7D, as in David.
R7D is notify residents before towing of vehicles, and the mayor is also adding himself as a co-sponsor, R7D.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm proud to be bringing forward this common sense solution that ensures that our parking enforcement policies are fair, they're transparent, and ultimately compliance-driven while reducing unnecessary financial burdens on our residents. The proposal that I'm bringing today that I've called on social media as a text before tow notification, it'll give residents a 15-minute grace period to correct a parking violation before their car is towed, except obviously in a life safety situation. Currently, too many of our residents return to find their cars towed. I think last year there were about 2,000 residents that had their cars towed in the city of Miami Beach without having had the chance to correct the parking violation. It's frustrating, it's costly, and in many cases, it really is avoidable. And ultimately, I really do feel that the goal of parking enforcement should be compliance, not punishment. And I think ultimately that is our overall goal. We are a compliance-driven government. This resolution does not eliminate towing. It remains an essential tool to ensure that our streets are safe, that our parking is accessible. However, we do not lose anything by implementing this policy. It's an opportunity to inform and engage our residents before their car is towed. By simply sending a text message providing a 15-minute grace period, we can potentially achieve compliance faster than having to wait for a tow truck while saving residents from unnecessary costs and inconvenience. I believe this is a very balanced approach. I believe this is very pragmatic. It allows us to maintain the integrity of our parking regulations while recognizing that sometimes people make mistakes, and when they do, a little notice to our residents can go a long way in ensuring compliance before escalating a situation to a tow. And most importantly, they still get penalized because at minimum, they'll get a parking ticket that is at least $36. It just gives our residents this courtesy of notice to move their car and then potentially avoid destroying someone's day and the inconveniences and the costs that are that are involved. I also want to clarify that we've incorporated into this some necessary exceptions for issues like fire lanes and bicycle lanes, and obviously disabled parking. We never want to encourage this type of bad behavior that abuses these fire lanes and bike lanes and disabled parking spaces. So those will still result in immediate towing. Public safety concerns remain our top priority, but for non-life safety violations, for example, you parked at a valet ramp, or you went into an area that has a residential zone that starts at a certain time and you didn't realize that, or you parked in the wrong zone, you're usually within a close distance to your car. And so this resident first approach, it fosters communication, but it fosters compliance. And I'm very proud to be bringing forward this initiative that takes account the needs and the concerns of our residents, and I hope I can count with your support. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner Dominguez, then Commissioner Magazine.
Thank you. Thank you for coming up with this item, Commissioner Fernandez. Getting towed is a very stressful situation. It's happened to me a couple of times. And to think that now the residents in non-life threatening situations will have notice in advance, I think it's wonderful. So thank you for bringing it forward. I'm very supportive.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Commissioner Magazine.
Yeah, you can do more than count on my support, Commissioner Fernandez. This is fantastic legislation. Applaud you for this. You have my support, my sponsorship, and also my recognition, and hopefully others' recognition for this very resident-centric approach that you've taken.
Thank you.
Great.
Can you please add my name as a sponsor?
Commissioner.
Ralph, if you can add my name as a sponsor, that'd be great. Thank you.
Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez, then Vice Mayor Bott.
I love this. I've heard stories of people like watching their car get towed and they won't remove the car even though they're right there at that given time. Like they run into Dunkin' Donuts. And so this is going to alleviate a lot of resident complaints that we have. I mean, because we spend a lot of time fielding these complaints, making sure that they get the resident discount. I think that the 4,000 phone numbers that you don't have, can you mail those 4,000 residents explaining what's happening and request that they, you know, have some sort of link where they fill out an application and provide their phone number so that we're covered with, you know, anybody registered in the system, but even above and beyond that, how could we get like every resident to sign up beyond the 20,000?
And through the mayor, Commissioner, absolutely. There needs to be community awareness, outreach in parallel with this effort in advance of implementing any system. There's going to be a very robust outreach effort to make sure that every resident is aware of it and signs up. Because if a resident is not signed up, or they could be signed up and not have left their contact information, their phone number. We need their phone numbers in order to be able to contact them and so that they can avail themselves of this 15-minute grace period.
Commissioner Fernandez, you should do a commercial with the city about this and have it on TV and with like a phone number that they can call or really promote it. I think that you should work with communications and really do some serious outreach on this because this is groundbreaking stuff. Congratulations.
Thank you, and I'm grateful that the city manager's office is already looking at how to communicate with the residents, make sure that we expand this database of phone numbers and making sure that our intent of serving the residents is fully achieved by letting them know how important it is for them to be registered with the city's parking permit system so that they can benefit from this text before tow notification that we as a body are implementing. It's not me. This is something that is the work and the result of discussions we all have had, fielding the complaints of our residents. And so this is something that we all as a body need to be proud of. It's not just my item, it is ours as a collective commission. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Bott.
Ralph, could you please add me as a co-sponsor as well? Commissioner Fernandez, well done. I think this will be good for everybody. And
Me too, Ralph.
It's a good common sense solution, and I look forward to helping it get implemented.
Thank you.
You're riding high. I don't think I need to call any more of your items today. No, this is one of those items where I look at it, I'm like, wow, how come I didn't think of that? So it's right? It's like, but it's a great item. Thank you.
Well, and why don't we all become co-primes of this so that it is the entire city commission that's doing this? This is not Alex Fernandez. This is the city's leadership looking out for the residents of our city who we are here to serve. So it is all of ours. It's not mine. It's all of us.
Thank you. Still need to call a vote?
Yeah, I need a motion I'm assuming I got a motion from Commissioner Fernandez,
I'll
seconded
second.
by Vice Mayor Button. Got it. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Item passes 7-0, R7D.
R5O.
Mayor, R5O is being open and continued to March 19th. May we do so by acclamation?
Yep. I'm sorry, R5D.
So R5, I'm sorry, R5, David? R5D is an ordinance of the mayor and city commission of the city of Miami Beach, Florida, amending the Miami Beach Resiliency Code by amending R5D? Yes, I'm ready. An ordinance of the mayor and city commission of the city of Miami Beach, Florida, amending the Miami Beach Resiliency Code by amending chapter 7 entitled Zoning Districts and Regulations, article 2 entitled District Regulations by amending section 7.2.4 entitled RM1 Residential Multifamily Low Intensity at subsection 7.2.4.2 entitled Uses RM1, and by amending section 7.2.5 entitled RM2 Residential Multifamily Medium Intensity at subsection 7.2.5.2 entitled Uses RM-2, and amending section 7.2.6 entitled RM-3 Residential Multifamily High Intensity at subsection 7.2.6.2 entitled Uses RM3, and by amending section 7.210 entitled CD1 Commercial Low Intensity Districts at subsection 7.2.10.2 entitled Uses CD1, and by amending section 7.2.11 entitled CD2 Commercial Medium Intensity District at subsection 7.2.11.2 entitled Uses CD2, and by amending section 7.2.12 entitled CD3 Commercial High Intensity District at subsection 7.2.12.2 entitled Uses CD3, and by amending section 7.2.13 entitled Mixed-Use Entertainment District at subsection 7.2.13 entitled Uses MXE, and by amending section 7.2.14 entitled North Beach Town Center Core District, TC, at subsection 7.2.14.2 entitled Uses TC1, TC2, and by amending subsection 7.2.14.3 entitled Uses TC3, and by amending subsection 7.2.14.6 entitled Town Center Central Core TCC District, and by amending section 7.2.15 entitled Performance Standard District PS at subsection 7.2.15.2 entitled Residential Performance Standards Districts RPS, and by amending subsection 7.2.15.3 entitled Commercial Performance Standards District CPS by referencing the hotel approval process established under section 2.7.2 and conforming the regulations for each respective zoning district reflect that the approval of a warrant by the city commission shall be required prior to the review of a land use board application or building permit for a hotel, suite hotel, apartment hotel, or hostel, subject to exceptions and subject to the procedural requirements and review criteria in section 2.7.2 and providing for codification, repealer, severability, applicability, and an effective date. This is a first reading public hearing. It requires 5/7 vote. It is item R5D.
Commissioner Magazine.
Well, thank you, Ralph. Tom, going to turn it over to you, but this is one in numerous number of initiatives that collectively we have all kind of embarked on and taken to essentially turn the focus for future and further development into residential focused away from transient usages. It truly is night and day seeing this commission. I look back when I was doing research into some of the bikini hostel things and reading the commentary from not 50 years ago, just as recently as 2009, talking about wanting to turn areas like West Avenue, seeing that ripe for hotel development. And even as late as 2016, where our areas like Washington Avenue and Lincoln Road were targeted for just more and more hotels, in many cases micro-unit hotels. So this commission continues to be resident-centric, and even in terms of not just our existing infrastructure, but looking ahead for what we want our city to be, has been through a residential-focused lens. So Tom, kick it over to you for what this legislation means.
Sure, thank you, Commissioner Magazine. As the commission may recall, last month, or a few weeks ago, actually, on February 3rd, you adopted an ordinance amendment that established a commission warrant process for any future hotel uses in the city. The only exception was oceanfront properties. In order to provide clarity, because we had amended one section of the code, in order to ensure that people are fully aware by zoning district of that change, this particular ordinance amendment basically updates each zoning district classification that allows for hotels in some capacity, and basically creates the notification that a warrant would be required. So this is really more of a clarification ordinance. It's not what I would characterize as a substantive ordinance, because the substantive ordinance was adopted by the commission on February 3rd. But this will provide some clarity so that anybody looking through each zoning district will be fully aware that a commission warrant will be required for any type of new hotel use.
Commissioner Dominguez.
Thank you, and thank you, Commissioner Magazine, for bringing this item forward. I remember at the February 3rd meeting, there were some applicability clauses that were approved. And I know, Nick, that you had spoken to the city attorney and felt that it was covered and wasn't needed. But for clarity, I want to make sure that the applicability clauses are also attached to this to avoid any future confusion.
That's right, Commissioner. The City Commission included a few applicability clauses as part of the hotel approval process that was adopted on February 3rd. Between first and second reading, we're going to amend this ordinance so that they're all set out again in this version. Even though our position is the applicability clauses still apply, we want this ordinance to be clear.
Thank you, much appreciated.
Commissioner Suarez.
What were the addresses again for the applicability clauses for those?
I don't have the addresses in front of me, but I can tell you, I can describe them to you. The one was for properties fronting Washington Avenue that had that had already filed applications and had a notice to proceed. prior to July 1 of 2024. The second was for properties on the west side of Collins between 77th and 79th Streets, which had also initiated the process for approval of a hotel. And the third was for properties on the west side of Collins between 13th and 14th Street with a contributing building with less than 50 units if the building was originally constructed as a hotel. So it was three applicability clauses.
Okay.
Let's call the vote.
It is a public hearing. I see no one in Zoom and no one requesting to speak in the audience. I need a motion, please.
I'll move it.
Second by Commissioner Vice
Fernandez. second.
Fernandez. Okay. Commissioner Magazine.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Bott.
Yes.
Commissioner Dominguez.
Yes.
Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez.
Yes.
Commissioner Suarez.
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes.
Mayor Minor.
Yes.
Motion carries. Second reading, public hearing is scheduled for April 23rd. That was item R5D.
R5J.
R5J is an ordinance of the mayor and city commission of the city of Miami Beach, Florida, amending chapter 12 of the Miami Beach City Code entitled Arts, Culture, and Entertainment by amending Article 2 entitled Special Events by creating section 12-5.2 thereof entitled Special Event Permit Required for large-scale residential parties and events, and providing for repealer, servability, codification, and an effective date. This is a first reading, public hearing, R5J.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. At the November City Commission meeting, I sponsored, and we all adopted collectively new regulations for special event permits during Art Week to address the issue of large-scale commercial-grade parties in residential neighborhoods of our city, like Palm, Hibiscus, Star. Ultimately, most importantly, above it all, is to protect public safety. That's the reason why we legislate these things, and it also has a positive impact on the quality of life and to protect the area residents. But the priority is always public safety. I think the pilot program was successful in addressing the concerns that we have with this. We were able to limit the size of some parties. We were able to put in there certain requirements through the city manager, having to do with building permits, accessibility to properties for enforcement, and overall, the outcome was much better for the city. There's still room for improvement in this process, but there was a clear avenue for improvement. What we adopted in November, this policy was upheld as lawful by the United States District Court for the Southern District in the Hochstein versus Miami Beach case. And I want to commend our exceptional legal team for not only crafting this ordinance, but capably defending it and upholding it in court. And the success of this initiative has laid the foundation for stronger and broader protections. The goal was to make the protections permanent and citywide, and that's what we're bringing now. This ordinance that we have before us today creates a citywide special event permit system for large-scale commercial grade parties in single-family homes. Events during specific periods, aiming to allow residents to use their homes, but to be able to mitigate the negative impacts in our neighborhoods. The ability of our city manager to review permits, the ability of neighborhood associations to chime in with concerns, and the ability to put in their conditions as it relates to public safety and traffic and parking management, and also ultimately, if necessary for the public good and the public safety, being able to deny a permit if necessary. The special event permit that we're creating, it will be required for residential parties or events that meet any of the following criteria, such as having fireworks, They're expecting more than 100 attendees, more than 50 vehicles expected for pickup, drop-off, or parking. The use of institutional or commercial grade speakers, lighting, or generators, and the use of commercial grade bars. And I just want to highlight on the issue of commercial grade equipment, because when you speak about noise complaints in our city, you'll hear it time and over again from our code enforcement team. The number one complaint relating to noise comes from residential areas. And it's in part why it's so important to regulate the commercial use of these speakers and generators and lights. I want to be very clear that that while we are expanding this beyond the Art Week period, as what we did last year, it's not year round. This is for very prescribed periods of the year. We're talking about periods like spring break, periods like Memorial Day, periods like Independence Day, Halloween, Art Basel, the holidays, the New Year's. You know, I would like us to consider possibly expanding this for Super Bowl weekends, Formula One, periods like the Grammys, you know, that we know that they could be concerning. But residents still have the ability outside of these periods to be able to have events without getting a permit. We just know during these high impact periods, permits are necessary because you can't have every house in a block hosting a party. You can't have cars blocking the access for emergency vehicles. You can't have families kept up till 3 o'clock in the morning with commercial grade speakers pointing at their children's bedroom. So they're going to be required to get a permit during these periods. The requirements for obtaining a permit is that the property owner's agreement for city personnel to conduct inspections before and during the event. That's very important because in the past, our enforcement officers have been denied access to properties. And so if they want to get a permit, they need to be willing for there to be code compliance and police to conduct these inspections. They need to obtain necessary permits from relevant departments. Like, for example, a lot of these parties have porta potties, yet they don't even get building permits for it. Or they have other build outs that may require electrical permits or other types of permits. So this requires that they get the necessary permits. Again, that is a life safety regulation. We require them to comply with the special event guidelines, such as obtaining the necessary insurance and indemnification, and adhering to any other restrictions that may be imposed by the city manager to protect public safety. And that's one of the key elements in this. There might be greater concerns that might be site-specific, and through this review process, the neighbors of the area are able to provide advisory feedback to the city. We're able to consult with code enforcement and with police to get life safety feedback. And the city manager, if he deems necessary, he can impose in these permits the necessary conditions to protect these life safety situations. These special event permit applications will need to be submitted at least 90 days before the event and will be reviewed by the relevant city departments and, as I mentioned earlier, by the neighborhood associations. And one of the most important things about the penalties of not getting this permit is that among the different penalties, perhaps the most important penalty is that the owner who does not comply will face a 13-month ban on obtaining a special event permit. And why is that important? Because a lot of these party homes, they'll have a party every Formula One. They'll have a party every Art Week. They'll have a party every spring break. But if they now violate getting the permit, they won't be able to get a permit for next year with this 13-month ban, I'm sorry.
And if, let's say, the following year, since they can't get the permit, and they decide to go throw a party, they could even be facing a penalty of arrest. Is that correct, Mr. Attorney?
That is correct.
And so this is very strong legislation, but it's legislation that is built upon the foundations of legislation that's been upheld as lawful already by the U.S. District Court, and that will ultimately protect our residents' quality of life, but most importantly, above all, the public safety of our residents when we've seen streets so clogged and so backed up that not even an emergency vehicle, God forbid, would be able to get through should it be necessary to save someone's life. So I'm very proud of this item. I'm proud of the work we collectively did in November to pass the pilot version of this legislation. And I'll repeat again, I'm so proud of our city attorney's office, of Rick DePico, and our chief deputy city attorney, Robert Rosenwald, and the litigation team and everyone involved who got this upheld in court. And now's our opportunity to adopt a permanent citywide version of this to protect all the residents in our city. And with that, I'm happy to move my item, Mr. Mayor.
I'm so proud of you. I'm going to add my name as a co-sponsor as well. And already a co-sponsor on this item is Commissioner Dominguez.
Thank you, Mayor. So I've had meetings with the Palm Hibiscus Association and also the Venetian Islands Neighborhood Association and the City Attorney's Office. Thank you so much, Commissioner Fernandez, for bringing this item forward. This is so important, and what I love about it is that it's citywide, so hopefully we're not having any loopholes anywhere. I know that there's been parties on North Bay Road and in Pine Tree, and the residents deserve to have peace and quiet, even in high-impact weekends. So thank you for that.
I'll second your motion. Commissioner Fernandez, let's call the vote.
I think, is this public?
It is a public hearing. I see no one in Zoom, and I see no one in, go ahead, please.
Hi there, Amy Day St. Sen. I'm Executive Director of Palm Hibiscus Star Islands Association, and I'm here on behalf of the board in support of this item. The residents of Palm Hibiscus Star Island have endured for a number of years these large-scale commercial events in the homes next door, virtual nightclub, with all the multiple layers of disturbance, starting with the load-in, perhaps even 4 days in advance of the event, with trucks unloading this commercial, stages, generators. It's unbelievable. Not to mention the noise of the day of the event or the evening of the event. There are typically crowds standing in the swale trying to gain admittance to these evenings. You also have not only the parking up and down the streets that narrow the streets access, you have Uber drivers fighting because of such gridlock. And then to the commissioner's point, the emergency vehicles would not be able to access any area of the island. Sometimes the traffic backs up to the MacArthur Causeway in these events. And not to mention the drain on city resources, because the substantial number of MBPD, fire department, code compliance, and parking officials that are necessary to try to manage the chaos. It's incredible. And for that reason, we are here today in support of this item. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Daniel Serraldo on Zoom. Mr. Serraldo, state your name, address, and you have 2 minutes.
Yes, hi, Daniel Serraldo, Design Preservation League. This is such a good idea. As we know, the proliferation of the party houses, mostly due to the speculative development of McMansions throughout our islands, which has gone unfettered over the past 10 plus years, and the ensuing deregulation of that is leading to major issues throughout our quiet, non-commercial, single-family neighborhoods. So we really appreciate this initiative to protect the resident quality of life, and we hope the commission will go further to ensure design guidelines for compatible, non-commercial new construction. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I see no one else requesting to speak, so therefore I have a motion by Commissioner Fernandez, seconded by Mayor Minor. Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez.
Yes.
Commissioner Magazine.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Bott.
Yes.
Commissioner Dominguez. Yes. Commissioner Suarez. Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes.
Mayor Minor.
Yes.
Motion carries. A second reading public hearing is scheduled for March 19th. That was item R5J.
R5K.
R5K is an ordinance of the mayor and city commission of the city of Miami Beach, Florida, amending chapter 2 of the Miami Beach City Code entitled Administration by amending Article 4 entitled Officers and Employees by amending Division 5 thereof entitled Office of the Inspector General by amending Section 2-256 thereof entitled Office of the Inspector General to authorize red flag review by the Office of the Inspector General of proposed or impeding city action and providing for repeater severability qualification and effective date. This is a first reading public hearing. It's item R5K.
Commissioner Fernandez, you're on a roll, so we'll keep it going.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Our residents deserve a government that is transparent, accountable, and fiscally responsible. And that's why I'm bringing forward this ordinance, which strengthens, I believe, oversight and helps ensure that every decision we make is truly in the best interest of our city and its residents. And this ordinance, which I've titled the Red Flag Ordinance, enhances the role of the Office of the Inspector General by requiring it to, or by encouraging it to review agenda items that would result in expenditures over $100,000 and notify us if there is a potential violation of city policy, if there's waste, if there's fraud, if there's abuse, or if there's inefficiency. I believe that that it's just in very simple terms, this ordinance gives us an early warning system, a safeguard to identify risks before they become costly mistakes. And we need to know these concerns before we vote on an item. It doesn't interfere with the decision-making, but it rather empowers us with critical information that allows us to make informed decisions on behalf of our residents. And I really want to highlight the Office of the Inspector General, who already plays a pivotal role in promoting good governance in our organization. And this ordinance formalizes and strengthens that roles. It ensures that our commission has access to expert oversight before we vote on major financial decisions rather than learning about problems after the fact. I believe that this initiative is about protecting taxpayers' dollars. It's about increasing government accountability and ensuring that every dollar spent serves our community efficiently. I think it's a common sense measure, and I look forward to your support. I know the Inspector General is here. I'd like to recognize Mr. Santorino. His office put out a memo, I think back in October, supporting this initiative, and I look forward to the support of my colleagues on this effort. And Mr. Santorino, I don't know if there's anything you'd like to
just very
add on the
briefly,
record.
Joseph Santorino, Inspector General. I want to thank Commissioner Fernandez for sponsoring this, and also City Attorney Mr. DePico for working with both of us on coming up with the right balance between our independence and the need for confidentiality on a lot of things, but also giving us at least a path toward communicating. And there really is nothing in the ordinance now that deals with how we can or should communicate with the commission or with the administration. I have on occasion, taken the liberty of talking about matters under investigation or under audit that haven't been completed, just because I think there were times when some people needed to know about things like that. But this gives us a path. It gives us something that's a recognizable bit of our providing information under certain circumstances, where we think it would be helpful and important for the decision makers to know. And that's it.
All right, and I just want to correct, because originally when we were working on this item, I was thinking of a threshold if it was 100,000 or not, and I misspoke, because our item is actually more general. It doesn't establish that threshold. And Mr. Attorney, I'll defer to you.
Sure. In drafting or working on the item with the Inspector General, we came up language that we felt would serve the interest of the intent behind this ordinance, without compromising the Inspector General's responsibilities to maintain confidentiality. And also we built in some protections so that the disclosure obligation would not apply if there is an investigation, if there is litigation or an adversarial proceeding where the disclosure of the information could result in a problem or prejudice. So there are some little details, but overall, it's a see something, say something ordinance, and I think it's a good ordinance.
If I could, Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner Magazine.
Yeah, like the ordinance, in fact, I think it's very timely because we had a resident, they called in today during Sutnick hour and, seemed to point the finger at city staff and people overseeing some of our GEO bond items for reasons projects haven't been delivered. And, just kind of thinking of a couple projects off the top of my head, I think it's more due to legislative changes and delays and kind of letting sometimes good be the enemy of perfect, or if it's the other way around. But I think we need to shoulder some of that burden if we are the ones responsible for it. And I think this is a good measure to kind of highlight the implications where we make some of these decisions and, or maybe our lack of making some of these decisions. And it does have real life consequences and costs. So I think it's good to have that highlighted.
Thank you. And if I may, just through the mayor, a lot of times we review items. And, if something is of concern to us, I think it's good that we are empowering the OIG to respond, to inquiries from us, from other city officials, as long as it doesn't interfere with their ongoing investigations. Because the last thing that any of us want is for us to review a proposal, for us to vote on a proposal or to vote on something and after the fact realize that, there was an issue, a violation of city policy, a violation in any law, that, it was being looked at or reviewed for waste, fraud, abuse, or other type of inefficiency. That's the type of stuff we need to know in advance of taking a vote. And that's the great thing of what we're doing here. A lot of times reports and investigations get concluded after the city commission has voted on something. At least this now provides an avenue where the Inspector General is authorized to contact us directly and tell us, hey, listen, there's this proposal on the agenda, and it could have a significant negative impact involving waste. It could have something that might be under review for fraud or some sort of abuse, and be able to tell us of this behind the scenes before we commit our vote to advancing something that perhaps we shouldn't be advancing. And that's the type of guidance we need from our Inspector General to ultimately uphold. Pivotal amongst all else is the public's trust. And I think this helps us with that.
Thank you. We have a motion?
I'll move my item.
I'll second.
It is a public hearing, and I see Mr. Mitch Novick is on the line. Go ahead, Mr. Novick. Mitch, unmute yourself, please.
Okay, you hear me now?
Yes.
Thank you. Sorry about that. It was a double unmute. Mitch Novick, speaking of waste, fraud, and abuse, the administration is now proposing an idea for a $300 million plus idea to raise our utility billing water rates once again. Understand, for the last dozen years, every October, we've had what's essentially become an automatic rate increase without any discussion by the commission or outrage by the public. For over 30 years, I've been arguing against these increases And our infrastructure should have been gold plated by now. But we all know administrations change, directors change, commissioners and mayors change. And no one has been accountable for all this fraud, waste, and abuse, which is clearly evident. And I hope the taxpayers of this city compel you guys to look within. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no one else, public hearing is closed. I have a motion and a second. May I call the roll?
Please.
I have a motion by Commissioner Fernandez, seconded by the mayor. Commissioner Dominguez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Bott.
Yes.
Commissioner Magazine.
Yes.
Commissioner Suarez.
Yes.
Okay, Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes.
Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
Yes.
Mayor Minor.
Yes.
Motion is approved 7-0. Second reading, public hearing is scheduled for March 19th.
R5R.
R5R is an ordinance of the mayor and city commission of the city of Miami Beach, Florida, amending chapter 86 of Miami Beach City Code entitled Sales by amending Article 2 entitled Garage Sales by amending section 86-58 entitled Conditions for Issuance by amending subsection 8 to provide a garage sale permit as required by section 86-56 shall be issued for a garage sale located in any single-family residence or multifamily building on no more than 2 occasions during any 12-month period, providing for repealer servability codification and effective date. This is a first reading. It is item R5R. It is a public hearing.
Commissioner Dominguez.
Thank you. So this item was brought to me by the Flamingo Park neighborhood and residents there. There are several low-rise buildings, and sometimes they're allowed to have a garage sale now, but in multifamily buildings, there's been a request to have 2. And so I sent it to the neighborhoods committee, and we discussed it, and to keep it with tight parameters, we felt that an individual unit owner in a multifamily building can't make the request for the garage sale. It has to come with approval from the board of directors from that building. And if Manny Marquez from Finance or the city attorney, Mark Fishman, have anything else to add?
Good morning, Manny Marquez, Assistant Director of Finance. Commissioner, I think you summed it up pretty well. Currently, we allow 1 garage sale. This ordinance would allow 2 garage sales per year at multifamily dwellings.
Thank you. So I'll move the item.
Second. Let's call the vote.
It is a public hearing. I see no one in Zoom, no one in the audience. I have a motion by Commissioner Dominguez, seconded by Commissioner Fernandez. Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
Yes.
Commissioner Suarez is absent. Vice Mayor Bott.
Yes.
Commissioner Magazine.
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes.
Commissioner Dominguez.
Yes.
Mayor Minor.
Yes.
Motion carries. Second reading, public hearing is scheduled for March 19th. That was item R5R. Hold on for 1 sec. And Commissioner Suarez is a yes.
How'd you get that?
Technology. He's watching. So thank
From the
you.
bathroom?
Tell him to have a couple of his items if he's when he's back. In the interim, let's call R5T as in Tom.
R5T is an ordinance of the mayor and city commission of the city of Miami Beach, Florida, amending Miami Beach City Code, Chapter 38, entitled Elections, Section 38-4, entitled Acceptance of Election Returns, Installation of New Officers for the purpose of conforming, implementing into the code voter-approved amendments to the city charter concerning runoff election date and date of installation and commencement of terms, and providing for repealer, severability, codification, and effective date. This is item R5T. It is a public hearing.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to defer to our Chief Deputy City Attorney, Nick Kalergis.
And Mr. Mayor, could we also call R5 S&T or companion items that implement the charter amendments that were approved by the voters on November 5th?
Let's do it.
R5S is an ordinance of the mayor and city commission of the city of Miami Beach, Florida, amending Miami Beach City Code, Chapter 2, entitled Administration, Section 2-1 thereof, entitled Reasonable Opportunity to be Heard, Section 2-2 thereof, entitled Alternative Publication of Legal Notices Online, and Section 2-14 thereof, entitled Meeting Procedures and Agendas, for the purpose of conforming, implementing into the code voter-approved amendments to the city charter and Citizens' Bill of Rights, concerning increased public rights to be heard via 2 Stanley Sutnick Citizens Forum at regular city commission meetings, alternative publication of legal notices online, and amending procedures for deferral of commission items, as well as requirement for 2 public hearings for city ordinances, except emergency ordinances as proposed, and proposed ordinances subject to adoption procedures established in the city's zoning ordinance, and providing for repealer, severability, codification, and effective date. This item is R5S. It is also a public hearing.
And very briefly, the first ordinance, item R5S, amends Chapter 2 of the code to implement the charter amendments approved by the voters on November 5th. The first amendment is to include 2 Stanley Sutnick forums at each regular meeting of the City Commission, to allow notices on ordinances to be published online. It implements the rules on items deferred by commission sponsors, and it requires 2 public hearings on ordinances before the City Commission. I can also go over R5T, which amends Chapter 38 of the code relating to elections to reflect the new runoff election day, which is now the 2nd Tuesday in December, the date of installation of new commission members, which is the Monday following the 2nd Tuesday in December, and the commencement of terms, which is on the date of installation.
It is a public hearing. I see no one on Zoom and no one in the audience. So S and T, correct? Yes. Second, please.
I'll second.
And may I call the roll?
Let's call the roll.
So this is both for R5S and R5T. Commissioner Fernandez. Yes. Vice Mayor Bott.
Yes.
Commissioner Magazine.
Yes.
Commissioner Dominguez.
Yes.
Commissioner Suarez. He's a yes. Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez.
Yes.
Mayor Minor.
Yes.
Thank you. Both motions passed. Second reading public hearing on both R5S and R5T is scheduled for March 19th.
R5P as in Paul.
R5P is an ordinance of the mayor and city commission of the city of Miami Beach, Florida, amending chapter 106 of the city code entitled Traffic and Vehicles by amending Article 3 entitled Off-Street Parking Lots and Facilities by creating section 106-119 thereof entitled Requirements for Private Properties Used for Motor Vehicle Parking Penalties by requiring owners and operators of private properties that are open to the public for motor vehicle parking to place certain signage in such private parking lots and facilities by imposing certain requirements for the issuance of private parking invoice, by requiring specific appeal procedures for private parking invoices, by requiring a 15-minute grace period at private parking lots and facilities, by providing private parking lots personal information obtained from preventing parking facilities from selling, offering to sell, or transferring any personal information obtained from a party using the private property for parking services, by providing civil penalties for violation and providing for repealer, severability, codification, and an effective date. This is a first reading public hearing. It's item R5P.
Commissioner Suarez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is in response to a lot of resident complaints that we've been getting for individuals that get visitors and residents that park and get warning or violation notices that claim to be part of the government. And I think it's very important to make sure that they're clear on distinguishing between private and government entities. So I'd like to move my item.
No PowerPoint?
No.
Commissioner Dominguez.
Thank you, and thank you, Commissioner Suarez, for bringing this item forward. It is so important. Just yesterday, I was meeting with someone, and they said that they went to a birthday dinner in Collins Park neighborhood for Orange Blossom. They couldn't find parking. They finally found it, and it cost them $41 to pay for parking because it wasn't clearly marked, and they hadn't seen it. So I'm supportive.
If I could, Madam Vice Mayor, I just want to commend you for this. Again, it's looking out for the residents and visitors as well. Just being fair, right? Being fair, transparent, and honest. So fantastic legislation that's going to protect a lot of good people.
We have a motion?
We do.
What's the difference between this and what we already passed?
Sorry?
What's the difference between what we already did?
Yeah, this one regulates similarly private parking lots, and what I mean is parking lots that are privately owned and operated, yet available to the public for paid motor vehicle parking. And the difference is this one basically is very similar to, this has been a statewide issue. It's very similar to Florida Statute 715.075, and it imposes regulations in terms of, that the state has imposed, and we sort of emulate them in terms of signage, in terms of the invoices that can be issued, in terms of a grace period so long as you don't park, appeal procedures, the personal information can't be sold or transferred, and it also has certain penalties that we've imposed, $500 for a first offense, $750 for a second, and $1,000 for a third or subsequent.
Amazing. Awesome.
Oh.
Great. Thank you, Mark. And I can attest from our private meetings that you don't look at notes when you're reading those statute numbers. You got them in your head. So
Sometimes,
thank you.
You know, truly, all the lawyers on our team can recite statute and citations by memory, and it's verging on alarming. You guys should really.
Have we ever
Get
fact
hobbies.
checked them? Because there's really nothing that would prevent you from just making things up.
That's what I got, 715.075.
Occasionally I have, actually. They're good.
I'll join you as a co-sponsor.
All right. We have a motion and a second?
I heard a motion from Commissioner Fernandez, am I correct?
I'll second,
And I'd like to be listed as a co-sponsor.
and I'll be a co-sponsor as well.
Yes.
It is a public hearing. I see no one requesting to speak either in Zoom or in the audience. I have a motion from Commissioner Suarez, seconded by Commissioner Fernandez. Commissioner Magazine.
Yes.
Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez.
Yes.
Commissioner Dominguez.
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes.
Commissioner Suarez. Vice Mayor Bott.
Yes, I think I was the second, and I wanted to be a co-sponsor.
Mayor Miner.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries. Second reading, public hearing is scheduled for March 19th.
R5U.
R5U is an ordinance of the mayor and city commission of the city of Miami Beach, Florida, amending chapter 2 of the Code of the City of Miami Beach entitled Administration by amending Article 3 entitled Agencies, Boards, and Committees by amending Division 1 entitled Generally at Section 2-22 thereof entitled General Requirements to adopt restrictions on the appointment of a city vendor, including a principal or employee vendor, to a city board or committee, and providing for repeal or codification, severability, and effective date. This is R5U. It is a first reading public hearing.
Commissioner Suarez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to have Nick tee this up for me, please.
Sure, I'd be happy to. So this ordinance is an amendment to the board and committee requirements in Chapter 2 of our code to adopt restrictions on the appointment of a city vendor, including a principal or employee of a vendor, to a city board or committee. The ordinance, because it amends the rules on our board and committee members, would be prospective in application to terms beginning on or after April 1, 2025. And it requires that as part of applying for appointment to a board, the applicant would have to agree that should they or the entity of which their principal or employee become a vendor while serving on an agency, board, or committee, the execution of the contract shall be deemed an automatic tender of resignation from that board or committee. The ordinance provides that the requirement can be waived on a 5/7 vote by the City Commission. And I would also point out that the term vendor includes any individual or entity doing business directly with the city, such as renting, leasing, managing, or selling realty goods or services, or any grantee receiving city funds, at a threshold of $10,000 or more in a given fiscal year.
Thank you, Nick. So, I'd like to move my item.
Nick, I'm sorry. Can you, before we, is this public reading?
It is.
A public hearing? Okay. So Nick, can you just make sure that we have the same specifications that we did in the prior item that I had brought a few months ago, so that if you're a bakery and you provide donuts for events at City Hall, you're an employee of the bakery is not precluded from being considered for a spot on a board.
That would require an amendment to this item, because this right now does not have an exception.
Okay, so I think that we need to be consistent in our in what we put forth and as we try to clean up government and transparency and integrity. So I would make a motion to defer this until that amendment is incorporated, if that's the right way to proceed, or can you make an amendment and
Can we do
bring
that
it back?
You
Between
could,
first and second.
well, you could move that the ordinance be amended now. You could, as part of your motion to adopt this ordinance, ask that that change be included prior to second reading. You could do it either way.
Okay.
But that would need to be voted on, the amendment itself, at some point.
Okay, so I would like to, before we vote on this item, make a friendly amendment to make sure that we have consistency in what we're trying to do, and make sure this item conforms with the one we had done prior.
So
I would just need a little clarification, because the prior ordinance, which you sponsored, applied to the city engaging a vendor who has performed campaign consulting services for a candidate for office. And this is a restriction on the appointment of city board or committee members.
Right, but unless I'm misunderstanding, this is so that people who are vendors or employees of vendors cannot be appointed to city boards.
Correct.
Right, so if you are employed at a bakery and the city buys donuts for meetings from that bakery, this would then, because that bakery is now a vendor, that person who might have a lot to say about, whatever, and is a good fit for a board or a committee, this ordinance would preclude that person from being appointed. Is that right?
So, okay, so a vendor that is right. So a vendor that provides goods is what you're.
Well, so whatever the carve-outs were for, in the prior legislation, I was like goods and services, I forget the language of it, but we had a very precise set of carve-outs.
If I may, through the chair, the exceptions that we included were any individual or entity that provides goods to a candidate for office. Now, I don't know whether the body wants to debate whether that should apply here or not, or with a particular threshold, because here we have a $10,000 threshold, and the question is, if a vendor provides $1 million to the city, do you want that same exemption? We also had an exemption for an individual or entity that provides services to a candidate for office if those same services are regularly performed by the individual or entity in the ordinary course of business for clients or customers other than candidates. This would include banks, telephone companies, internet service providers, printing companies, event venues, et cetera. And then finally, any individual or entity which performs licensed professional services, including legal or non-accounting. So the issues are related, but I think there may be some differences between your ordinance and this one that you might want to discuss.
Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
My worry about this is that sometimes you need expertise on certain boards. For example, on the Affordable Housing Advisory Committee, I need somebody who is, developing affordable housing, preferably in Miami Beach. Now, I understand the waiver requirement. I would suggest that rather than a ban, you just do a disclosure and then a vote, a majority vote. And that way, if somebody has some sort of objection and they think that, I don't know, you have some contract with the city and you're serving on the Commission for Women, that you're really, I don't really understand why this is such a big deal. I don't think that it happens that often. Do we currently know how many of our sitting committee members who could be residents might somehow be a city vendor or work for a city vendor? I think this might cause problems in terms of finding people for boards. I think that a lot of people that are connected to businesses that could potentially work with the city could be affected. I just don't understand why a disclosure and a vote instead of a ban wouldn't be possible. I'm trying to understand, what are you trying to root out? Like, you think that serving on the Human Rights Board means that there's going to be some sort of corruption? If, if somebody that works for a company that does business with the city is appointed to the Committee for Quality Education, these committees aren't really spending money, most of them. If you wanted to do this for land use boards, I would say okay. But I don't think you need this prohibition on the majority of our boards. I would like to understand why you're doing this.
I'm okay with just narrowing it down to land use boards.
So only for land use boards, I'm okay with that. But for land use boards, it should be a disclosure, and I would say a majority vote. If you would like a 5/7 vote, fine. But if people are disclosing it, I don't see why there would be, a problem with it.
Through the mayor.
If I'm, let me go Vice Mayor Bott, Commissioner Magazine, and Commissioner Fernandez.
I like that suggestion, Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez, of narrowing it down so that it's not all of the 30-some-odd committees that we have. We know that we have a hard time filling spots that are open, and we do need expertise. And I also like the idea of disclosures with a majority 5/7 vote, because I think that lets us, instead of a sweeping ban, take things on a case-by-case basis and discuss the merits as needed. And I suspect that it's not even going to be necessary all that often, so I would be inclined to support your amendment.
So my amendment would be a disclosure with a majority vote.
And I thought you had also said, or I think somebody had said, narrowing it down to
Only land use boards, and they would have to disclose
Yes.
and have a majority vote of the commission. I think that will put a check
Yep.
on whatever what this item is trying to root out.
And if I could
If
make a
I
suggestion.
could, Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner Magazine.
I don't want to put words in his mouth, but perhaps this is something he's trying to root out. This is a text message I received when I was campaigning. Somebody that's well-known in our community that serves on boards sent me a contract proposal. They said they wanted to meet to support my campaign and get behind me. I thought it was altruistic. We had a great meeting. And I said, yeah, I certainly need champions. And then they sent me a proposal later that day. Well, for $3,000 per month for these months, this is what I'll do. And I was very apprehensive and kind of caught me off guard. Somebody that kind of painted themselves as this organic grassroots supporter. And I found out I was being manipulated. And when I'm trying to process this and hadn't responded, they write, just letting you know, I'm heading to this meeting at the band shell as the, I'm not going to name the position, but this everybody with such a broad brush, but I do think that we need to have some more protections in place because many times people are looking to exploit us, right? And I didn't know kind of the minefields of the campaign. I just kind of come in from the sidelines and this is what was put in front of me. So it's not just to protect us and protect the city, but some people, when I was approached at this, I wasn't well versed in the inner workings of our city. So it's to protect good people that are getting involved in campaigns from becoming exploited and manipulated. So I'll certainly support your disclosure and vote waiver, but I don't think it's something that should be limited to just land use boards because the board is the board that quite literally used the word exploit and expose for the campaign is not a land use board, but it's a very high profile and prolific board in our city.
Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner, I just want to answer him very
I'd like
quickly.
to.
Commissioner Magazine, I think we corrected that with Commissioner Bott's item. Because at this point, if you serve on any committee, you can no longer work for campaigns. I believe you're prohibited if you have some contract. We already did, this is like the third one. I just don't, I mean, you can make it apply to all boards if you want, but this is, I mean, I think you fixed it. I think Commissioner Bott's item fixed it. I would ask you to consider only land use boards. I think those are the boards where the majority of this stuff is going on. And I do think that in the past, there have been, there has been pressure. You know, when I first filed to run for office, you know, this massive email goes out and I started getting phone calls from all of these people across the city. And I'm like, wow, they're so excited about my candidacy until I realized that everybody wanted cash. Yeah. From the wanted to work for the campaign. And that's kind of the industry of politics. It is for sure not perfect. But I would say that if there is a disclosure and a majority vote, I really do think that that should be enough. And I don't even know how many people that this would currently apply to, but we do want to encourage some people. We need some expertise from people that work with the city. For example, and so I think if you would accept only land use boards instead of.
Yeah, and I think, I appreciate that, and sorry, jumping back and forth, but Mayor, if I could be recognized. Yeah, I do think that the previous iteration was probably more applicable. I'm certainly not aware of, vendors looking to exploit our boards and committees and things like that. So, yeah, I'll be supportive either way, whichever direction the sponsor and my colleagues want to carry this, I'll get behind.
Yeah, before I turn to Commissioner Fernandez, I'll like to be added as a co-sponsor, and I'll have a couple of questions, but Commissioner Suarez since it's your item, I'll let you decide how strong or whether, but I will support pretty much however strong you want to make it. Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And so I just want to jump in because I heard the Hispanic Affairs Committee mentioned. And, I almost wish it had not, because unfortunately, I think a lot of times Hispanics get painted with a broad brush. And so, I think if anything, it's incumbent upon the elected officials making appointments to these boards to be mindful of the individuals being appointed to these committees. We have that responsibility as elected officials to elevate these committees by appointing individuals who deserve to be appointed to these committees and who can contribute substance and who can contribute knowledge and expertise. For example, I'm very proud to have appointed Julian Linares of the Hispanic Affairs Committee, who works throughout cultural institutions and who works in multiple chambers of commerce. I know I recommended to the mayor, Rosary Falero, a distinguished banker in our community who's raising a beautiful family in Miami Beach and who's a member of St. Patrick's Catholic Church here in Miami Beach. And I encourage all of us, if we're concerned with the activities of the members who are appointed to these boards and committees, I challenge all of us to find better contributing members to serve on committees, more ethical individuals to appoint to committees, individuals who align with our whether it be values or ethics, or who we really feel can contribute to these committees. That's incumbent on all of us, without having to almost offend those who are serving there and unintentionally portray an image of individuals, even limiting this to the land use boards. I'll tell you, like for example, unintended consequences. We support the cultural activities that go on at Collins Park. I think many of us, the majority of us, were at Collins Park this weekend supporting cultural activities going on at Collins Park. They're on the city's vendor list. So a member of Collins Park, an officer of Collins Park, who also happens to serve on the Historic Preservation Board, is going to be affected by this. And that's something that I think we need to be mindful of when we pass these types of policies. And we're going to be limiting individuals in the future. We have individuals that serve on educational foundations in our city. We have individuals who serve on Normandy Fountain Business Association in North Beach that perhaps in the future could be affected because they appear on this vendor list. We have individuals that serve on our Chamber of Commerce. The Chamber of Commerce appears on this very, very long book of vendors that constitute our vendor list. And so, and that's not even taking into consideration, like, for example, individuals who
who participate, like for example, Unidad that takes care of the elderly, the Miami Beach Garden Club is a vendor, it's a business entity that does work with the city. They'll be affected by this. You know, Moonlighter that does great stuff is going to be affected by this. And so ultimately, we have the ability by whom we put on these committees and by who we vote for to control this. Let's nominate better people. Let's vote for better people if we don't like that. No, but like, you know, I gotta say, I really don't like, you know, there's so much stuff that goes on and so many examples of stuff that goes on in this city, but to highlight the Hispanic Affairs Committee and to single out the Hispanic Affairs Committee is personally, it offends me because I served as the chair of that committee and I pushed to elevate and fight to raise the standards and the work that committee does. I know it was unintended, and so I totally got it.
Actually, Commissioner,
I totally got it.
It was intended to highlight what was shared with me. It happened to come from the Hispanic Affairs Committee, right? It wasn't me.
Not the committee, a member.
A member of the committee.
And I encourage you, report it to the Commission on Ethics, and most importantly, report it to the State Attorney's Office, because that is someone that's seeking to profit from their position.
Yeah.
And I've encouraged it in the past. If someone did that, that needs to be reported to the State Attorney's Office rather than being used an example on the dais. That needs to be reported. That type of activity, regardless of which committee it is someone that's using a position of public trust that was entrusted upon them. It doesn't matter which committee it is. It is someone that is using a public committee, a committee of the city, a position of public trust to enrich themselves from that. And that needs to be called out and it needs to be reported regardless of which committee it is.
Vice Mayor Bott.
Can you clarify what principal means in this ordinance? If you serve on the board of an organization, you know, like a board of directors, are you a principal, or does that not apply to you?
I think a principal could include an officer. It could include anyone with an ownership interest. If you were on the board of a company, I think it would include you.
What if you're on a board of a not-for-profit organization? So there's no financial stake. You're lending your expertise and time to a not-for-profit organization.
I think an officer of a nonprofit would be included.
No, if you're just a board member of a nonprofit.
It would depend on the seat. I think if you are like
Not an officer of the board, so not the chair or vice chair of the board, just a board member.
That's something that the commission could decide, you know, one way or the other on. But right now, I would say it's fairly broad.
I think this, you know, it's well intended. I mean, I certainly was on this track with the ordinance I brought, and I appreciate that. But I think that the way it's been crafted so far, it's overly broad, and I think it's going to narrow our choices.
Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
Why don't we do a simple disclosure? That way, when you're voting for somebody for a committee or you're appointing somebody on a committee, there will be a disclosure there. And if they work for a city vendor or they're affiliated with some sort of city vendor or they're an officer for a nonprofit, they disclose it. And then you can make a choice in your personal appointments. And we have the freedom to vote on this when we make commission appointments. So I think disclosure is a great start. Yeah. That would be my suggestion.
Commissioner Suarez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I disagree. I think that we need to have a clear distinction between people who get funds from the city with taxpayer dollars and then serve on a board that can affect policy issues, land use decisions. I think we need to make every effort we can to be ethically congruent with our values of Miami Beach. I'm okay with limiting this to land use boards. However, I'm not going to water down my proposal to just a simple disclosure. In fact, I have another item coming before us to discuss amending simple disclosures to full terms. And so, look, recently I've uncovered many unethical things about our city and the way it works, and it's alarming. And this is the intent of that reason. I'm very surprised that my colleagues wouldn't be in favor of stronger ethical laws that really remove any sort of conflict of interest with our city. So,
Well, you have some support. I'm co-sponsor with you.
yeah, I think I think there's been an old way of doing things in Miami Beach, and there's a status quo, and I'm not okay with that. I don't think that there should be any wiggle room for a possible conflict of interest.
I have a follow-up question.
I heard Commissioner Magazine first and Commissioner Fernandez.
And can we quantify, so I'm actually surprised, I have a list of the P-card payments. Would that be covered under here, all employees from these entities? Because we'd be looking at Nike, Facebook, Big Pink. So I want to support the intent here. Is it the principles in vendors or things like that? I want to support my colleague and have a lot of teeth in this, but don't have it overly broad where employees from Amazon or Facebook or Best Buy wouldn't be able to serve on here. Is this, when I was thinking vendors, I was thinking, the main 4 or 5 that we're all kind of commonly aware of. But when we say vendors, is there a threshold for the amount of payments that they receive? Or is there a way to kind of provide the teeth that my colleague wants to achieve, but not have tons of unintended consequences?
Again, there's a waiver. Or there's a 5/7 waiver we can all agree on. And I think that's important.
I think his question is right, because like, for example, are grantees considered vendors?
Under this definition, yes.
Yes. So like, for example, on the vendor list, I see, for example, the Greater Miami Hebrew Academy is there. Would employees of the Greater Miami Hebrew Academy be able to serve in this case? Or, would they be affected by this?
Yes, assuming the grant is
How
more than,
about the Miami Beach Chamber of Commerce that's on the vendor list?
assuming these grants are 10,000 or more, then yes.
Clean Miami Beach, like Sophie Wrinkle, would she be affected by this?
Again, assuming the number, they meet the threshold.
David Sexton, who serves on the Norman D. Fountain Business Association, would he be affected by this? Or let's say Ray Breslin, whose Collins Park Neighborhood Association appears on the vendor list, would they be affected by this?
If any of those organizations meet the threshold, then
How
the
about
financial threshold.
the Miami Beach Chamber of Commerce? And let's say someone like Brittany that recently got appointed to the Millennial Task Force, or no, the Next Gen Task Force, would she be affected by this? Not if we, I guess, limit it to land use.
Disclosure, land use boards.
But this like, your intent is great, but we're creating a perception, unfortunately, with these items, that these individuals who do good in our city, who get grants to do good in our city, are engaging in something corrupt. That's the perception that's being created. We're creating a perception of corruption by individuals who are getting grants to clean up our beaches, to create cultural programming in our parks and facilities, to provide activities for the seniors, or create activities that we all attend in North Beach at the fountain, and that this perception that if you happen to appear on the Miami Beach vendor list, that you're not allowed to participate in these discussions because it's just going to be implied that you're doing it for self-serving or corrupt reasons. And I think I think it's a very high and mighty and holy position to take, when we're all neighbors at the end of the day. Like these are individuals who we're supporting with grants for the city because we believe in them and we trust them to be contributing positively to our, like for example,
our Miami Beach Police Retirement Fund appears on the vendor list. How is that going to affect, like, if this ever gets expanded? And I always think about these things because usually we start policies and then eventually, maybe not this commission or a future commission, might expand the policy. So let's say in the future this is expanded to other boards and committee. You have the retirement fund for police officers that appear on the vendor list. Now all of a sudden, the personnel board is going to be affected. So there are unintended consequences, and I get we want to create an ethical government. We need to have an ethical government, but I think a lot of that is incumbent on the people who we place, without creating a perception that individuals in our community are serving on boards and committees with a corrupt intent of personal profit. And that's what's happening. We're creating this perception, and we're getting to the point that we're having to extend term limits of individuals because we can't find people who are willing to serve on our boards and committees. And so I just want to be mindful of the unintended consequences of well-meaning policy like this. I think no one is arguing against the intent, but the unintended consequences of saying that certain individuals are corrupt. I think Commissioner Magazine gave one example of something that is very alarming and should never happen, and I hope is fully investigated by our IG, by the state attorney, by the Commission on Ethics. But other than that, we have really good individuals who make it on this list and get unfortunately painted as self-serving and corrupt when they're anything but. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, actually, if I could just make a quick comment. Good points, but I'll throw in there, it's not kind of this item, but we do have a lot of boards and committees. It's actually very taxing on our city staff and administration. So that's something to consider. They serve an incredible purpose. I'm not taking away from that, but there are a lot. How many?
48.
48. Yeah, so that's why it takes so many people to fill these spots, and sometimes can be somewhat challenging. Commissioner Suarez.
Mr. Mayor, certainly my intent was not to give the perception that people who serve on boards is somehow corrupt. Well, you are. Well, however, there are instances where I think there's corruption, where you have city vendors who have employees that sit on boards and have their own agenda. They're getting taxpayer money in the tunes of hundreds of thousands of dollars, and there's an issue with that with me. And so I'm okay with limiting this to land use boards. However, I would not be okay with watering it down to a simple disclosure. I think that there should be a case-by-case basis, especially when they're on a land use board, where policy decisions are made and property rights are at risk. So I'd like to hear what the rest of my colleagues have to say about keeping the 5/7 waiver for an approval and limiting it to land use boards.
Yeah, I would support a waiver. I'm looking through some of the vendors. It's Charles Schwab, JP Morgan. It's unlikely Jamie Dimon is going to apply to be on our board, but you may have, yeah, I mean, I would, Jamie, if you're out there, you'd like to be on the newly formed Economic Development Board, we welcome you and I'll support your waiver. But if you are a wealth manager at JP Morgan, you're in no way benefiting from, any type of vendor payments to the parent company. So I would support a disclosure and waiver, a vote, majority vote at the time of appointment.
And I'll support it being only to the land use committees. We just really have to be careful about, how we make people feel. I mean, we have good people who serve in our community, who serve on these boards and committees. And when they see an item like this, they feel targeted. We have the South Florida Hispanic Chamber of Commerce that that I just put on a committee as well. We have members who sit on the Quality and Education that we recently expanded the membership of the Quality of Education. People from there might appear on this list, and we create this perception when that they're corrupt because they happen to be on a vendor list because at some point the city may have given them a contribution and now they're serving on a committee. Thank you for narrowing this down. I think it's the right thing to do. And if we can find a way to approve these individuals through a 5/7 vote without making them look as if they're engaging in something corrupt, it's the right thing to do because these are good people doing good stuff in our community. Again, Clean Up Miami Beach, the Chamber of Commerce, the Normandy Fountain, Collins Park, Unidad. These are all great and, institutions that are contributing in Miami Beach.
Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez.
So I think we all decided to limit it to land use boards, and you agreed. And I think the only thing is, should it be a majority vote or should it be 5/7? I think it should be a majority vote. That's really where we need to poll.
5/7.
5/7?
Yeah, because if it's just a simple majority vote, you're not putting any safeguard.
The majority doesn't matter?
Yeah, but it's a regular, to make an appointment is a regular 4/7. So if you're gonna make it stricter because the person is a vendor, what makes sense at that point is a 5/7.
As a waiver. I don't know that I support a 5/7 vote on this. I would like it to be a majority vote. They're already disclosing. It's only limited to land use boards. And I can think of a few examples of well-intentioned individuals in our community that could be being targeted by this, and I don't like that. Because it doesn't make any sense. Because this isn't about being corrupt. This is about eliminating people who have voices in opposition to certain members of this body, and I think that's wrong.
And also, like, for example, and if I may, through the mayor, just to highlight, listen, we have here the Greater Miami Jewish Federation. We have over here, we had Miami New Drama. We have the Miami Music Festival. That's a part of this. There's so many entities that will be affected by this that we're not thinking of, whose officers and employees live in our community, who will now, we're going to create a higher threshold to serve on these boards and committees. So,
Yeah, thank you, Vice Mayor. Again, I'm okay with limiting it to just the 4 boards, the land use boards. If it's okay with everyone, I'd like to seek a waiver from the Land Use Committee.
No.
I'm sure, no? I'd like to seek referral, a waiver of referral for the Land Use Committee and just have it come back at second reading. Because, I mean, I think we've pretty much flushed it out here now, and I don't think it needs another
Would need to go to planning board would be referral today.
Oh, okay. So it'd have to go to planning board and come back to us.
So what is the current version of this? It's land use only, waiver, disclosure, 5/7 vote. Is that where we are?
So if I'm reading this correctly, Nick, the only thing that changed in the ordinance is just limiting it to land use boards.
That's right.
Okay.
But wait a minute. I thought there has been robust conversation of
only land use boards.
for land use boards only, having a disclosure and a 5/7 vote to enable people to be able to serve who might be on a board of a not-for-profit or might work for a vendor that has been on our P card list.
I think the initial question is it a requirement, is it a restriction, or is it a disclosure requirement? So I understood that the consensus was keep it as a restriction.
With a 5/7 waiver.
Keep the 5/7 waiver, but limit it to the land use boards. I thought that was my.
Correct. That's the original, that was the original intent of the item. So it was to every board disclosure and a 5/7 waiver. And now we're limiting it to just land use boards.
Colleagues, is that what you're understanding? Because I don't want us to mistakenly vote on something that we
What we
didn't.
have between second reading, you can get more clarity.
So land use only with a waiver, I'm sorry, not a waiver. Land use only with a disclosure and a vote. That's what this would be. Am I right on that, Nick?
That's right.
And to be crystal clear, a 5/7 vote.
Right.
It's exactly what the original item is, limited to land use boards. And if we're gonna only include land use boards, I believe Nick told me that you have to have a separate process. And process would be planning board and the land use committee stop. And I'm asking for a waiver to the land use committee stop. Can we request a waiver from the planning board or no?
No, the planning board is required to review any amendment to the LDR,
Got it.
so you could move today to make the referral to either the land use committee or directly to the planning board, which would require the waiver.
Wait, I'm sorry, what is this waiver we're talking about?
The commission committee rules require that any amendment to the LDRs has to first be referred to the land use committee before
Okay.
the city commission refers
So
it
that's
to the
just the
planning board.
process, the legislative process.
We're
Well, if I
waiving the
may-
We're not
process on
talking
an item
about
that creates
waiving,
process.
we're talking about waiving any requirements for being appointed to one of these boards.
We're
It's
waiving
just-
the process on an item that creates process.
Yeah, it's just fabulous.
Through the chair, the way that this ordinance was initially drafted, it did not require going to land use or to the planning board because it was an amendment to chapter 2-22 in the code. By amending it to apply solely to land use boards, it is now going to be an amendment to the LDRs, hence the request by the sponsor to waive the first step, which would ordinarily be a referral to land use, since you've already had a debate here with the entire body.
That clears it up.
Rick, just for on the record, can you articulate the land use boards?
Sure, is the Historic Preservation Board, the Design Review Board, the Planning Board, and the Board of Adjustment.
And so what's gonna end up happening is that, decisions that, should be based, someone might be very qualified and be able to contribute rather than making a decision based on their contributions to a board and their ability to capably serve the objective of that board, they might end up being rejected because they have an employment somewhere, it's being disclosed, but that employment might not end up influencing at all anything having to do with their board. Someone might be an employee of Amazon, someone might be an employee of some entity of, an officer of Collins Park or something like that. And just because there's this perception of ethics, and what ends up happening when it comes to ethics issues, we never like voting against ethics issues because we don't want to create that perception. And so we're gonna deny qualified individuals the opportunity to serve on boards and committees, not on the merits of what they'll be able to contribute, but because we've created a more burdensome voting requirement just because they happen to have a job with an entity that may have received a P card payment from the city or a contribution from the city at some point.
Through the mayor, but that's exactly why we have the 5/7 vote, to weed out any of those non-issues.
Well, what's gonna end up happening is that some individuals, just because they're an employee of an entity and you gotta do this ethics waiver now, there'll be people that will vote on that, just solely on that. And so you'll have, good people who will be removed just because of their employment, but not because of the merits of what they can contribute to a board like the planning board, where you really want individuals with substance, where you really want individuals who can contribute stuff. Like, for example, we, on the 4th, 7th vote, we nominated and appointed someone to the design review board last meeting. And that person
that person, I don't know if today would be able to serve if this passed. I didn't nominate that person. The sponsor of this item nominated that person. And I'm not sure if today that person would be able to get the necessary votes had we adopted this item.
Okay, I think it's pretty clear where everyone stands on this issue. Let's call a vote.
I need a second.
I'll second.
Okay, so it is a public hearing. Mr. Ciraldo is on Zoom. Go ahead, please.
Thank you. Yes, Miami Design Preservation. I haven't reviewed this in depth, but I'm just kind of looking at the Historic Preservation Board where we have Lindsay Lovell, who's on the Chamber of Commerce, Brian Ehrlich is on the Bass Board, Scott Needleman on Flamingo Park. We've got other John Stewart on FIU Urban Studio. So I guess my question is, would this kind of make them have to leave, or would it be only forward thinking? But just keep this in mind that almost the whole Historic Preservation Board, you have very high ranking folks from very well-known institutions, partly funded with tax money, which means that a lot of the information is more readily available than, let's say, homeowners association and neighborhood groups. So hoping that this will be further discussed so that we don't have even less people ready and willing to serve on our boards. Thank you.
There is no one else on Zoom and no one else in the audience. Would you like to, ma'am, do you want to speak?
One question that I have first is.
Your name, please?
I'm sorry, my name's Iona Sawyer, work at Lotus House, also a co-chair at Live It Experience. One question I want to know, you all say that if people work at vendors, they're not allowed to be on the board. Does this also refer to those that used to work at the places that may have retired or have maybe moved to other facilities, say if they've started their own business, but say they used to work at, say, Krispy Kreme or McDonald's? Does that refer to them also?
I can answer that question, Mayor. The ordinance as drafted would include anyone who is currently a principal or employee or of a vendor, or who has been within the preceding 1 year period, the 1 year period preceding the appointment.
Okay. Well, one thing we need to think about, we're human. Because you all are up at the top, you are going to have people that are going to corrupt you. Hispanic, Jewish, African American, anybody. No matter who it is, they're going to try and corrupt you. That is why we must have it where no matter who you bring in, you must have it where you do some type of thorough search, because someone at Krispy Kreme, somebody at Amazon, anywhere, they may have that exact vitamin that you need to strengthen your board, your committee. Because you'll get someone from the city, from the outside, it will really nourish you with what you need, because you have the education and whatnot, but then to turn around and to have the people that are out in the field that will really give you what you want, so it will in turn give you so much more. To turn them down, to push them away and say, because those rotten apples and those cores tried to knock you all down, it's really going to hurt them and hurt you all in the end, because you're turning away so much that can help you all. And that's something that you really shouldn't do, because that's just like burning police officers, bad officers that did bad. Now all officers are bad. Really look at everybody that's out there, because you've got nourishment out there that can really benefit you all.
Thank you. We have an additional speaker in Zoom, Lori Bacum. Lori?
Hello, this is Lori Bacum. I'm the Executive Director of Power Access, South Beach Jazz Festival, longtime Miami Beach resident. I didn't intend to call for anything today, but I feel like it's important to address this issue. I can say for our own board of directors, many do serve on the Disability Access Committee. Many of our advisory councils have been on CAC. I myself am a past longtime member of the Homeless Committee and did that while serving on different nonprofit boards that work with the city. I know many other very engaged people that both serve on nonprofit boards and on committees because engaged people are engaged and involved in the community. Everyone I know that has done that has always very strongly recused themselves from any committee item that would be in financial situation or any other with the board they served on. And that's really the proper way. So that just a little, I don't know, insight from somebody that has been in both positions and also has served on the Miami-Dade Cultural Arts Community Grant Review Panel. Also, that always includes people that receive money, but you recuse yourself when it involves your organization. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Lori.
No one else.
I have a question, Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Because, so the caller that just spoke about the Disability Access Committee. Mr. Clerk, correct me if I'm wrong, I believe, if memory serves me right, there's a seat on the Design Review Board that belongs to the Disability Access Committee. Is that correct?
Correct. It is a non-voting ex officio seat that is appointed by the city manager.
Okay, and so how would that, so let's say that the person from the Disability Access Committee, and she was just saying how many of the people who serve on the Disability Access Committee, you know, are officers of, or employees of entities that get funding from the city. And so let's say that the qualified person from the Disability Access, the qualified individual from the Disability Access Committee that would be capable of serving on the Design Review Board, you know, has one of these conflicts. What would happen in a situation like that? They would have to get a 5/7 vote of the city commission in order to be appointed there?
Yes.
Even though they're a non-voting person?
I mean, that's something we could address as part of this new ordinance that would be referred, but as this one is drafted, yes, they would need a waiver. Yeah.
Okay.
Can we
Vice
just,
Mayor Bott.
can we just restate one more time what the parameters are based on this version that is proposed for the vote?
So the motion as amended is now to refer this item, I believe, to the planning board. Commissioner Suarez, is that correct? Directly to the planning board?
Yeah.
To, as drafted, but limit application to the 4 land use boards only. So it would be a restriction on the appointment of a vendor or a principal or employee of a vendor to the land use boards, and it would provide for a waiver by the city commission on a 5/7 vote.
Okay, let's call the vote.
So on the referral, I have motion by Commissioner Suarez, seconded by the mayor. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
The item is referred to the planning board, with it returning to the city commission at a specific time, Nick, or?
Once it's been reviewed by the planning board
Okay.
and transmitted.
Did we waive the land use thing?
It was direct to the planning board, so yes.
Okay, let's take a lunch break. At this point, let's call it 1:30. We'll return at 1:30.
Please take your seats. The meeting is about to begin. Remember to speak into the microphone, as this meeting is being recorded for public record. Please stand by. We are going on air in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Welcome back to our afternoon session. We'll start with the Sutnick Citizens Forum. Hello.
Thank you. So anyone who's interested in speaking, please approach the podium. Please state your name, address, and you have 2 minutes. Go ahead, please.
Hi, Amanda Knapp. I live at 1200 West Avenue. I serve as the city's Human Rights Chair, and today on behalf of the Human Rights Committee, I'm asking the commissioners to support agenda item C7W. Currently, the committees have no allocated funding, and members have had to spend our own money on citywide initiatives. This funding allows us to provide essential educational resources on critical issues such as human trafficking, sustainable communities, and voting rights. Initiatives like the Human Trafficking Coalition and the annual Red Sand event, in collaboration with the Miami Beach Police Department Human Trafficking Unit, and other city departments, are critical in raising awareness of human trafficking. Additionally, we have educational panels and human rights expos that provide vital information to the community, create opportunities for engagement, advocacy, and meaningful change. Without dedicated funds, these efforts are very difficult to the Human Rights Committee to expand our issues. So please support C7W so we can continue our impactful work. Thank you for all you guys do.
Thank you. Thank you. Our first virtual speaker is Josh Squire. Josh, unmute yourself. State your name and address. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, Josh Squire, 346 47th Street. I'd like to thank Commissioner Fernandez for bringing up item C4AD. I serve on the Transportation Committee, and it's actually something that we discussed not too long ago. Status of TDM, Transportation Demand Management Program in the city. And what we discovered at the committee is that basically there's no mandatory program for large employers. And until you institute mandatory program as part of the business licensing renewal process, you're not going to get any meaningful progress here, because we tried it in the past, and that's what's missing here is mandatory. So it's something to consider. The other part is the city, I believe, as a large employer, should lead the way and practice what they preach. And we looked into the city's TDM program, and it is very, very thin, very low participation. And the final thing is we'd like the city to consider basically increasing the amount of resources towards this program, because the transportation department could do only so much with the resources they have. And this would be a great program to reduce traffic in the city. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next, please, Mitch.
Good afternoon. Mitch Novick, 901 Collins Avenue, 37-year resident, come early next month. Former Commissioner and Mayor David Dermer would regularly publicly state he would never support any rate increases while serving the residents of Miami Beach. During his tenure, taxpayers received a partial ad valorem tax refund check from Miami Beach 2 years in a row. Not too long ago, our $1 billion budget was less than half of what it is today. The administration is now requesting an unconscionable increase in utility billing water rates. For over a dozen years, as seen every October, we've had more than a dozen rate increases, which includes newly created fees such as the monthly water sprinkler fee. Due to my 30-plus years advocacy on this subject, the increases have become automatic in order to reduce commission discussion, public engagement, and outrage. Make no mistake, Our infrastructure, by all means, should have been gold-plated by now. We all know administrations change, city managers change, directors change, and commissioners and mayors change as well. Unfortunately, you're left holding the bag of what can only be described as a pool of fraud, waste, and past incompetence. We've hired 500 more municipal employees over the past dozen years, while public safety and quality of life has diminished. Enough with the pork barrel spending, the ill-conceived $100 million boondoggle Loomis Park desecration plan, and the $100 million aquatic center need to be canned until we can afford them. Your focus needs to be on reducing our billion-dollar budget and deny all rate hikes, which have had the greatest impact on housing and affordability and the exodus of long-term residents from our beleaguered city. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next virtual caller is Alan Levine. Mr. Levine, please unmute yourself, state your name, and you have 2 minutes.
My name's Alan Levine. You can hear me?
Go ahead, sir.
I'm a resident of Miami Beach. I'm speaking with regard to the resolution proposing to pay $50,000 for Mount Sinai Hospital to have anti-Semitism training. I start with a basic question. If Mount Sinai believes it needs such training, why should the city pay for it? Mount Sinai pays for anti-bias training. Most other private institutions do that. Why is that the city's responsibility? The city could feed a lot of houseless people for $50,000. Beyond that, if the commission thinks it should be paying for anti-racism training, it should keep in mind that less than 2 weeks ago, someone tried to kill 2 men because he thought they were Palestinian. That shooting reflects a mood of anti-Palestinian racism that has become pervasive over the past year. Lots of things have contributed to that mood, but in particular, when the mayor and a commissioner characterize those who express concern for the plight of Palestinians as Hamas lovers and terrorist sympathizers and anti-Semites, it is no surprise that there is widespread hostility in the city of Miami Beach to those who are thought to be Palestinian. The recent shooting should be understood in that context. All of which is to say that the city should think of funding a training that will deal with all forms of racism in our city. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Is there anyone else in the audience who wishes to speak? If not, I'm going to go to Nick. Nick, unmute yourself, please. State your full name. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Nicholas Petrakis. I live at 1211 Pennsylvania Avenue. And I'm writing more as a, speaking today more as a concerned citizen. I've only been here for a couple years, and I moved here because it's a beautiful city. I love being here. And I moved from a city that dealt with tremendous homelessness issues. And seeing that we have a bikini hostel that wants to cater more to the homelessness community was a little bit concerning, because over the past couple months, I've seen a large increase in homeless just in Flamingo Park. I've walked that park every single day, 3 times a day for a couple years now. And most recently, I'm seeing groups of homeless people gather at the steps of the tennis court, at the steps of the swimming park throughout the day. And then 2 weeks ago was very disturbing, seeing a group of about 10 homeless people gathered at the corner of 13th and Meridian. 2 homeless people with their carts had blocked a sidewalk. Another couple homeless people blocked another sidewalk with their carts and belongings. And then several others taking over the benches, half naked, shoes off, and just really stench smell. And what was really disturbing was watching about 30 students over a 30-minute period walk through this group of homelessness. And I was just beside myself that there wasn't a park ranger, an officer, anyone stationed to just make sure that nothing's going to happen. I've lived around homeless people in other cities, and eventually homeless people snap and do very stupid things. And, you know, I can get over the fact that homeless people sleep around Flamingo Park all day long, scattered throughout. But when our young children have to walk through that disgustingness, I think that we should do something about it.
Thank
and
you
I
so
was
much.
even more disturbed. Okay.
Thank you. Our next virtual
And
speaker.
thank you for the call. And we do have a couple items that we're going to hear today on the Bikini Hostel. So we're going to have a robust and I think probably a lively discussion about it.
Thank you, Mayor. Our next caller has a screen name of Lisa Liza. State your full name, address, and you have 2 minutes, please.
Hi, thanks. My name is Lisa Elmy, and I've lived in Miami Beach since 1993, April, and I'm from 5565 LaGorge Drive. And I'm calling, I wanted to speak to say that item R5E, which is the Washington Avenue Residential Plan, the Comprehensive Plan Amendment that was supposed to be looked at today, it was delayed until December the 15th. That's 10 and a half months from now. I mean, 10 months and 5 days from now. And I just don't understand why it's being delayed so long. I watched my life on Washington Avenue, and, you know, I see room for so much improvement that this could be looked at and could be considered and possibly passed so that things could be more harmonious and better lifestyle in that Washington Avenue corridor. So thank you for letting me speak. That's all I have to say.
And for the record, that it's December 17th. Just
Oh,
making it-
2 extra
I
days. Thanks for
know, but I
clarifying.
just want to make sure everyone got the right info. Thank you so much. Our next
I'd like
virtual
to-
speaker is Wayne. Wayne, go ahead, please.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon. Hope you enjoyed your lunch. I want to begin by saying I love Miami Beach. I love the people. I love the voices. I love the diversity. I love the arts and culture and the beautiful buildings and the residents. And I wanted to continue for many generations going forward in a positive way. I just want to alert you how I feel after living here 7 or 8 years, that people focus on keywords, you know, that are the words of the day. It works in industry as well, like in marketing your products, but it's marketing more than reality. And you know, 5 years ago they were talking about the need for North Beach and how STRs became overpopulated in the development phase. Today we're talking about residential uses and increasing FAR and density in a city that's quite dense already. And I have no problem with development, sound development, based on the merits of each individual case. But what the city's talking about recently that has me very concerned is that you're using a broad stroke to increase the FAR and density across the city itself without merits by case. So you're using language that talks about anti-hotel, but it has no prerequisite that they were a hotel before adding density and variance, height, enabling to developers for those properties. So, you know, it's somewhat a selling issue rather than an improvement issue. And I think we need to take a look at that in a serious way and come up with a better solution and a broad stroke to all Miami Beach getting upzoned. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Again, if there's anyone else in the audience, please come to the podium. Next speaker is Larry Schaefer. Mr. Schaefer, state your name, address, and you have 2 minutes.
Hello, good afternoon. Larry Schaefer, 233 81st Street. My comments are going to be more muted than ones this morning, but are going to contain quite a bit of facts that I think this body needs to consider in making day-to-day decisions. Governor DeSantis has started a new Department of Government Efficiency at the state level, and he's specifically targeting local governments, county and municipalities, looking for cost savings because he believes that these taxing authorities overburden the taxpayers. So we already have an outside influence at the state level going to be looking in over your shoulder pretty soon. I think it's a good time right now to really take a look at each item you consider and decide if it's crucial, urgent and needed, or if it's something that's optional, and start to say no to things that are optional. Number two, DeSantis as well has decided to explore reforming property taxes. He wants to call for their removal. I don't think that's going to happen, but reform is probably pretty likely. So you have to think that possibly you're not going to be able to collect as much money in taxes as you did before, and you need to start to plan for downsizing this government if you can and if you have the will. Number three, Thomas Regalado, the newly elected property appraiser, wants to reduce property tax assessed values based on climate change. Basically, what he wants to do is to say, if you're in a flood zone and you have high flood costs, I'm going to reduce your assessed value and give you a break. That's not going to bode well for the coffers of this city if he dramatically reduces the entire beach. Properties on the mainland, some of them are not in flood zones. Finally, you're staring at the possibility of a market collapse in condominium prices. The 2025 Champaign Towers collapse created new reserve requirements. Those hit it by the end of this year. You got a 10% property tax increase from this taxing body. You have school taxes continuing to rise, and the county is taking their share. Property insurance is through the roof. Interest rates are high. And finally, you're going to hit the condos with huge water increases. They have 1 meter. They don't even know if toilets are running in different rooms. Please try to focus on cost cutting instead of handing out money to anyone who asks. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor, there are no other speakers.
Okay, thank you for everyone who called in. And now I'm going to call R9E.
R9E is presentation by County Commissioner Mickey Steinberg.
Welcome, Commissioner Steinberg, a former colleague, a friend, not just to us on the dais, but a friend of Miami Beach and our residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. It's the first time I've been in this chamber since you've redone it. Wow.
Oh, wow.
So it's a pleasure to be here. Thank you, Mayor, Commissioners, and Commissioner Fernandez for inviting me to come here and speak. Give a brief, I know how these meetings can go, so I'll be very brief on the condo special assessment program that Miami-Dade County is doing. Just want to give you some of the highlights so that the public is aware. We're out there trying to educate people that we have a program designed to assist homeowners who have made less than 140% of the median income. So you may ask, well, what does that mean in actual salary numbers? So to give you an example, this program is a catch-all up to 140% of the median income. So an individual earning up to $111,000 could qualify. 2 people up to $127,000 as a combined income. 3 people up to $142,000. So anywhere from $20,000 salary to $100,000 salary, depending on the range. So I think it's very important that it really catches those who really need it in that middle bracket as well. The annual, just very important note, that the program is only designed for a homestead primary residence. It is not for any investment property. It's truly for helping with the burden of the costs. As someone had mentioned, you know, I live in a condo. It's not easy sometimes with all the assessments and the insurance costs. And so this is truly just for the structural integrity and the recertification process and the assessments that we get. Trying to get it all in there quickly. So if you have any other questions, the loan itself is up to $50,000, does not get paid to you as an individual. It goes right to the, should you qualify, it goes right to the association to cover those costs. And it's paid over 40 years at 0% interest. So really great program. We're trying to do our part in helping alleviate that burden. And my district has a lot of condos, so we're trying to just get out there and educate. It's on a first come, first served basis. And should you have any questions, you can contact the Housing and Community Development Department at the county, or you can just reach out to us directly and email Margie, she's here, Margie Amador at miamidade.gov, or district, the number 4 at miamidade.gov, and we'll help facilitate and help make sure you're eligible and get you to the right department. And that's what I'm here for.
Thank you. See, you keep it, the brevity is great. Thank you for that. And I see you're still doing the Mondays with Mickey's. I got to join you recently, which is great.
Yes.
Giving you a plug.
Thank you. We have the sheriff coming on Monday the 3rd. And if I just may, for just a moment, we also have our mom and pop. If you work or have a small business in District 4, we have our mom and pop applications. You can get a grant up to $2,500 for your small business, and you can email our office for more information. The deadline is March 7th at noon. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Steinberg.
Mr. Mayor?
And thank you for putting this item on.
Of course, and actually, before Commissioner Steinberg leaves, I just want to take a moment, just out of personal privilege, if you allow me, just to flashback back to November 11th of last year. The City Commission passed a resolution thanking Commissioner Steinberg for her service with distinction as a member of the Board of County Commissioners representing District 4, representing the city of Miami Beach. You have such a clear commitment to our residents, to affordability, to helping those individuals who are facing struggles, such as our condominium owners in our city that are facing assessments and escalation in costs, and promoting programs like this that directly help with affordability and that directly help people stay in their homes is great. The mayor and the entire city commission had signed this resolution for you back in November. I don't think we had seen you since then. It's been sitting in my office, and so I just wanted to mention it because I'll give it to you once we're done here.
Well, I did run into Commissioner Steinberg when I was in the county last week, but I didn't have the proclamation with me. Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez.
One question, Commissioner. Up to how much can people apply for? What's the full amount?
So the program allows up to $50,000, but not all assessments actually amount to that cost, and it depends on the eligibility of how much you can get. So it's up to 50. That's the maximum.
Okay, so if you have an assessment up to $50,000 and you make up to $111,000, you qualify for this. Thank you. Thanks for coming forward and sharing with us. We worked recently on some discounting of condo certification fees, so we're doing whatever we can on our end, but all of this really helps a lot to keep people in their homes.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Great. Thanks again. Come back more often. Okay, let's call.
If I may, they just handed out a new item on the dais, if I can announce it just for the record.
Sure.
This new item is going to be item C4AP. It is an addendum. It will be heard after 5, if the mayor so calls it. I'm going to read the item title fully, if possible. It's a referral to Land Use and Sustainability Committee. Discuss requiring members of the City Commission to disclose and request an opinion from the Miami-Dade County Commission on Ethics and Public Trust, and/or, if applicable, the Florida Commission on Ethics, prior to sponsoring and placing on a City Commission meeting agenda any item that would impact or apply to the member or a relative or business associate of the member, or a principal by whom the member is retained, including any item that impacts real property owned by the member or that impacts property within the vicinity of such property owned by the member, and requiring that any such conflict of opinions be attached to the agenda item. This is a referral item from Commissioner Fernandez? Yes. Thank you.
I think that is the fastest drafted item ever in the history. But okay, we'll deal with that probably next month. Thank you. I appreciate you conceding that. R9B. This is the boards and committee.
R9B is the board and committee appointments. Everyone on the dais has a yellow sheet. All these appointments are unopposed. We could go one by one, or we can do them by acclamation.
Acclamation.
By acclamation. So if there's opposition, then all these members are appointed. Thank you.
Everyone in agreement?
Oh, you want?
So basically, there's no opposition.
There's no opposition, and some of these have more seats than there are even nominees.
Correct. So, somebody wants to move it. I'll second.
All in favor of the appointments?
Aye.
Motion carries. The nominees are approved.
Can we do R7E?
Yes, sir. R7E is accept recommendation, implement 1-year Lincoln Road Outdoor Concession Abatement Program. It is a public works item.
Jay, it's good to have you back.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners. The item before you was heard at the Finance and Resiliency Committee. It is looking at a discount program for the sidewalk cafes along Lincoln Road, as well as an incentive program for the first 3 months for new sidewalk cafes. The administration at this time does not recommend this program because it does have a financial impact. The impact will be in fiscal year 26, not in fiscal 25. But as we have heard at both the Finance Committee and elsewhere, that the fiscal 26 is going to be tough, and to put a burden on that at this time does not seem appropriate. The fiscal impact really looks at discounting Lincoln Road, or at least that's what the discussion was. And you know, when you look at the overall revenue from the sidewalk cafes, you're talking a total revenue about $2.1 million. The Lincoln Road cafes by themselves represent almost half of that. So while there is a request for, you know, making things a little more palatable on the restaurants on Lincoln Road, I'm not sure this is the best way to do that. At the Finance Committee, there was questions about, you know, well, what about the sidewalk cafe on Washington, right around the corner? And so to sort of give a visual of that, we did attach a GIS representative of where all the sidewalk cafes and parklets are, so that while they are, there's a lot along Lincoln Road, there's a lot along Ocean Drive, there are others that are scattered throughout North Beach as well as South Beach.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jay. And I understand the administration's like not supporting this, but let me give you some perspective. In the down season, with all of these hotels closed, any kind of relief that we can give small businesses allows them to keep their staff, even if it's a skeletal staff, and even if what seems like it's not making a difference to you will make a difference to a small business. We've also approved our small business loan grant application. Now, what we have is a situation where we could have more vacancies on Lincoln Road. More vacancies are going to lead to more delinquency, more crime, and then we're going to have in 2 years' time this convention center hotel built, and next door to it is going to be a, you know, going to start to look, you know, more and more vacant, delinquent, you know, and we're doing whatever we can to support those small businesses. The reason that we started this initiative in the first place is because the cafes came to us and asked. Now, I wouldn't only like to do this. I would like to discount for those 3 months out of the year. It's only the 3 worst months out of the year. And in addition, I would also like to have an abatement for any impact fees for sidewalk cafes, 10 seats or less. Cafes on Washington Avenue, for example, like the Lifeguard that just opened up, the impact fee per seat. What is the, what do you call it? It's not the impact fee. What do we call this? The mobility fee. The mobility fee is very expensive. How much is the mobility fee? Like $1,000 per seat. So anyway, it's very expensive. I would like to abate all mobility fees for any sidewalk cafe across Miami Beach, 10 seats or less. This does not affect the big businesses. And in the slower months of the year, have this rent abatement for sidewalk cafes, because it's the least we can do to support our small businesses. And by the way, this only takes place while the larger hotels are closed, correct? My item, we can revisit it next year. But right now, you have the Delano that's closed, the Raleigh is under construction, the Shore Club is closed, and Lincoln Road is suffering. I think we need to do whatever we can to make sure that these spots are not vacant, because you see what happens when we have vacancies. I saw Luigi Mary, who's sitting there in the audience, I saw his video where he interviewed a literal gang on a gang of homeless on Lincoln Road. And I think that when you have business owners who are there and they are watching their properties and they are cleaning the streets and they are making sure that there isn't any vacancy, I think that's important. And I was glad actually that you did that video because it showed me that there's actually like an organized group of homeless on Lincoln Road. If we don't do something to support our small businesses, that group is going to grow larger. The vagrancy is going to grow bigger, and this is a public safety issue, frankly. It's not just an economic issue, it's closely related to public safety. It's important for Lincoln Road to remain vibrant and open for the conventions that we currently do have. And we don't want to see some of our legacy businesses, like the one that approached me, go out of business. So while this is not going to move the needle 100%, it might help pay a few employees on the down months that need it. That's,
I have a question on this. Please, through the vice mayor. Yeah. I think this is a great program, because to your point, any little bit I think helps during the down months. I also do think it's important to reward good actors. And I think Española Way is an example of what a lot of corridors should be aspiring to. It's clean, it's quality restaurants, but nonetheless are suffering during the months of that we have slower activity. And if we do move this forward, I love to be supportive. I just like to make a friendly amendment that we consider including in it Española Way. Because if the businesses on Lincoln Road are suffering, I think so too are the businesses on Española Way.
They seem so packed to me compared to Lincoln Road, but I would include them. I think every business is suffering. I think our slow seasons are slower than ever before because
It's a
we have
citywide thing.
Yeah, it's a citywide thing. We've become hyper seasonal. The high net worth individuals that are living here 6 months and one day are leaving, and we're becoming, instead of having a full time, I know. Commissioner, I'm looking at Commissioner Magazine's face because I know that you want to populate the city with more people, but we are getting more people. They're just people that leave half the year. And it's terrible and that's why places, for example, like Southampton in the off season, businesses just shut down because they can't stay open. So what do we have to do? We need in any way possible to subsidize our businesses in the off season so that we don't become a hyper seasonal place like these other resort towns, because that's what we're moving toward. And, while we're waiting for this convention center hotel to be built, which is 2 years away, and hopefully that will bring more business, we need to do whatever we can to make sure that Lincoln Road stays open. We need these cafes to stay open.
But this is also why, and through the chair, why items that create year-round economic activity, like what's being proposed on Washington Avenue, what's being proposed on Lincoln Road for full-time residents, it's so important because that's the only way we create the year-round activity to sustain businesses in the slow season. Because even when all these high-end hotels open up once they're done with construction, you're still going to have the slow months. And the economy is still going to suffer in the slow months because that's what traditionally has happened in Miami Beach. If we want to overcome that, what we need to do is create the full-time residency that we need here in our city. And so it goes hand in hand. I think temporarily, this is a temporary support, but in the long term, we cover this. How? By making sure we have full-time residents supporting stuff like what Commissioner Suarez has for Washington Avenue, what we're working on for Lincoln Road in the long term. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Vice Mayor Bott.
I'm contemplating supporting this for Lincoln Road as a short-term stopgap measure. But I don't think continuing with these subsidies for private businesses is the solution for anything. Our businesses need to adapt to the current conditions and find a way to move forward. And more importantly, we as a city need to find a way to diversify our economy. If we are not truly a pure tourist town where we shut down for 6 months or 4 months of the year, the way towns do in the Northeast, then we need to find a way to make sure that there are enough people living here and working here to patronize our businesses. And it is not the job of our government to subsidize businesses that can't adapt to the current conditions. And that sounds really harsh. And I'm not trying to be harsh. I'm, like I said, considering supporting this as a stopgap because we have an unusual series of circumstances which is limiting what happens on Lincoln Road. And we've all seen the depression. I know the bid is working hard to diversify what goes on there. But at the end of the day, we're in a brutal real estate cycle where rents are astronomical. We have the convention center that's been closed. We've got all the hotels at the end of Lincoln Road that are closed. So that's one thing. But listen, I was about a week away from taking over ownership of the Freeze in February of 2020.
Wow.
I did not. As you can see, I'm sitting here and I'm not dishing out delicious ice cream. But does anybody remember what happened in March of 2020?
Yes.
And also, by the way, Lincoln Road was, half of it was closing for construction, or was intended to be closed. It would not have been the city's job to bail me out and keep me open for 3 years as I tried to navigate what was going on. So I think we need to be really, really careful about doing this. And I love Española Way. I think it is a huge success story. I remember it wasn't even, I don't think, 4 or 5 years ago when we had a shooting and multiple shootings there, and we all said it was a cesspool and it would never come back the way we needed it to, and yet it is constantly touted now as one of the brightest spots in our city. So I'm not sure that we need to incorporate them into this plan, because I don't believe they are as directly affected by the closed businesses, closed hotels as those on Lincoln Road are. So I just think this sets a dangerous precedent.
I agree with you on Española Way, by the way, and I do think that this is a temporary fix. I also think there are several live local projects that are going to be built across the city. We'll see what happens. You know, I worry though that when we give a piece of land and we give a $10 million subsidy and we come out with 400 square foot units and rental prices that are 2,600 units, when we go to the private sector and they have to pay for land, and they have to pay for the building costs, will those rents be affordable for the workforce? I'm not so sure. So right now, what we've geared ourselves toward is this hyper tourism. They're saying we need this convention center hotel to be programmed. We're waiting for the hotel. I spoke to the city manager yesterday. He said that the hotel should be finished by 2027, correct? So I think that this is just temporary, but we really don't want to have those vacancies. And I do believe that the market is going to correct itself, Commissioner Bott. I think that there are certain restaurants on Lincoln Road that are doing extremely well, and certain restaurants are struggling. And I think the restaurants that are struggling the most are the restaurants that are frequented by residents. Because the restaurant that approached me for this discount is one of the restaurants on Lincoln Road that we all go to, a legacy restaurant.
Which one?
Rosanella. And it's been there for 30 years. And he's the one who said, I need the subsidy because I don't have the resident population. And it wasn't, and I took it very seriously. So I think that this, combined with the small business grant program that Commissioner Bott and Commissioner Magazine approved that committee too, I think that these small tweaks at least allow them to keep a skeletal staff when business gets really bad.
Can I just out of curiosity?
Yes.
Do you know what they pay for rent?
Ross, I believe he even owns the building. He said it's just gotten so hyper seasonal in September and October especially. And I think it's also extreme weather. It's so hot here and our businesses are just empty. Our hotels are empty. So I think that this is temporary. It is a temporary moment. I think that there are many projects in the pipeline that are going to fill up these businesses, especially as these hotels come online again. I was looking at the Delano the other day. It looks like it has a long way to go, but we saw that the Shelbourne reopened. We know that they're building the Shore Club right now. The Ritz-Carlton, I see they're finally marketing their residences, and hopefully they'll get that, project online. And those people are going to frequent Lincoln Road. And by the way, with or without this subsidy, some businesses are still going to go out of business. Others will reopen. But this, in the interim, will keep at least some vacancies from happening. And we
Vice
really
Mayor
don't-
Bott.
So just one more thing, and this is for the businesses out there listening. The weather is not going to get better. It's not suddenly going to get drier and cooler in August. We need to collectively think about how we navigate the future that is upon us. It's not going to get easier. It's not going to get less seasonal in terms of weather. We need to think about what we do collectively and how we appeal to our potential customers and what we offer them to make sure that we have something that's compelling in the slow months. So I don't want to belabor this, but this is something that is just our new reality.
Commissioner Magazine.
So thank you for bringing this, and we've identified what the problem is, right? We have economy that's struggling for a multitude of reasons. We're addressing a lot of those, the permitting process, but for businesses that are open 30 years, there's nothing to do with permitting or government bureaucracy. It's the ecosystem, right? And Miami Beach is staring at a once-in-a-generation opportunity to truly diversify our economy. We see offices that are opening in Sunset Harbor, right? After the SALT tax reform was passed in 2017, that started the population and wealth migration out of high-tax states to places like Florida. Florida's adding 400,000 new residents each year, but Miami Beach really hasn't been a beneficiary of that because we do not have the housing inventory to accommodate, right? So while I'm excited about the Convention Center Hotel, I am remiss to think that it's going to be a silver bullet solution, that just because a few hotels open and the Convention Center Hotel, because they're all going to have their own competing retail, they're going to have their own dining and restaurants and things of that nature. And as excited as I am for projects like the Shore Club and perhaps it's more years away, but the Raleigh, those are very small footprints with very, very high prices that'll probably just actually compound our seasonality issues, right? What we need are real people living in real places without a focus on the waterfront, right? The infill commercial corridors that are dying and a plague on our city. You look at Washington Avenue, it is ripe for people to live, work, and play in that area. If you go outside here at City Hall, we have thousands of employees that drive into City Hall each day, and that strains our infrastructure. Do you know what you don't see when you walk outside of City Hall? Anywhere for people to live. And the people that would live here would then go and shop on Lincoln Road. They would go and do their Pilates, their yoga. They would go to Rosanelli. They would have gone to Books and Books. Tourists don't come into town to go to Books and Books, but people that live here do. When Daraku closed, the owner was quoted in the Miami New Times saying the residents that used to come here for happy hour have disappeared, right? So we see what we need to do. And the answer is really not hard, right? We need to accommodate our entire city where we're not so hyper seasonal. That will never change. And relying on hotels to open certainly isn't going to change the seasonality or the cyclicality. Think about this. We're facing an economy locally that is strained and troubled in some metrics, but it's when the macro economy has been booming post-COVID, right? Imagine if we get a macroeconomic downturn, what that's going to do for us. So it's a dereliction of duty if we do not begin better preparing to diversify our city, diversify our economy, because despite some efforts and some progress made, you can also argue we're as hyper cyclical and hyper seasonal as we've ever been. So I'm going to begrudgingly try and support this again, but I really lament that we keep doing this Band-Aid approach, whether it's giving out small business grants or, subsidizing and things like that. If we want the market to correct itself, it's not going to be through the government intervening, right? We need to provide a level and equal playing field, but we need to take broader action that's really going to support our economy. And that is the silver bullet, right? It will be complemented by a convention center hotel, but all the urban planning decisions that we're making are further straining our hypersensitive and hypercyclical economy, further straining our infrastructure, and further straining our housing affordability. So I appreciate you caring so much for small business. I absolutely know you do. It's been your biggest and best passion over the years that I commend you for. I'm going to support this, but I have a finite shelf life for how much we're just going to do the Band-Aid approach, where we truly do need to get serious about some initiatives. So thank you for bringing this. I know you truly do care about, operators like Rosanelli and other people that have built their lives, their families, their livelihoods on our city.
Yeah, I'm supportive as well, so thank you. I share some of your concerns, some of it different reasons, but I think it's worth a shot, and if it can help. I get partly concerned because the more we do for the small businesses, the landlords, I feel, factor that in, and then they keep jacking up the rates. As we know, that's an issue as well, where we have vacancies, and I know firsthand where, I'm not the owner of the property, but they've had bids on there, and some of them would rather leave it vacant. So you have that issue as well. It's interesting because the numbers show that we're not adding new residents, but I don't have a study on this, but anecdotally, it seems that many of our residents who are snowbirds are staying longer than they were. Instead of coming for a month or two, they're staying closer to 6 months. That's what I see. I think it's reflective in the traffic that we face as well. But I'm happy to support this, and I think ultimately good businesses, I hate to single out businesses, but on a positive note, we have, for example, Bagel Boss that opened recently on 41st. They're rocking it. I don't want to speak for them, but they have far exceeded their expectations as to their popularity. And it's many different restaurants around the city. I'm singling out one because they're fairly new. I think there's a level of success that can be had when offering the product that people want, and that's what we need to do. And I'm supportive of trying to incentivize businesses to see that they can be successful in Miami Beach. Yep.
I would like to add that I also do think it's the nature of some of these restaurants, and the market conditions, like Commissioner Bott said, are going to determine which restaurants stay open and which restaurants close. You have Mila, which has become the highest grossing restaurant in the entire United States. And I do think that some of these larger sidewalk cafes popped up to cater to a large tourist population that grew from all of these hotels. So I do think we're seeing a correction. And this is really just to keep it open, because having it all closed, that is blight, and we can't have any more of that blight. That's really what affects us more than anything else.
Okay, call the vote. Commissioner Suarez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just to add my 2 cents, generally, I don't believe that government should be getting involved in subsidizing businesses. I also find it a little, it doesn't sit right with me that a business would come to you or to me and ask for an abatement. I think, I don't know, that to me, that is a conflict. I'm all about promoting local businesses, incentivizing what we can to bring them more customers. But personally, for me, when I'm getting asked to subsidize from taxpayer money that would go to projects we really need to support a single business, I think that's a bridge too far. So I'm not going to be supportive today.
Just a question on the item. So is the item amended to include Espanola Way or not? Yes.
I would just say that Espanola Way had a massive capital investment. They are booming right now. When I walk past, every single cafe there seems to be doing very well. And already they're upset that we're taking away these fees from Lincoln Road. Look at Brad and Jay. They do not have a copy. So if possible, I would only like to do Lincoln Road for right now. You know, if that's okay with you.
And how much money does this equate to on an annual basis? What is the total fiscal impact for this year?
The,
123,000?
that would be, that's projected impact for FY '26.
So, I'll say this. Lincoln Road has a business improvement district. And the businesses tax themselves to support the business initiatives of Lincoln Road. And then we come frequently and we supplement, to provide more funding. And we're happy to do that, to support Lincoln Road. Other areas don't ask for that as much. And so, for example, we have Normandy at 71st Street, where we have, you know, businesses that need support as well. I think Carnitas used to be on 71st Street, and they closed down. You know, we have businesses that also depend on tourism on Española Way, which I was mentioning, and they suffer too. If this is more expansive than Lincoln Road, I'll support it. If this is just limited to Lincoln Road, because the entire city suffers. And that's the struggle. You know, why is the struggle of the business on Lincoln Road during the slow months different than the struggle of the business on 71st Street during the slow month, or the business on Española Way during the slow month? They're all businesses, and they're all our constituents as well.
Well, that's why we have the small business grant program, and there are no sidewalk cafes in North Beach. We completely waived all of those fees because we knew that they absolutely couldn't pay those. Not in the good months, not in the bad months. So there are no fees in all of North Beach, and we did that purposefully.
41st, did we do it on 41st Street as well?
I don't think there are, and
it
we,
got
and no
extended to
fees on 41st Street. I don't believe, listen, I think it's important for Lincoln Road for right now.
So
As
if
this is a I think we're going through a transitional period right now.
But if we waived the fees on North Beach, and we waived the fees on 41st Street, and we're offering this abatement program on Lincoln Road, why wouldn't we also support the ones on Española Way?
If I may,
It's a corridor as well.
if I may, the Carnitas situation in North Beach is very unfortunate. They made an outstanding picanha sandwich, I will just say. It did not have anything to do with our fees or outdoor cafe or anything like that. It was a situation of landlord lease issues and grease trap issues through no
Right.
fault of the city. It was like it's a different set of circumstances. I think the reason why there may be resistance, why there is resistance, speaking for myself at least, to extending it to Española Way is because I have yet to walk past Española Way at any time, from late afternoon on, when I do not see it booming. So, we just passed something to hand 50 grand to Mount Sinai for a laudable, important program that they are prepared to pay and do regardless of our funding, right? So we made that choice, and that's, so be it. But why would we be handing out money to businesses that are thriving?
They're doing pretty well on Española. Lincoln Road hasn't had the capital investment that Washington, when you look at Española Way, and I would
have
just
heard
add,
otherwise, by the way, about the businesses on.
Española,
Yeah, I've heard some businesses do struggle.
then let's offer
They're
them
all
the
dealing
abatement.
with inflationary issues, just like everyone else. You know.
Okay, well, we are not in the business of subsidizing inflationary issues. I am a liberal Democrat, and I'm saying that. I know, it's hard to believe, but we're not, listen, it's expensive here. It's ridiculous. Somebody just posted a picture of 18 eggs going for $20. Like, come on. We have to draw the line someplace. Is this first reading or second?
Is this accepting the recommendation?
This is a resolution. This is a
Okay.
resolution.
So here's what I propose. I propose we pass it as intended without Espanola and do the research and find out if there is an issue that merits being included on this, and we can bring it back and amend it moving forward. But
Would you consider that, Commissioner Fernandez? And if I find, I'll go speak to the restaurants on Espanola Way if they would like it too, which I'm sure they might say that they would. We can bring it forward and put it through the Finance Committee, find out the financial impact. But I would like to just pass this
Vice Mayor.
already, if possible.
Commissioner Forrest.
I think it's really bad precedent to be passing legislation on a business that has lobbied one of our commissioners to receive an abatement and only single out that business on that road. I think it's very dangerous. It's not good policy. I think we're trying to do mental gymnastics here that are really going to bite us in the future. And so I highly caution us to really think this one through.
Is there a business lobbying for this? Because I haven't been lobbying.
No, they did not lobby anyone except for the bid, and it was a casual conversation. And based on that conversation, I chose to take some action after speaking with several of the other business owners too. Like I said, this is a stopgap. I think we're a city in transition while the entire area is being rebuilt. So I also think that we have to be smart and understand that we have this massive convention center. People exit the convention center and they need a place to go. And so we'd like these cafes to stay open. So nothing exists in a vacuum. And a lot of these cafes are full, as you see, when the convention center is open, the cafes are full. And it's a nice business flow. And so for right now, if they're asking us, so that they can remain staffed in the off season when the convention center is sitting empty, I don't think that this is a ridiculous ask. Because I said, I think that the market is going to correct itself. I think it's important to understand the entire system. And that is why I'm putting this forward, because nothing exists in a vacuum. I'd like to move this item. I'm going to move it. Just in a second. A second. Really? So no, wait. I'm going to say it again. I would like to second this item to help our small businesses on Lincoln Road. Do I have a second?
Commissioner Dominguez.
Hi, Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez. This sounds like a very neat idea. I almost think we should approach it more like a small business can apply for a grant and the city administration reviews rather than a blanket abatement, because it's just not right.
Well, we have that. You know what we could do then? We only have $100,000 in our small business grant program. We could allocate more funds because businesses are going to apply for these grants. So if you would like, what we could do is allocate $100,000 to add to the small business grant, which is not only for restaurants. I believe it's for all small businesses, so that our hair salons stay open, so that so that restaurants like Carnitas or other restaurants. I mean, you know what? That's fine. I put this through. I am not wedded to it. I was trying to help Lincoln Road. I don't think they got their capital improvements like they should have. I think the businesses reached out to us and said, could you do anything to help? I think the compassionate and actually smart thing to do is to try to help. I don't think it's going to move the needle that much, but I think when you have the small business grant program and the abatement program, it offers some relief and it keeps people employed. If this body does not believe that that is important, I feel very badly, because I think that this is smart policy. As you can see, the county also agrees. They have a small mom and pop grant program also. But if this body doesn't agree, I will withdraw.
So let me just.
And we can die
Vice Mayor Bott.
without compassion.
Vice Mayor Bott.
I'm sorry, just a small aside, it makes me think of, you know, if you see an opera and at the last minute, the heroine who's dying of consumption, it's like floundering on the floor and then gets up and does a whole big aria because it was like the last dying gasp. We might be able to save this aria. Here's what I'm thinking. Jason, Mr. CFO, not to put you on the spot, but I'm going to put you on the spot. And I don't know if you have the answer. Oh, Heather, maybe you, between the two of you guys, somebody will know. The small business grants. No, I'm looking at Heather.
No, I
please.
know, maybe Tamika knows.
Oh, Tamika always knows everything. Tamika, no, I'm kidding. So the small business grant that we have, program that we have, is it funded, is it administered by Economic Development?
Yes.
It's $100,000 to cover the year?
Yes.
Do we use that money every year? Do we?
This is the first.
Oh, it's
Heather
new.
Shaw, Assistant Director of Economic Development. This is the first year we're doing it. And the grants are open for 2 months, where the purpose of it is to make sure that we have the grants, the applications open now so we can give the money to the businesses for the summer.
Okay.
But it's a one-time.
And so, do we have enough applicants?
We just opened 2 weeks ago on Valentine's Day, and it closes April 14th. So,
Okay.
and we have applications in, yes.
Okay, so this is what I would propose. I love this idea, Commissioner Dominguez, of doing it as a grant application as opposed to a blanket situation. And I think if we could expand what we're doing with the small business grants, or whatever the program's officially called, and let restaurants who may be affected by seasonality know that this is a thing. You apply now to get you through the tough months. And then those who need it can make a case for it, and it gets reviewed and vetted properly. And those who don't need it don't apply. And so I think that accomplishes your goal, Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez, and is a better financial steward for all of us. And, you know, it is a more equitable way of proceeding. And if you see, once this is communicated broadly, that there is a real influx, a real need, then we can come back as a body and say, you know what, maybe we extend this for a couple more months, maybe we add a little bit more to the pot, but at least we'll have some metrics and know where in the business, in the city it's coming from. And part of the application process should be, what is causing the hardship? Like, is it a crazy rent? Is it, you know, the chef passed away and so you're scrambling, like whatever, God forbid. But, you know, if people are saying, you know, I'm hampered by seasonality, or, you know, the businesses around me are closed and I'm waiting for them to open, like, it will be a great data collection vehicle as well for us. And I think we should take that information that we get from the applications and make sure that that it is widely disseminated for all of us so we can inform our policy decisions accordingly. But I think that would accomplish your goal. It would be equitable for those who need it, and we could not set a precedent that might go badly for us.
So this is for Lincoln Road. People can apply for this abatement, and as part of the application process, they have to answer certain questions, and then I guess economic development will either approve or deny.
This is with the current small business grant program, asks those questions. We ask, why do you
And
need
it's
the money?
citywide. She's saying,
yes.
in addition to this program, we're going to add on that people can apply for an abatement in the months that we specified in this program and go through a similar process to then get the abatement. Okay, instead of a blanket abatement, which I actually agree with, because I think that some of the businesses might not need the abatement and. What?
Yeah.
Okay, so if I make that motion, will somebody second it?
Well,
second.
Okay,
it
thank
looks
you,
like-
Commissioner Dominguez.
I guess one of the issues then is what the criteria would be, because this would be a new program we're creating here on the
would be-
floor we don't have criteria. So
Well-
when they apply, how would we know who to?
I think it's
get
not
it
a
and not
new
get it?
program, it's folding.
Folding the
It's
abatement?
folding it into the existing
The
program.
criteria for the
Right,
small
it's in the
business
same one.
program, and then there's criteria for the sidewalk construction, right? Or the abatement, I'm sorry, for the abatement. You have criteria for the abatement? I'm asking, but then we'd have to come up with.
I want to
unless you wanna use
explain,
the same.
you're raising water and sewer rates. You have pegged all of our fees to the CPI, something that we have never done before that Mitch Novick brought up. And we have this hyper seasonality, and we're suffering, and you see inflation. Jason, we have to, I understand that there is a hesitation to help the private sector, but I think we're facing some situations right now that are beyond normal. And I don't think that they're forevermore, but I would say that I cannot stand that we are going to raise water and sewer fees. Every single fee is going to be raised by 3%. I think that this is egregious stuff that is squeezing our small business community that is already suffering. So I don't agree with that. I find it upsetting that the administration disagreed with this. And one of the reasons why I propose this is because my entire life since I'm 20, I've kind of been in the restaurant business, and I've seen the hyper seasonality, but I've seen it grow worse and worse and worse. I'm no longer in the restaurant business right now, but I understand what they're going through. And one of the biggest problems is keeping staff. And if you really want people living in Flamingo Park to not have to leave Miami Beach, these small tweaks go a long way. So
I'm going to recognize our city attorney. I just changed your job description to city attorney.
It's okay.
Rick, congratulations, you're the new city manager.
I've always wanted to sit next to the city attorney.
But I will just say, you know, and we're going to have a much more robust discussion about the rate increases. But at the end of the day, you know, the city for 30 years has not increased the impact fees that we charge. We have major infrastructure projects that have to happen because flooding doesn't stop. And, you know, something has to give. Like you need to, so are we not going to fix the infrastructure? And you know, all the flooding that happens? So, but that is a different discussion for a different time. And it's not, Jason is doing this to us. It is, no, let me finish please. And then Eric, it is the role of government is to protect our residents. And if our residents are flooded out every time it rains during the summer, there is a problem. And we know that, what was the number? 50 to 80% of our pipes are at least 50 years old or something like that. I'm sure I'm not getting it right, but we need to fix it. And we can't just magic them up. We have to pay for them. So, you know, but it's a different conversation. So let's not conflate the two because it doesn't do any justice to what you're trying to accomplish, which is legitimate, and what needs to happen with a much more robust conversation where everybody's informed on the issues. So with all due respect, let's keep those two items separate. And now I'm going to, Eric had his light on for a while. So
if I can just ask a little bit of clarification on this and just 100% transparency. The administration understands the challenge of re-tenanting commercial spaces, and we're not trying to push anybody out of business here in the city of Miami Beach. What I would just like to understand is we're talking about, I guess, $100,000 of additional funding going into a small business grant program similar to the one that we already have, or are we adding it to the one that already exists? Or are we creating a restaurant version of that?
So my vision, and feel free to chime in, folks, but my vision was we take the program that we have and we expand the parameters of who can apply for what with the existing 100,000. And if towards the end of the open enrollment or application time, we see we have a run on it and they're like, you know, many more people applied for things and they have legitimate cases, then we can come back and add some funding if we need to. I'm not envisioning a separate program. I'm not envisioning adding money right now because we don't know if we'll even hit the $100,000 mark. So let's start with 100 with the existing program, maybe just expand the parameters of what it could cover. And then, you know, as we get closer to the end of April, when the program is closed down for applications, then we can evaluate: do we need to keep it going for another month? Do we need to add some money to the kitty?
But that isn't what. Okay, I thought that you were saying that there were two separate situations. We have the $100,000 in our small mom and pop grants for small businesses in our slow months, and then in addition to that. I thought that on Lincoln Road, sidewalk cafes could apply for an abatement throughout those months if they go through a similar process, but that is not coming out of the $100,000 in the small business program. That is just the city discounting fees. They're two different things. Do you understand?
Right.
One of them we're offering money to pay either for rent or employees. That's what the program says. We'll either pay, we'll either give money toward rent or toward employee, I believe, I think it's employees, payroll. Okay, so that is one program, and I think what you're suggesting is, and think we could just move this. It's for a couple of months. Sidewalk cafes that would like an abatement
Can apply.
can apply.
Okay.
But they're applying for discounted fees. That's not coming out of the $100,000.
And
Okay.
I think that's what the understanding is. We have the existing $100,000 citywide grant program, which is
Yeah.
set. And I think to the commissioner's point, it's correct. I'm not cutting a check, which would require
Right,
funding.
okay.
This is, I'm gonna get less revenue.
Right.
I guess the question is the item as it is now is for 1 year on Lincoln Road only would be a 50% discount during that 1 6-month period. I guess the question is, there seems to be some debate on if you're gonna put criteria on that. Are you gonna say that there's a maximum size, there's a revenue, size of building? So there seems to be talk about, did you wanna put a criteria, or is it blanket that everyone will get that discount during that period, which is with the item I believe that is presented?
I mean, my view is if we're trying to support the smaller businesses that need help, that we should have criteria that define what that is. I mean, what I don't want to have is the businesses that have opened up south of Fifth, you know, the multi-million-dollar build-outs.
This is only for
I
Lincoln
understand,
Road.
but just for argument's sake, to say, you know what, I want to get some rebates or abatement on my fees as well. So,
If I can, perhaps we could, if wanted, Edie could come back next month with some recommended criteria, talking to Public Works. If the intention is to keep the box not all of Lincoln Road, but a specific subset, if you give a little bit of feedback, Heather and Edie will take that information and could come back.
The
if you wanna
criteria
narrow it.
is Lincoln Road. We don't have to do 6 months. August, September, and October, which are our slower months, businesses can apply for an abatement or a discount for those months. And if they go through a process and they provide us this information, we will give the discount. By the way, Commissioner Bott, what you say makes a lot of sense because that way we're collecting data and we're not paying for a study. So let's say it's $100,000. If we had to do a study at FIU, it would cost us $100,000. So that would be the motion. Are you okay with that motion?
Without due respect, Commissioner, we have exemptions or exceptions even in the small business grant program. Not all businesses get it, so.
I understand that, but this is not the small business program. This is just Lincoln Road, sidewalk cafes, 3 months out of the year, the slowest months, discounting the fees by 50%. That's it.
If I may, the reason I had said 6 months is because the Public Works Department bills in 6 months. So if it's a 50% discount for that 3 months, effectively that 6-month bill would then be discounted by 25%.
That's all I wanted.
Yeah.
It doesn't have to be business doesn't drop off until when? It's July, right? August. Okay, July, we're still kind of soaring a little bit.
but
It's
so-
August, September, October.
right, but the issue is
Those are
that
the
that's
3
how it's
months.
billed. So I think we're in agreement on what the revised proposal will be, so I will move the item.
Second.
Should we call a vote?
Yes.
Call the vote.
I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, can we just Mr. City Clerk, can you please clarify what exactly we're voting on right now?
I have, go ahead.
Sure. So rather than having a program that would be open to all, or that would apply across the board to all sidewalk cafes or concessions on Lincoln Road, this will be a program that will require an application to receive the 50% discount during the months of August, September, and October. And a business will need to satisfy certain criteria that the Economic Development Department will develop and come back to Commission next month for your approval. And it will be a needs-based program. So if you're a business that can afford to pay during those months, then you will not get the abatement. But if you need the help, you'll get the help.
I don't think it needs to come back next month. I think we're just approving it and that's it. We already defined the parameters of the program. It's simple. Lincoln Road, sidewalk cafes, August, September, and October. That's it. What? Call the item. Let's call the vote.
Yeah, no, I think
I
that
think
they don't need to
I
apply.
would want to know what the qualifications are. I mean, just because you were on Lincoln Road, I don't know if that's
Just Lincoln Road, sidewalk cafes, those businesses that apply. And what we decided was it was important to collect the data. So the economic
I don't
development
think
is
it's a
going
good
to.
idea to rush this. I think we should have
Okay,
it go
then
through the
let's
process.
Bring
and
it
then
back
let's
next
bring it
month.
back next month,
Commissioner
and let's
Suarez.
not shoot
We'll
from the hip.
Bring it back next month. You're right. This is such a big item.
I think it's important. I
that
think it's
we
important to
should-
be. I think it's important to be
been at
responsible with
committee,
taxpayer money.
It's been around for a while. You had many opportunities to weigh in on this at every single moment. It was in committee for a couple of months. We discussed it at committee. We've discussed it here, but it's okay. We can bring it back next month, and that's fine. And I do hope that our small businesses across Miami Beach appreciate the effort of this entire body offering these subsidies and doing this work so that our businesses stay open as we transition and build more and go through this process. But you know, we're not making it easier for people. I'm going to say it one final time. All of our rates and increases are improving. Insurance prices have gone through the roof. Water and sewer is debilitatingly high for small businesses. And I do think that those businesses with great products will survive. But the question is, and the reason, and this doesn't really move the needle that much. I wish I could do more to help businesses, frankly. And we can't. We cannot determine what landlords are charging for rent as their costs go up. So, you know, so I don't think this is a time where we should be raising water and sewer. But Commissioner Bott, you bring up a great, you know, the property owners should be covering the water and sewer. But unfortunately, Commissioner Bott, they pass that on to the small business owners. So you'll see your water bill go from $1,000, and I don't know the exact specifics of the increase because I did not see it's not here yet. But if your water bill in a slow month goes from $1,000 to $1,500, it hurts. It hurts.
Yep.
50%. Well, no.
Well, no, it's 9%. Is it 9%?
I believe the water and sewer was 9%, right?
So it would go, let's say. it would go
1,090.
To how much?
1,090 in that scenario.
$1,090.
Okay, so not a 50% increase, but if your water bill goes up 10% and your insurance increase is 10%, and you know, and then we have other fees. I'm not quite sure. I can get a list probably from Jason of all the fees that we're increasing this year. But like Mitch Novick said before, normally we didn't just automatically increase fees like we are now doing. Normally there was a public conversation surrounding it and there was always a vote. And so if somebody brings forward an item that we have to vote on these increases rather than peg them to CPI, I am 100% in favor of that because we pay more than any other municipality in Miami-Dade County. It is expensive. Our real estate is expensive. Our insurance is more costly. Our real estate prices. Parking, it's impossible to do
Mr. Mayor,
businesses here.
and I think through, Mr. Attorney, correct me if I'm wrong, we have an item now that at the start of every budget season, I think it's an item that I brought forward, we need to get full disclosure on any and all rate and fee increases being proposed for the next fiscal year. Is that correct?
That is exactly correct.
All right, so that's an item that, and I see the CFO wants to speak on this. So when we start the budget, we won't be caught by surprise. It can't be buried in the book. The manager needs to give us a memo that delineates every single fee increase that's being proposed so that we can decide, do we want to support these fee increases or do we want to oppose these fee increases?
Correct, Commissioner, and that was your item, and we will, what will happen is in the June, July, budget workshops related to the one that'll be operational, budget, there will be an attachment to that budget memo that would have that attachment of all of those.
So that we can have that transparent discussion that you're talking about
Exactly.
fee increases.
Commissioner Suarez.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. You know, I don't want to get too off topic because we're talking about struggling small businesses. And I know this has been discussed earlier, but we're kind of just running around in circles when the real problem that we have is the economy. And you know, it's very easy to point fingers that we have hotels that are opening up or the convention center is not here. And our economy is cyclical and seasonal. You know, I truly believe that if you really want to have a transformative city in the next 10, 20, 30 years, something has to change. And that's why I'm bringing forward a legislation to put, you know, residential housing on the most struggling areas of our city, such as Lincoln Road and Washington Avenue. And that's going to completely change the dynamic of our economy. Instead of having vape shops and you know, touristic establishments, you're going to have grocery stores, you know, you're going to have stores and businesses that cater to a full-time resident crowd. So we look, you know, we can continue to go back and forth and try to nickel and dime, you know, the taxpayers and try to come up with these small little ideas to help businesses. But if you really want to really transform the city for the next generation, you gotta think a little bit bigger, and do what's right.
Wait, can I just? I would just like to, and I know we have to bring this into a landing, but I would like to say that prior to Chief Jones coming on board and our Breaking Up with Spring Break campaign, we had the worst PR in the entire world. And then we had that Breaking Up with Spring Break that went viral. We got a new police chief. We demanded police presence in areas. For years, we passed policies, right? All of us, Commissioner Fernandez, Mayor Minor, we passed these policies that eventually have now, they're taking effect. But the number one thing that influences everything is marketing. And what we've done so far, and what we kind of needed to do, was tell everybody, don't come here for spring break, because we can't control the crowds. So now, we are suffering because of our own marketing. It's not a bad thing, because it has gotten out of control. Now we have this, you know, another marketing campaign this year. Eventually, we're going to have to supplement with marketing that is positive, that says, come back to Miami Beach, and our businesses are going to fill right up. Just like we can tell people not to come, we can market away out of it and tell people to come. Okay, this is all marketing and perception. It's not about building, okay? I can guarantee you 100% it's not about density, okay? It's not build, build, build. I wouldn't mind a few projects if it was low scale, but you know, the fact that we can't get around is very, very frustrating. So while I understand this, and one thing, by the way, is, for example, our workforce housing on places like West Avenue, when we replace a building that has workforce housing with a luxury tower, that means that half the year those people aren't going to be here. So that contributes to the hyper seasonality. I would love to get on board with some sort of minimal density, or at least height, so that we're not cast in shadows and our beach isn't, you know, cast in shadows, because that's something that our residents would not appreciate. If we can find a product that is attractive to people, that's fine. But remember, we are coming out of a situation that had gotten out of control. It was a managed decline over many years to ruin our historic district so that they could redevelop it. And we're finally climbing our way out of it. And I would like to commend Chief Jones and our police department. I've never seen a police presence like the one that you have provided. You have done a great job. And also Melissa Berthier and your communications team, and Commissioners Fernandez and Suarez and Mayor Minor for what you have put forward. Mayor Minor with your prosecution stuff. Commissioner Suarez with his inflated parking, that really turned people away. It also made them mad, but you know what? We did not have any problems. And Commissioner Fernandez, I don't know how many ordinances you have passed on crime and curfews and everything that we've done. So it's been a collective effort. It's almost like we're in the ashes and we're emerging right now like a phoenix. And so we can define that. We can define that through marketing, and maybe what we need to do is explore different marketing campaigns to fill up our businesses. Maybe the $100,000 that we're going to give in small business grants, maybe we put that into a marketing campaign, and then the businesses fill up. So I'm going to work on something between now and the next meeting, and I'm glad we had this conversation because maybe $100,000 in a social media marketing campaign would be the elixir and not small business grants.
Thank you. Rick, where are we?
As I understand, the body is voting to request that the administration return with criteria. And I think the only thing you will vote on at that time will be to approve the criteria. Today, you're voting to approve this program, which would be to allow businesses or restaurants on Lincoln Road to apply for the abatement during the months of August, September, and October, 50% abatement of the concession fees. No, Jason? You want to clarify?
If the whole program has to come back, I would assume the item would just be heard and returned next month with some of the criteria
We'll bring it back next month with the criteria
And then
and
vote next
put
month.
it on the consent agenda. Unless Commissioner Suarez would like to, has issues with it. If he wants, we can have a sunshine meeting and discuss the criteria for the 3-month, 25%, 50% abatement for the sidewalk cafes, because I know that this is really upsetting him. So I will make myself available and I will speak with economic development. We will come back with criteria that everybody will love.
So I correct myself, nothing to vote on today.
So it's.
I think so.
So we're continuing the item till next month to March 19th, where criterias and a new resolution will be brought.
Sounds good.
Mr. Mayor, on a brighter note, I just want to mention that you already passed on C7Y as part of the consent agenda, a refresh of the Finding Your Wave campaign that we are going to be launching immediately after spring break this year. So,
Amazing. And I will mention, there is a lot of capital coming into our city. We have, I took a tour, I think I've mentioned this before, there's over $100 million of capital coming into Lincoln Road and new businesses and refurbishing of businesses. So it's, and I actually took a tour. It is spectacular what is going to be opening up fairly soon.
To that point, we actually have approved a specific economic development marketing budget to promote some of these initiatives that the mayor's highlighted. I know we're all excited to get working on that. So thank you all.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you all. I'm going to turn to several items relating to the Bikini Hostel. I'm going to call them all at the same time. In deference to Commissioner Magazine, who brought an item last month, I believe, Vice Mayor Bott, you're a co-sponsor. R9AB. Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez has an item R9AF. And Commissioner Fernandez has an informational report number 2 as well. I'm going to, since my colleagues brought the items, I actually have some strong thoughts and a potential proposal as well on this. I'll share, but I'll let you introduce the items, and then I want to hear from my colleagues.
And Mayor, just for PJ's, to put the item up, we're going to do it all under R9AB, discuss, take action, report on 1247 West Avenue, update on the current situation requested by Commissioner Magazine. We're hearing R9AF and report number 2.
So first, since you brought the item last month, Commissioner Magazine, I'll call on R9AB first.
Yeah, thank you for that, Mr. Mayor, and to all my colleagues, because this is something that we've all spent a huge amount of time on, a huge amount of brain power. Unfortunately, how our city works is we can't talk amongst each other except in publicly noticed meetings. So we don't really get that chance to kind of brainstorm together. And the intent of me putting this on last month was really just to get some information into the public atmosphere, right? Because we received so much incoming calls, emails, inquiries saying, why don't you do this? Why don't you do that? As our city attorney could attest, I'm not sure if there's been 2 consecutive days over the past couple of months that have went by where we haven't, discussed and talked about the current situation with the Bikini Hostel, what the city's options are. I almost just want to get some things out there into the public record that we're not just sitting back being reactive to the situation. Myself, my father's in the audience. The night that the homeless were dropped off, I was laying in bed with my daughter coloring at 9 p.m. on a Friday night and got that call from our city manager. Every single one of my colleagues, I believe, made a trip there at 10 p.m. on a Friday night, stayed until 1 p.m., and there's been numerous occasions where we have all, for different reasons, found ourselves there. So there's a lot going on behind the scenes. But if I could almost hand it over to the city attorney, not to be too short-winded, but to keep things concise, have we explored our options now and even historically? Because issues at the Bikini Hostel didn't just start arising when the homeless were busted. In fact, we just had this conversation. This has really been a plague on that neighborhood for years, well predating the arrival of the homeless people there, where there's not a single site in our city that had more calls for code compliance. There was a study done that over a 5-month period, all the different police and code compliance resources that had to respond to calls there totaled over $1 million. $1 million of taxpayer money for resources just to respond to the Bikini Hostel, and that is before the current situation here. So this has long been a problematic operator in our neighborhood, but this is a hard thing to say to my constituents, our constituents. There's limited levers that we have as a government to pull. Perhaps the mayor's smirking because he may come up with one, when he has his item read. But I'm just going to kick it over to the city attorney and just say, what are our options? And if there's limited, we need to be forthcoming and honest with the public about that.
Sure, and I think you set that up very or perfectly, because there are limited levers. The Bikini Hostel is operating within its permitted use, and we understand that the neighborhood is not necessarily happy about the current guests who are there, but they are not doing anything that is outside of what they are currently allowed to do. And I know that there have been code violations over the years. I believe that all of those, except one that might be pending currently, have been addressed or have been to the special magistrate. They may have paid fines, but there has never been anything that has amounted to something that would trigger a
I just want to
revocation.
tee up that I'm gonna challenge that in a bit when I talk.
Okay.
Okay.
Fair enough. And then in terms of prospective legislation, anything that we could come up with that might impact the uses would be prospective only. So what is existing there now would become, which I believe it is actually currently legal nonconforming. But any other changes we desire or the body desires to make would similarly be prospective. What I have shared with you, Commissioner Magazine, and with some of your colleagues, that I think the perhaps best option for a solution would be to find a diplomatic solution to negotiate with the folks who are bringing these individuals to the Bikini Hostel, to a residential neighborhood where arguably is not the best place or not the most suitable place, especially since some of them have jobs across the way and are not where they would like to be, which is closer to where they work. But legal options, there may be a couple of ideas that we can talk about today, but in terms of moving the needle, I think ultimately this is going to require a diplomatic solution.
Before I go, Commissioner Rosen-Gonzalez, you have an item. Did you want to speak?
So I was also there that night in November following the court case where Miami Beach won the option to not tax our local restaurants, the 1%. And so it was very bizarre that night when the homeless were literally bussed in at 9 o'clock at night. We got the phone call. They were confused themselves. They were literally ripped out of the Camillus house. They came holding their stuff in plastic bags. They weren't told why they had to leave. They had jobs nearby, and they were brought to this Bikini Hostel. I would like to know how the Bikini Hostel became conflated with zoning, because these are two mutually exclusive items. The Bikini Hostel is one item that we need to deal with separately. All of a sudden, it has to do with zoning, and they shouldn't be conflated. These are two separate items. I requested some numbers. Right now, that the police that we have stationed outside of the Bikini Hostel is costing us $35,000 per month to have that police car outside of the Bikini Hostel. And even though that police car is there, it's the whole atmosphere. That homeless population was at Camilla's house for a reason. There were rules. There was a curfew. There was no smoking or drinking. And now this population, which was already struggling to get their lives together and have jobs, now they have no rules. David Adams showed me a video that he went and took at the Bikini Hostel of all of these bikes that were painted black, which means that this population is going out and, there were a lot of bikes back there, okay? So we're getting theft in our community. As you can see, that a resident called in right now and said, that this population is gathering. And by the way, there's no common area except for on West Avenue. So the only place that this population has to go if they want to sit and talk to someone, there's no living room in the Bikini Hostel. It's tiny little cell-like rooms. And so they have to congregate in the street. So what do you have? In the middle of this residential neighborhood, you have a large homeless population. And why is that for an issue? Because number one, it was not zoned to be a homeless shelter. You have families and children that live in the surrounding area. And frankly, it doesn't belong there. And I see the tourists who are arriving at the Bikini Hostel, and we witnessed this that night in November. These young tourists came up, went in, and literally came out like running because they thought they were going to just a tourism hostel, and it wasn't. It was a homeless shelter. So we have to take action. And I think the first part of the action is to understand who approached the Bikini Hostel and why is a developer now purchasing that hostel? Are we being held hostage by the hostel for zoning? I mean, if we approve the zoning, does the homeless population go away? Because the two should not have anything to do with each other. And if anybody's going to purchase the Bikini Hostel at this point, I think that the city of Miami Beach should purchase it so that there is no conflict. So we have a situation here, and that's why I put this on the agenda, and I would like to understand from the administration what we can do to relocate this homeless population to a facility with common areas, with proper meals and nutrition, because right now they're getting pizza every day. I see it. They're living on junk food, cheap fast food. There's no rules. There's a bar next door. I mean, this is not how you rehabilitate people. This is the anti-rehabilitation. So what are we going to do? And I think we have to take every action possible so that this population is relocated to a facility that can meet their needs.
No, thank you for that, and I agree. I'm going to make a proposal in a minute. So I just want to tee it up. I think we kind of have said it, but again, to quickly recap, there was a voter referendum item that would add a 1% tax to our certain restaurants. Would have made us the highest tax in the city. I believe you and I, Commissioner Rosa-Gonzalez and I, had voted no on that a couple of years ago to that tax, but it did pass that current commission. Commissioner Suarez brought an item which our commission passed to remove it from the voter referendum, and we basically won in court. And shortly thereafter, although the Homeless Trust denies it, but you can put two and two together. All of a sudden, for the first time ever, we had homeless individuals being brought in, as you mentioned, sort of without their even knowledge, coming into our city. And I'll add that after that vote, moving the voter referendum, I got calls from, not residents. You would think residents would be upset maybe, and some probably were. I heard from some that the voter referendum was taken off, but most people, that wasn't the issue. It was political players, mostly from the county level, that no person should ever receive. I'll call them threats, what they were. And what it showed to me, this wasn't a level of caring. We know the difference. Everybody knows the difference. There's nothing special about us. I mean, we're elected. You know the difference when you're getting a call because someone is sincere and compassionate, and when you get a call because there is big money involved. And that was what's going on here. So let's not let that is absolutely, this is big money business. We ended up coming together as a commission and voting to use convention center hotel money. Basically, we made the county and the Homeless Trust whole. We did that. But yet, the homeless individuals who are in the Bikini Hostel are still there. I've met with leadership in the county mayor, the chair. I mean, I literally have met with everybody. I think a lot of my colleagues have as well. And I don't want to repeat conversations. Not everybody said the same thing. You know what's interesting? You know what's interesting? What I hear? I'm like, there's no way this homeless trust can just make these decisions and pretty much everyone says, oh no, the homeless trust and Ron Book, he's actually one of the most powerful people in the state of Florida. Nobody wants to try to buck him. But yet our commission is trying to find a way out of this. And I try to negotiate with them. And I actually visited the Bikini Hostel. I've been there, I've visited before, but I went last week. There's an open bar. Besides the open bar, there are little fridges in the lobby, in the main area, that have alcohol in it. I mean, I don't even know how it's legal to have homeless individuals who are going through, and by the way, you see the social workers sitting literally on the sidewalk from social services, trying to help them, and because there's no place to go. I mean, it's just a completely inappropriate place. And also in the middle of a residential area, near one of our major parks, Flamingo Park, it's if you saw this in a movie, you probably wouldn't believe it that it's so. And you know, they argue, the homeless trust will argue, well, the individuals are basically seeking employment. It's the lowest level. They're not criminals. They don't have a criminal record. But even putting that aside, recently ICE actually was about to send someone there who had a serious sexual offender history. They called the homeless trust, and my understanding is they intervened and told them not to send them there. But that's the point. People are viewing this, the federal government was viewing this as a place where that would be appropriate to bring. It's just a matter of time before a major incident happens, and it behooves us to make sure that we prevent that. I actually tried to negotiate with the homeless trust that, now remember, these individuals that came were from the city of Miami, paid for by they were in Camilla's house. There's a whole lot of history there. They raised their rates. Our homeless outreach director, Alba, just negotiated and reduced the negotiated rate significantly from, like, I think $70 or to about $57. It used to be in the 30s. My understanding is right now they're paying $37. The homeless trust is paying about $37. Sorry if I'm getting a couple of the dollars off, but this is the information that was provided to me. So basically what I offered, and obviously when I say offered subject to commission approval, was that we would pay the difference. And these individuals would go to a place that is more appropriate, like Camilla's house, that is appropriate for their situation to help them, and not sit on the side of a curb in West Avenue with a social worker on a little chair and a desk, and not even a desk, like a little table that's ricketing back and forth. I mean, and with a bar, as you've heard, literally multiple bars. It's so absurd to watch this scene. So I offered that I offered $100,000, and it basically there's nobody to negotiate with there. I mean, they came back like $100,000 a month as a start. I mean, it was so absurd. What I say in my proposal is we allocate $100,000. We're paying, as Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez said, we're paying $35,000 a month for the police officer to begin with. We pay the $100,000 to pay for how time that uses. It's about 6 months. That would pay for about 6 months. They go to somewhere more appropriate. We give the proper notice to these individuals, explain to them, unlike what happened last time, we explain to them why we're doing this, what's going to happen. We give them appropriate notice. Most of them, I think, are going to be happy to go back. It's closer to their potential employment or potential employment. And now, obviously, the pitfall in this is the homeless trust can turn around and send people back to Bikini Hostel. And my proposal would be that we block them from doing that and go to court if necessary. And I believe we would win, because this facility is not a homeless shelter in no way, shape, or form. And I find it hard to believe that a judge would order these individuals. It is not compassionate to these individuals. You know, it's funny, we get a lot of heat sometimes as a body here because we've put stringent enforcement measures. There's no sleeping in public. We offer you the shelter and the help, which we don't have to do under Supreme Court law, but we do. We offer you, but if you don't take it, you're going to be arrested. And we get some heat from that, but that's okay. Our residents like it. It's good. And that's why, by the way, it's one of the reasons we went from 250 homeless people a couple of years ago, and now we're about 105. So that's compassionate, and that we spend millions of dollars to provide services. What's not compassionate is to get back at us for a decision they didn't like. You now have homeless individuals in a bar. It's called the Bikini Hostel for a reason. Look it up online. Look it up online. It is a bar. That's my proposal. $100,000. We get them the services they need at Camilla's house, and if the homeless trust turns around and sends them back, we block it and use the legal mechanisms we have at our disposal to enforce it.
Mr. Mayor, I just,
Commissioner Fernandez.
I agree with that. I completely agree with that. What ability do we have as a city to regulate temporary or transitional housing or usage of facilities like the Bikini Hostel or other hostels as temporary housing? Do we have the ability to regulate that?
Well, I'm gonna ask Nick Kalergis to come to the podium, but as I understand, the use that they have currently is a hotel use. And the fact that these individuals are living there transitionally doesn't affect the use and the legality of the use. But Nick, please elaborate.
But the problem is, it's the duration of the tenancy there. And so that's part of the challenge is that because of the duration of the tenancy, it's become a makeshift shelter without providing the supportive services that would be dignified for a homeless population. And so what ability do we have to regulate the duration of tenancy? And could we bring, a first reading ordinance at the next meeting regarding that?
Commissioner, I don't think we have authority to regulate duration of the tenancy. I think that the Bikini Hostel is licensed as a transient lodging establishment, and people can stay for a few nights at a time, or could stay for a few months at a time. The issue here is that as a zoning matter, the individuals who are living at the Bikini Hostel are like hotel guests in some regards, in that someone is paying for them to stay there on a slightly longer period of time than your average hotel guest. But
but then how do we differentiate between hotel and hostel uses and an apartment building? Like why can't we set a limit as to the amount of time that someone can stay at a facility like this?
We are, except for, there are certain exceptions, but we are generally preempted from regulating public transit lodging establishments. I think that the question here is probably not how long the stays are, but rather what services are being provided here. And if we had evidence to think that there were other, let's say, medical services being provided here, other rehabilitative services that might exceed what they're allowed to do as a zoning matter, then that's something that we could take enforcement action on. If we had reason to suspect that there was criminal activity, we could take enforcement action. If they had code violations, we can take enforcement action. But I think just the fact that that the individuals are staying there overnight for a longer period of time, I don't think that alone is outside the bounds of a hostel or hotel use.
Yeah, I promised Vice Mayor Bott and then Commissioner Rosenthal.
I've got 2 points to make. First of all, I forwarded information to Chief Jones about the apparent bicycle chop shop that's going on at the Bikini Hostel. I'm sure not every single person who's staying there is involved, but it is happening. That is illegal activity, and we need to be getting to the bottom of it yesterday. And if that is enough to get that poor operator shut down, have at it. The other thing I want to mention is, the Bikini Hostel has lousy reviews online, has for years. I can only imagine how much worse they will be, and I haven't looked. My fault. I should have. You're 18 years old. You're a freshman in college. You're showing up for your first spring break in Miami Beach, and you made your reservation, and you walk through a gauntlet of people who have temporary housing there. And it's fine. And they might all be lovely people. I'm sure most of them are, as any group of people. Most people are lovely. You did not have the right to make an informed decision on where you'd be staying, in what conditions you'd be staying, the way that any other business needs to share information about what happens there. Businesses let you know if they have, nightclubs in their facility, you can make an informed decision of, you know what, this trip I'm feeling a nightclub kind of vibe. The next trip you might be feeling a spa retreat kind of vibe and go someplace else. But this business is not clearly communicating what its offerings are. And so people are coming unawares. And I will tell you that as we head into silly season of the month of March, and people do things they might not normally do on vacation in Miami Beach, not only is it going to be bad for the homeless population that's trying to find their path forward, because having a bunch of, scantily clad, very drunk patrons gallivanting around the adjacent hotel, or the bar, restaurant that is part of the property, can't be good. And the fact that this business does not have the courtesy to inform prospective patrons of what its current conditions are, I think is a problem. And I turn to you and to our city attorney to advise on how we can hold them accountable for sharing the accurate descriptions of what they offer. I mean, if you said that you're a vegetarian restaurant and you offer nothing but steak, that's not great. That's a terrible analogy. I take that back. But clarity in communicating what the current conditions of your business are.
And I think, Commissioner, Vice Mayor, assuming we could legislate in that realm, it would need to apply to a class of establishments. And I think the only thing that I'm aware of as of now that separates Bikini Hostel from other similar hotels or other transient establishments in the city is that they are a recipient of county hotel, motel, temporary housing funds. And so I think the question would be, the question you're asking is, could we require a disclosure on their website or advertising materials that they are a participant in the program? That's something we will need to look at.
Well, I don't have a problem with having it be a wider classification. I mean, if there are other businesses who are claiming to be doing one thing but are actually doing another thing, they should put that out in the public realm as well. I mean, there should be transparency in all, if you remember from the planning board when that business came before us and said they wanted different parking or different hours, I forget what they were looking for, and they're like, no, we're a restaurant, really, we're a restaurant. But they were open till 5, and I think my line was, I looked at their social media feed, and I said, I see a lot of breasts on your social media feeds, but none of them are chicken breasts, so I'm not sure you're actually a restaurant. And they ended up closing down because they were claiming to be one thing, but they were definitely another thing. So I have no issue. If we have other bad actors in the city who are claiming to be one thing and being another thing, then let's have them disclose that as well.
Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
That is a very good idea, but I think we need to take stricter action. And I think $100,000 is too generous. Alba, how many beds could you get us right now if we said to you that we needed 50 beds at Camilla's House, Salvation Army, whatever you can put together, 50 beds for 2 weeks? Could you do that? Could you get that for us?
Hi, good afternoon. Alba Tarrea, Office of Housing and Community Services. That would be something that I would need to speak to the providers on, because that would obviously be a large sum of beds coming online rather quickly for a short period of time.
Okay, thank you. I think that we need to go in, revoke the BTR because they are operating as a homeless shelter. They are not operating as a hotel. They are a recipient of public funds, and by the way, the compassionate thing to do is to relocate them, especially as it gets hotter. There's no common area except for the area outside. They have nowhere to go. What, are they going to sit in those tiny little rooms in the Bikini Hostel? They can't. They're not getting nutritious food. They have no rules. And when the Bikini Hostel, let's take them to court. Let's go to court and let's fight it and say they are not operating as a vacation hostel. They're operating as a homeless shelter in the middle. They're operating as a homeless shelter in the middle of a residential neighborhood with no oversight. no rules, and no oversight. And that is unacceptable. I remember in North Beach when we had an addiction recovery center that wanted to come online. Do you remember this, Eric? We fought and we were able to say, you're not bringing that facility to North Beach. And we were able to save that residential neighborhood from having, you know, a use in the middle of a neighborhood that was threatening the public safety. So I think that we should do this. I mean, I agree with your plan, but I think we should have 2 weeks of beds, because these are really not our homeless. These are City of Miami's homeless that they brought to us, right? And go in and revoke it, because it is not the use. It is like Commissioner Bott said. It is not the use that they are claiming to have right now. And I think that a judge will 100% side with us when they see what's happened and they see the retribution, they see the change of uses with absolutely no oversight. And by the way, the compassionate thing to do is to get these individuals into a place with proper meals, close to where they work, and let's take them back to City of Miami. Could you do that, Eric? Would you be able to go in, revoke the BTR, offer them beds? We will get you beds for 2 weeks, and let's bring them back to City of Miami, where this population came from. I do believe we would win in court. A shelter, okay. We will take them back to Camilla's house. We will purchase beds for 2 weeks for them, and then let City of Miami take over, because aren't they subsidizing us right now, Alba? Isn't City of Miami paying for some transportation and things like that?
The City of Miami participates in the hotel motel program, so that's where they're getting their funding for the clients at the Bikini Hostel.
Okay, so City of Miami does recognize, and City of Miami could be part of this lawsuit too, Rick. I think that we owe it to the residents of this neighborhood, and we owe it to the residents of the Bikini Hostel, because it is not fair that they don't have any air-conditioned space to be in. We need to act now before it gets too hot. I don't know where they're going to go midday, because it's so crowded inside. And I think we need to react now before the summer months come. And it's raining outside. Where are they going to go? There's nowhere for them to go.
I want to follow up on your question. Would you be willing to revoke the BTR? And B, could we legislatively force that? I say my proposal, I believe we can do legislatively. That's why I'm asking whether we can do that.
As a public nuisance, possibly.
So I am not aware of a situation where we have revoked a BTR in the past absent criminal activity on the property, but I would obviously have to confer with our city attorney and make sure that we're all on the same page as to what's there and what is within the confines of the allowable reasons for revocation of a BTR before we would proceed with something like that.
Mr. Mayor,
Yeah.
if I could be recognized.
Commissioner Fernandez. I'm
Thank
sorry,
you.
I actually did, I promise.
Well, it's aligned with what the manager is mentioning, because PJ, did you get the email from Monica? Just because I think we need to be aware of what's happening there, because I think we all want to be compassionate. We understand the situation. We want to get these individuals in the right place. But here we go. This is what's happening at the hostel right now, and in response to what the manager was asking. This is a review for someone that stayed there. If I could give it 0 stars, I would. Staff seemed fairly annoyed when I arrived. I'm told I'm in 17C, can't find the room, and I go into the office and ask where the room was. Office guy couldn't find it. After going back downstairs, he finally realized what room it was. I left my door open as I planned on leaving very shortly after, like I was going to change shoes and then leave. Then this guy next door comes over. He asked if I smoked weed, and I told him no. He then processed to shut the door. I'm already freaked out. Then he's wanting to do some more inappropriate stuff, trying to keep this PG. And then he started to touch my feet, and I told him no probably 10 times. After he finally leaves, I go down to the office and tell them what happened and said either he's leaving or I am. The staff tells him not to do it again. That's not going to stop him. I told them I'm leaving because I don't feel safe. they seemed annoyed. It's like, no, you didn't handle the situation at all. Only pro would have been was fairly close to the beach, but whatever. Listen to what our visitors are experiencing there. They're being asked if they smoke weed, and it's touched inappropriately by people staying there. How do we not investigate this as a public safety situation to residents, to visitors who are innocently coming into our city? I mean, this place is operating. Whether we like spring break or not, we know that people do come here for spring break. We are a destination. And we're going to have college kids staying here in a place where online, people are writing that people are walking into their rooms uninvited, asking them if they smoke weed, and touching them. How is this not a public safety situation? It is a public safety situation. We need to find these reviews, read them, and investigate them. And there's others. There's another one by a man named Juan Cuervo that wrote, "Only drug addicts, alcoholics, and thieves live there." Thieves. I mean, like, can you imagine the experience that this person must have had?
I want to give everyone a chance.
And so I really feel the homeless individuals need to go to a dignified place that's appropriate for them. And I don't know if this activity is being done by the homeless individuals or not, but something really bad and really wrong is happening here. And it's being written about online, and it needs to be investigated and looked at because people are saying that it's not safe for them. And we owe a responsibility to these visitors, whether it's them or people who might be sending their college kids here in the future, to make sure that no one gets touched or offered the things that they've been offered in the reviews that's being written about online.
Commissioner Dominguez.
Thank you. So I've had multiple conversations with the city manager and the city attorney's office saying hostels are known for having kids come from all over the world, young people, to stay here, and we are having them stay with the homeless people that are trying to get back on their feet and may have jobs someplace else. And as Commissioner Fernandez just stated, the people that are coming do not feel safe. At this point, enough is enough. I agree with the mayor, and if we get sued, I think we will win, because what's happening is wrong, and there are bad things happening there, and we need to stop it immediately. Revoke the BTR, stop the use, end it. Enough is enough. We can't wait and have a tragedy and then say, well, there was nothing we could do. Yes, we can do something, and if they sue us, I think we'll win.
Thank you. Commissioner Bott, and then Commissioner Magazine.
I wanted to just clarify that I wasn't proposing that the clear communication of what they offered was a solution. It is in addition to everything we do, something possibly that could happen faster, whatever. I am online now looking at reviews, and the things that are being, I would say, I would send code in for starters. Because it seems like they are not operating a sanitary facility. The place smells like pee. I mean, there's all kinds of things. Just going through the reviews, it would constitute a laundry list of reasons to go in and close them down, that they are not offering refunds, that they are promising one thing and delivering another. That is bad business practice, and I don't think we want to be known as a city that endorses, supports, or allows businesses that do not operate in a ethical manner. I mean, I think sometimes you get the one silver bullet that is the thing that provides the solution to the problem. Sometimes you have to do what I call the Swiss cheese theory of governance, which is by itself, one slice of Swiss cheese won't fix it, but when you stack up those slices of Swiss cheese, it makes a solid block. And I think we need to approach this that way. And, with all avenues to be explored, inappropriate touching, bicycle chop shop, code violations, unethical business practices. To me, that's a laundry list of things that could be used to put the brakes on this, in addition to other things being proposed.
Commissioner Magazine.
Yeah, and I couldn't agree more. This needs to be gone from our neighborhoods. It's the neighborhood I live in with my 8-year-old daughter. And on Valentine's evening, we were driving past this, and there was a commotion outside, and there was a large group, 5 people that were outside, 2 of them children with all of their belongings in a bag. And my daughter and I went up to speak to them, didn't speak English well. One wanted to welcome them to Miami under unfortunate circumstances, but it's no way to live. And I called the city manager right away, and we thought it was the homeless trust that was sending people there, but it's not. What's happened is this is essentially persisted for so long. Word is getting out on the street, and these were just normal, not normal. These were just homeless people not affiliated with the homeless trust that were over in the city of Miami and got a ride over here, not through any government, not through any type of service, because they had heard the word on the street is Miami Beach now has a homeless shelter. And the cruel irony in this was that homeless shelter was actually full for the night. So these 5 people with all of their belongings, an 8-year-old and 11-year-old, were going to sleep outside on West Avenue until our own homeless resources and our police were able to get them immediate and temporary relief. But absent that, the word's getting out, so it's not just the homeless trust that is bringing people over here now. We're being known as operating the de facto homeless shelter on West Avenue. That cannot be allowed. The longer this becomes ingrained in our city, the longer, the more consequences and the more compounding is going to happen. So, Mr. Mayor, I'm going to move your item for the $100,000. I do think that is it just gives us a little bit of breathing room, and we need to really discuss longer term solutions, because what I don't want to do is play whack-a-mole for the remainder of the year, the term. Our neighborhood deserves better. The people that are temporarily staying there deserve better. But the 87,000 constituents I represent, we all represent, and especially those that live on West Avenue, driving past there every single day, it is not a compatible usage for the neighborhood. So I'm going to move your proposal to take care of this in the short term, but I think we need to be serious adults for how we operate and manage this going forward.
I think you can have a stronger motion. I think the motion should be to revoke the BTR effective immediately and allocate $100,000 to any cost associated with it. Revoke the BTR immediately as a public safety hazard and nuisance. I think that should be the motion, and allocate $100,000 for whatever costs are associated with getting beds for anybody who is left out in the street.
And maybe I'll defer to legal here, because I think that's all the direction we wanted to go. But if you tell me there's nothing to be concerned about us sitting here talking and giving directives for that, but I think we crossed into some pretty hairy territory.
Yes, thank you. I was going to ask the chair to speak because the commission cannot direct the revocation of BTR. Only the city manager can revoke a BTR, and it has to be in accordance with our code and certain criteria that have to be established. I don't think that at least we have developed that criteria yet, but the review that Commissioner Fernandez posted may be a sign that there's more information that can be gathered to provide the basis for the city manager to make a determination in accordance with the code. But the commission, unfortunately, is not in a position to just decide to, as much as, we understand the urgency of the situation and that something needs to happen, but we want to do things correctly so that whatever action we take is a lasting, is a lasting solution and not one which we will fail at.
Commissioner, I like your idea. I'm happy to amend the motion that basically my motion that Commissioner Magazine made, but I don't want to mandate it because I'm not sure we can. I would like to word it in a way that we're urging our city manager to do it if possible. But everything else that I mentioned, we can do.
Can we, if I may, Mr. Mayor?
Sure.
Support the motion that Commissioner Magazine has placed on the table, which is moving what you've proposed, in addition to urging the administration to investigate the complaints and the concerns about public safety that have been made public and part of the record that is going on at the Bikini Hostel, urging the city administration to further investigate these to determine whether it may or may not be necessary to take further action, such as the revocation of the BTR as a result of it. Can we do that, Mr. Attorney?
Yes,
Would that be the more appropriate
That would
thing to
be appropriate.
And the reason why the 100th, and I understand, believe me, it took me a little while to get there myself, the 100,000. The reason why I'm proposing that is because if we do a short time period, I'm afraid that the Homeless Trust will just turn around after a week or two and send individuals back. As Commissioner Magazine said, we don't want this, it's sort of getting sort of ingrained and accepted that this homeless shelter is there. This covers almost 6 months worth. I think any court would look at it and say, we're paying for this. If the Homeless Trust tries to turn around after a couple days, a week, a month, and then just send people back, well, like, what are we paying for? Right? I mean, at that point, and that's part of the motion, is that we would stop paying and that we would block it and use all legal remedies. I mean, this is not a homeless shelter. I'm pretty confident if we examine these statutes as to what is appropriate for use as a homeless shelter, this is not it.
Mr. Mayor. So just to clarify, the $100,000 is to book rooms at the Bikini Hostel or to relocate the homeless individuals?
Relocate. It's to pay the differential.
The current.
The current differential, because we negotiate, well, I'll give Alba the credit. She negotiated them down to $57. It's a rough estimate because I'm being told they're paying $37.50 a night at the Bikini Hostel, so this would pay the difference. And if you do the math, it covers about 6 months worth.
What happens if the Homeless Trust says, well, we've got more homeless people to send your way?
We stop payment immediately.
Well, wait a second.
And go to court.
No.
Hold on, like, please. I'm just trying to get the facts. Mr. City Attorney, can the homeless, right now, the way this is written, if the current individuals right now at the Bikini Hostel, if they get relocated because we're now paying the difference for at a more appropriate place, what exactly is our fallback if the Homeless Trust decides to send a different set of people to the shelter?
I think well, as I've mentioned before, I think the diplomatic solution with the Homeless Trust to ensure that that does not happen would be ideal. Barring that, I would rather not.
I tried.
Barring that, I would rather not discuss what litigation strategies we may pursue in the event that were to come to happen.
Can I say something?
Are you done, Commissioner Suarez?
Yeah, so maybe I can ask the sponsor. What does stop them from just sending a new set of homeless people to, or the people that fit the criteria to be in the Bikini Hostel? What is stopping them?
In theory, nothing, but there's nothing, we would stop paying what we're paying. We don't have to pay for those beds where we are choosing to do that. Obviously, I mean, pending a vote.
Yeah,
we would stop paying for it, and also, I mean, I think it would look pretty ridiculous for them to do that.
Yeah, but unfortunately, we're dealing with people who have no morals, who handle the Homeless Trust, and they're using the most vulnerable people as political pawns. I'm just a little concerned that that they would do that, because in reality, these are the most struggling people, and I was there when they first got there. They didn't know about it. They were given an hour notice and a garbage bag to put all their stuff in there. What I don't want to happen is they get sent to another place, and then they get moved around again. It's just I just want to be careful about what we're doing to the people there, because they're not necessarily homeless. They're trying to get back on their feet. At least the ones that I met. I don't know the current ones there now. I'm going to be supportive, but I have almost no faith in the leadership at the Homeless Trust. Obviously, they've been caught lying and are very disingenuous, especially to the city of Miami Beach. So I think it's something worth trying, and hopefully there's going to be a positive direction.
Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
Okay, I think the allocation of the funding is a great idea, but I disagree that there's a diplomatic situation with the homeless trust. And I do feel that there's illegal activity and dangerous activity happening in violation of our code at the Bikini Hostel. And because they're in violation of our code, I think we need to urge the administration, effective immediately, to revoke the BTR at the Bikini Hostel. That is a remedy, and that is the compassionate remedy, because it's taking vulnerable people who the homeless trust has put in a situation where they will fail, and they will drink and not show up to work, and there is no oversight, and there is no healthy food. It is not operating as a Bikini Hostel. It is operating as a homeless shelter, and it does not have the capacity to operate as a homeless shelter. And as Commissioner Fernandez has shown with that review, there is dangerous and illegal activity happening at the Bikini Hostel. So in addition, while I think that, yes, so I think our motion should be to urge the administration to revoke this BTR effective immediately. They are violating our code.
I'll make that friendly amendment. I like the way you worded it. I didn't want to mandate it because I don't think we can, but urging. I love the way you said that, and I will accept that friendly amendment. By the way, I second your motion.
If I may, Mr. Mayor, let me ask
For
you
anybody
this.
watching, by the way, I can't move the items as the chair. That's why I always rely on my colleagues on my items.
You could always pass the gavel to the vice mayor, and then you could move.
I could,
you
but
move
I
your
just
item.
luckily Commissioner Magazine stepped up. But I'll second it.
Mr. Mayor, since we're coming in and we're putting our taxpayers' dollars on the line, just following on the thought of my colleague Commissioner Suarez, could we, if we're paying the differential, why wouldn't we want to try to get an agreement from the trust that they wouldn't be placing more individuals at the Bikini Hostel?
So,
or somewhere else that would be inappropriate.
and I think maybe we could put that in this motion as well.
I think
I'm just telling you, I tried, and maybe somebody else will be more successful. Maybe our city manager will be more successful. I based on the negotiations, I don't feel there's any partner to negotiate with.
But you see, that to me is very concerning. That to me is telling me that not only did we agree to give them, what is it, on an annual basis, Mr. Manager, how much did we agree to give them? $4 million on an annual basis?
I believe it's between 4 and 5 with a floor of 4.
Okay, so we agreed to give them on an annual basis $4 or $5 million. But we're saying we're coming in to cover the differential, and they're not willing to close that door, that they want to keep the door open to use inappropriate facilities that don't have supportive services, that don't have case management, that don't have medical services for homeless individuals. That to me is a concerning part. That to me is the very concerning part, that we're going to be putting this money there in addition to the $4 million that we already committed to, and they're not willing to close that door. And
I share your sentiment.
And so are we gonna just, send 50 to Camilla's house, or 30? How many individuals do we have now at the house? I think it's 30.
When I spoke with the homeless trust just today, they didn't have an exact number, but they thought it was more than 30.
So 30.
100.
What's that?
It's Alba.
Alba, how many individuals do we have there?
I believe the range is in the 100.
100.
I believe so. They've, not only have the people from Camilla's house been placed, but they have placed other individuals there after. City of Miami is providing placement, as well as Hermanos de la Calle.
What do you mean City of Miami is providing placement? City of Miami is placement here?
Placing clients in the Bikini Hostel, as well as another provider called Hermanos de la Calle.
So it's grown.
Yes.
If I could.
Excuse me.
By the way,
wasn't
your
the
expression
agreement-
is priceless.
wasn't the agreement to be 50 people, max? Or not the
What agreement?
Not, I mischaracterized what it was. Didn't they tell us that it was going to be not more than 50 people? How is it doubled?
The Bikini Hostel is a participant in the Hotel Motel program, and from my understanding, they have, the Homeless Trust has beds there, and I believe that the amount is about 150 beds. Not all of the beds are occupied at the moment.
And here's the other problematic thing that could result in this is, and it's awful to even think about rewarding bad operators, but do we think about some sort of buyout of the Bikini Hostel for a month or two? Because if we take away, essentially, they're not looking at these as human beings. They're looking at this as a revenue source. And if we take away that revenue source from them, they're not just going to sit back and say, oh, okay, Miami Beach got us here, right? They're going to essentially look to refill that revenue source. It could be from a homeless program in Broward County. It could be for spring breakers sitting out drinking tequila in the courtyard until 5 a.m. You know, we need to get rid of the immediate problem, but the longer issue still festers. And similar to you, Commissioner Fernandez, I'm going to support the motion, but just thinking through things, you know, the reservation lies in, okay, well, we get rid of, we replace, or we help move the people that are there now. But there's going to be something that comes in and fills that void or vacuum.
And how do we?
I did just get a text from the Homeless Trust. There's 103 individuals there right now. That's what they said.
103.
Of all the things that they've decided to talk about,
103.
that's what they opine on.
Just
You know, I just have to say, I am so disappointed. I really am so disappointed because this body, you know, I didn't agree with with some of the actions of this body, but creative solutions were found. And I stand by the decision of our city. You know, I didn't agree with one decision, but a creative avenue was found to provide funding to the Homeless Trust to address the needs. And we agreed to provide $4 to $5 million a year as a base. And I was told, I was guaranteed by people who I thought could be respected, that this was a temporary arrangement and that the population would not grow. And it's multiplied. It is multiplied. And so how do we now use our taxpayers' dollars to go and fund these beds at Camilo's house and think that we're not going to be taken advantage of again? That they're not going to go to another hostel, that they're not going to go to another space. We need I strongly feel now that we need an agreement. We need an agreement with them that you know, and maybe we need to go, you know, beyond the trust. I don't know what authority the county commission has. I don't know, but this is a problem.
Yeah, and that's why I
May I-
mentioned in my conversations, I don't see anyone who wants to take this on. I give each one of us credit because we're unified here. We're just trying to find the solution. But like literally, I don't hear anybody else. There was one county commissioner who was, and that has changed. These are powerful players, and we seem to be the only one willing to stand up. I literally, I said it before, I'll say it again. I literally been told, like, there's got to be somebody who could step up, like Mayor. He's literally one of the most powerful people in Florida. So nobody wants to take it on. But I think we have the facts and the law on our side here, and that's why I'm moving this forward, and I think we're in a good place as a body to do something.
Mr. Mayor.
Wait, I promise Commissioner Suarez and then Commissioner Rosen.
Couple things. I wanted to show a video, but before I do, you know, let me show the video while PJ, can you put up the video? This is what David Adams posted today. You know, they're What caught my attention, all those beds. Certainly looks like they're going to be expanding. Okay, PJ, you can sit down. So I think what would be prudent with especially with taxpayer money. I don't know how my colleagues feel about this. I think what we should do is we should urge the city commission, urge the city manager to aggressively find out if there are any criminal activities at the Bikini Hostel, and possibly revoke their BTR, and come back at the next commission with some findings, and then at that point, let us have another month to decide if we want to use $100,000 of taxpayer money to subsidize the relocation. Because the more I think about it, on how this homeless trust is operating and who it's being operated by, I just have no confidence that they're going to act in good faith.
Every single day that you allow that place to operate, there is criminal activity happening. The other night, when I was walking down West Avenue on my way to the meeting, one of the gentlemen outside of the Bikini Hostel started to follow me and strike up a conversation. There are children living in the surrounding area. There is a reason why Camilla's House has a curfew and has rules. I think that there is a danger. And if you allow 30 days to go by and do nothing, you will allow this expansion. So I would say that the urging needs to be that this property is in violation of our code, and we should urge the administration, effective immediately, to revoke the BTR before this grows to 150 homeless individuals, which is what's going to happen after the homeless trust see this meeting. And let's go in front of a judge and let's show him the reviews online. Let's show him the footage of what's happening. Commissioner Magazine just showed me a video of his daughter being followed down the street, and the look on, so yeah, there's.
That's what I just proposed, except
No, you said let's wait 30 days, and that's not what we're proposing.
I said let's wait 30 days before giving $100,000 to subsidize the
where are
removal
these?
of.
We have to give them a place to go for at least a few weeks. We're not going to cast them out on the street. We need to relocate these. We need to relocate this population to a shelter. And by the way, I think the judge needs to understand that the homeless trust is not looking to rehabilitate or help or house these homeless in any way that's going to help them. The homeless trust in this case, in this scenario, is setting them up for failure. And I guarantee you that any judge who sees what's happening here and sees all of the evidence that we can provide is going to side with us in terms of public safety.
Yeah, and just one thing, I want
The
to be.
drug use outside.
And after this, we have a motion and a second, and it incorporates Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez's urging.
Just from a legalese standpoint, I want to be careful not putting the cart before the horse. I think the urging should be the city administration investigate what's going on here. I think we all read between the lines and know what the end action is, but I'm just fearful if we put something like, well, urge the shutdown or urge the take the BTR, that could come back to bite us legally. But I think the urging should be for city administration to get out there and investigate the things that we're seeing firsthand. It's not as if this is falling out of thin air. These are incoming queries to us, things that are being posted publicly on Facebook. So that motion should be an urging for the administration to investigate rigorously and then come back with their findings.
Let's call the vote.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Yes. Yes.
We will need an after-the-fact reso. Thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you. Let's Call a couple of items that were pulled from the consent agenda, C2C.
C2C, issue ITN 2025-253 DF 1701, building space available for lease. C2C was separated by Commissioner Fernandez.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Just a simple amendment, just to make sure that as we put this space out there for consideration as part of an ITN, that we include in there the tax collector's office for potential DMV operation, that we reach out to them as well. With that, I move the item.
I'll second.
If no discussion, all in favor of C2C as amended?
Aye.
Aye.
Hearing no noes, the item passes as amended.
Commissioner Magazine, back there. Okay, we'll call C7U.
C7U is extend funding for private property adaptation program through fiscal year 2023. C7U was separated by Commissioner Suarez.
2030, just
I'm sorry, 2030. Oh, sorry.
Commissioner Suarez.
One second.
So Commissioner Dominguez's item, you pulled it.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Okay, so, today I want to talk about, I think the general consensus today, we've been really hammering on responsible spending, and making sure that our limited taxpayer dollars are used in a way that benefits the most people in the most equitable way. The private property adaptation program is a prime example of a well-intended initiative that simply does not deliver the kind of widespread equitable impact that our city currently needs. The funding for this program was originally meant for stormwater capital projects to help offset rising stormwater fees, which are set to increase by 70% over the next 4 years. Water and sewer rates will increase 30% over the next 3 years. So instead of using these funds to lessen the financial burden of all residents, these funds are being funneled into a program that primarily benefits a very small group of single-family homeowners, most of them who own million-dollar homes. So far, we've spent $407,000 on this program, yet only $171,000 has gone toward actual projects, while an astonishing $236,000 has been spent on just procurement and assessments. Out of 76 property assessments conducted, only 4 have actually been completed and reimbursed. That's 4 projects total, after 3 years of administrative processing and hundreds of thousands of dollars of taxpayer money spent. Nearly 80% of all participants are single-family homeowners with an average property value of $3 million. This means we are subsidizing multi-million-dollar single-family homes for private renovations with taxpayer dollars. I certainly do not want my taxpayer dollars paying for renovations of single-family homes, and I actually have a few here that are on the program. I was actually quite astonished. There's one on Sunset Island, which has a value of $18 million. There's one on Venetian Island that has a valuation of $10 million. There's Palm and Hibiscus. Like I said, the average value of these homes is $3 million. I don't think it's the responsibility of our taxpayers to be subsidizing private renovations for single-family homes. I believe these funds should be used toward the broader community of residents in Miami Beach to help offset the drastic increases in waters, sewer, and stormwater hikes that are here to be over the next couple of years. You know, I think that this is like a reverse Robin Hood. You're taking money from hard-earned taxpayers and you're giving it to millionaires. And I don't think that's right. I have a fundamental disagreement with that. And I understand the intent of this program was to help reduce stormwater resiliency mitigations, but I just can't, in good conscience, put my name on an item that gives taxpayer money to million-dollar homes to upgrade their seawalls or put in pavers for their driveway. So I pulled it because I'm not going to be put my name on this. So that's the reason I pulled it.
Yes, Commissioner Dominguez.
Thank you. This program was started by Commissioner Mark Samulin, and the intent was for private property adaptation. As the city is making our streets dry, it does put our private properties at risk, and this was meant to help those properties. It was launched in July of 2022, and it's open for single-family homes and also for buildings. As a matter of fact, right now the program is open, and the city is very excited about this program. We've gotten great applications and feedback, and it's about making the homes more resilient. It's an incentive. I went last week to the private property adaptation event. This item was discussed at length at FERC on Friday. And the reason why it's even on the agenda today is because the intent of the funding was to come out of the hotel, Convention Center Hotel, and because of the delay and it not being built, I had to do an amendment to the funding until the hotel is built. The resolution that Mark had passed was done in 2020. And with that, I would like to bring forward Amy Knowles so that she can talk a little bit more about the program and then call the item for a vote from my colleagues. The city manager and I have also had conversations about it, and I know that he's very supportive and he can weigh in after as well. And for those buildings and homes that need to get your seawalls leveled, or if you do have resilient features that you're going to have done for your home, please apply. The program is open until April 25, and we're here to help the residents of Miami Beach. Amy.
Sure. Good afternoon. Amy Knowles, Chief Resilience Officer, and I think you covered that well, Commissioner. I'll just be very brief. You know, Miami Beach has 93% of its buildings within the FEMA Special Flood Hazard Area. 64% of our buildings were before 1972 when the first FEMA rate maps were created. So we have a lot of housing stock that is older and isn't subject to our newer resilient code. So this program was really intended to help those property owners. You know, that's the goal. It's a flood mitigation program. We have a lot of different project types. We currently have 55 people in the program. Permeable pavers is actually a great, easy to do flood mitigation because it helps retain and allow the filtration and flow of rainwater, and it stops sort of that sheet flooding that happens and impacts people's properties, and it has good environmental benefits as well. Rain gardens, we have French drains, permanent flood walls, seawall improvements, underground cisterns, floor elevation, crawl space improvements, temporary flood barriers, mechanical, electrical system flood protection, rain barrels and cisterns, green roofs are some recommendations, perimeter berms, sanitary sewer backflow and prevention, living shorelines, and dry flood proofing. So these are the type of recommendations that are provided by the city through an engineering flood mitigation assessment. And so overall, it is not a program built for speed. It takes a long time to help homeowners through the process as well. So, but we're proud of the program and happy to be opening it up and offering it again.
Second.
Eric, what's your thoughts?
I'm tremendously supportive of this program. I think that this program is extremely helpful in advancing our resiliency efforts. We're not just a city of infrastructure, we're a city of private properties and infrastructure, and we need to be working with both of them to bring everything along collectively.
Mr. Mayor.
Well, let me just get Commissioner Suarez since he pulled in, and then Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
Look, I think we just had a robust discussion of using taxpayer funds to not subsidize businesses. in a blanket response. And here we are subsidizing with taxpayer dollars, single-family homeowners for homes that are worth 18 million, 10 million, 7 million. And again, the average of the people who applied and are in the process, the average sale is $3 million. Why are we using taxpayer dollars to subsidize million-dollar single-family homes, especially when we have rate hikes that are going to be over the next 3 years that are going to put a tremendous amount of strain on all residents? I think the better use of taxpayer money, $666,000, would be better spent toward lessening that burden. You know, the county has a program where you have a rebate program. If anyone in the city applies to redo their faucets or their shower heads, where they're more water saving faucets, you know, they'll reimburse you for up to a certain amount for those faucets. And that, I think, is a much more equitable way to really give the most benefit to everyone. I understand it's available to condominiums, but I'm sure, as everyone knows, if you're in a condo, getting that board to agree to anything is very, very hard and difficult. When you look at the math, I believe it's only 20% of the applicants are condos. In fact, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6,
And
7,
I'll
8.
just one quick, I'm not
Excuse me,
sure
let me-
you're
let me
clear on
finish.
something,
Miss-
but this is up to $20,000 and it's a matching grant. So the residents do need to put skin in the game. It's not a free gift like $50,000 to Mount Sinai. This is something that they have to put skin in the game too.
Well, you know, I find that very offensive that you would compare, you know, the atrocities that are happening to the Jewish people
I compared
to
the
this
cost.
program. Okay.
You made
so-
your point clear. I think other people should
Can
speak.
you let me finish, please? Thank you. One property here, which is very interesting, is for sale. So we're actually subsidizing an effort, a property that is going to be for sale. And our tax-paying dollars are enhancing that property value. I think that's disingenuous. I think that's a really bad use of taxpayer funds. And I would be very shocked of whoever supports this to make this happen. I think it's ridiculous to use taxpayer dollars to fund $1 million single-family homes. So I'm going to be a no. I think it's I think it's a little disingenuous to subsidize the single-family homeowners who have $1 million projects when we have much bigger issues.
Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
There are many people across Miami Beach that list their homes for sale for many different reasons. And we don't know if maybe possibly that homeowner had their insurance rates double. Or we don't know if they had a type of mortgage that increased in interest and now they have to sell their home. There are many working people who live in multi-million-dollar single-family homes who purchase their homes for $150,000, $200,000, $250,000, as little as 10 years ago. So to say that everybody who owns a property that is now worth $1 million has the means, to mitigate some of this flooding is to not comprehend the many working people who live across Miami Beach, of whom I am one. If I had to purchase my home today as a community college professor, I would not be able to. And if I needed that grant money and I had to match it, that would help a lot. And I admire Commissioner Dominguez, and I watched Commissioner Samuelin, may he rest in peace, create this program with so much foresight of how we were going to mitigate resiliency. And it's been an incredibly successful program that other cities should probably watch to see what we're doing. And This type of attack on working people, small businesses who might need our help, single-family homeowners who might need our help is, in my opinion, lacking compassion and understanding.
Okay, last word, but then we're gonna call the vote.
Sure. Look, I don't think that people living on Sunset Island 3 are trying to make ends meet, or Venetian Islands, or Lagos. I think it's, look, what's even crazier is I'm not even mentioning names, but a lot of these people here are very politically connected. And to me, it's very frustrating that we're going to be using taxpayer dollars, again, to subsidize multi-million-dollar properties for single-family homeowners. I think that's insane. I think that's like a reverse Robin Hood. We're taking money from hard-working taxpayers and then giving it to properties that are worth millions of dollars. This is insane to me. So, especially when we could be using much better use of taxpayer funds.
Okay, let's call the vote. I'll just say, first of all, Commissioner Dominguez, thank you for, I know this was a legacy program for Commissioner Samulin, and you're continuing with that. I will give you credit, Commissioner Suarez. I love the fact that you're a steward and watching our dollars. So I do appreciate that. I will just add, since you mentioned the political component, Commissioner Dominguez has zero say in who this program receives the grant funding. So that's completely out of anybody on this body's control. So let's call a vote.
I have a motion on C7.
Vice Mayor Bott wants to comment.
I'm ready to vote. I just wanted to say, I applied for it when I was living on Parkview Island, and I withdrew when I obviously put my house on, when I sold my house. It is a very robust process in which educated people who are engineers come out and assess what makes sense or not. And so, I happen to be one of those people who I couldn't afford to buy that house now. I bought it when it was very inexpensive relative to what it offered. And so sure, if you pull the listing now, you would see how much it costs, but that's not what I bought it for. And I couldn't afford the, whatever it was, 40 grand that would mitigate, that would help with the flood plates, since I lived on the water. So I think let's not cast aspersions based on a handful of data points. I think this is a great program. I think it should be continued. Anything we can get to do to get our residents to proactively harden their homes against the rising tides, I think we should continue to do it. And again, this will eventually be funded out of the hotel revenues. And so let's keep it going rather than having a 5-year hiatus. Let's
Call the vote.
I have a motion by Commissioner Dominguez, a second by Commissioner Fernandez. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
Nay.
I hear one nay from Commissioner Suarez, and for the record, Commissioner Magazine is a yes.
6-2F. I'm sorry, C2F.
Excuse me. C2F, issue RFP 2025-2018 ND, Padel Facility on Surface Parking Lot, Garage. C2F was separated by Commissioner Magazine.
Commissioner Magazine.
So thank you for this. Very excited. We hosted our RFP town hall yesterday. So I pulled this from consent myself because there's some slight modifications that I'm going to propose that I believe will not only be welcomed, but a sigh of relief from some of my colleagues. And that is essentially, listen, I personally feel this vision on a surface, portion of a surface parking lot would have delivered more of a vibrancy and energy to Lincoln Road that we kind of lament that we've lost. But that being said, I want to build consensus and achieve community building, and I want this to be something that we can all get behind. So as it stands now, there were 3 different proposals for the RFP: the parking lot of P26, the rooftop of the 17th Street Garage, and also the Pennsylvania rooftop. I want to take propose to take the P26 lot off the table because, again, despite what I personally feel, I want to all of us to get behind this and our entire community. And in the outreach that we've had, even up to yesterday, even the naysayers for the original proposal seem to be lockstep and incredibly excited about this proposal. So with that said, I think we've discussed this ad nauseum. I'll turn it over to our team and our staff here, but I think we'll have broad I don't want to say unanimous, put the cart before the horse, but I think we'll have large consensus removing P26 and any surface parking lot from the RFP process and sticking exclusively with the rooftop of the 17th Street Garage. And staff, thank you for all of your hard work. I'd like to thank my colleagues because I think at the end of the day, regardless of the form this will take, this will be community activation that will be just wildly celebrated by our entire community, whether it be seasoned players, people new to the game, people that aren't even playing paddle, but they're there for the community activations. I said this at the meeting yesterday. The paddle portion was secondary. The first was finding a vision that brought energy, vibrancy, and our residents back to Lincoln Road that have long abandoned it, and the means of achieving that was just landing on paddle and thinking of the aerial shots of Miami Beach and this rooftop activated with people in health and wellness and playing a sport and recreational activity with the ocean to one corridor and the skyline of the city of Miami. This will just be an absolutely wonderful and fantastic initiative that I think we can all be proud to get behind.
Commissioner, I thought we had a great community meeting last night. There was a lot of positive feedback. As you stated, we have removed both surface lots from the RFP, and the only two rooftops now are G9 and G5. Christy can go through any of the details if the commissioners have questions or would like. But the main components where we removed both of those surface lots.
So I actually have a question. I'm generally very supportive of doing something that will bring people back to Lincoln Road. And maybe this was covered at one point, excuse me, and I missed it, but as it currently stands, we're talking about having a private operator come in and do this as an amenity for the city, or as an offering within our city that would have some public benefits. Is there not a way for us to accomplish the same thing but do it within our own Parks and Rec existing structure, so that it's a city, something that we offer like our soccer camps?
Yeah, I will say that these are, and this is my my layman's view, right? These are hard entities to operate. It's no different than operating, the Miami Beach Country Club, or when we lease out commercial restaurant space, or even the operator for the tennis academy, right? There's a lot of tech that goes into scheduling games, the upkeep, the operations. Essentially here, what we'd be able to essentially do is we're going to be getting paid for this, right? The operator is going to come out with some type of lease payment, and we want to see what a community benefit is going to be. They will essentially be responsible for the capital and infrastructure costs, and it'll be an expedited time frame. There's just, in my view, some things that the private sector does better. So if I look at what the different options are, we'll be able to expedite this because we don't have the funding to do this ourselves, right? So the operator is going to make like a 10-year commitment, a CapEx commitment. So they're going to be paying millions of dollars up front to essentially do this and then operate. If we wanted to encourage some type of revenue share model, right? So there would be a baseline rent, and then whatever income they get over a certain rent percentage, the city receives some of the upside. We could put those terms into the process. But in terms of trying to build, this isn't an easy task, and Mark, I'll hand that over to you. Just forget the operational component, which is a challenge in and of itself, and one of the reasons why the city actually hasn't built any public padel facilities, even in our parks and rec spaces, but just actually constructing this on the roof of a parking deck is a challenge, even for the private sector, but not something that we're certainly capable to do tomorrow in our Parks and Rec division. But
I would say that we don't have a budget in place to do a project like this currently. That's not to say that we couldn't budget funds, but I think there'd also be some added headcount in order to have Parks and Recreation staff be able to manage and oversee that facility. So Whatever the pleasure of the commission is.
Okay, thank you.
And-
Anybody else have anything to say? Ms. Meiner? Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez.
One thing that's for certain is that whether it's pickleball or padel, people are crazy for this sport. I have gotten emails about putting one. Is there a garage south of Fifth? Where is there a rooftop in North Beach? So I'm excited about the possibility of having them on the garage rooftops. Also because I like the idea of people going through these garages, because some of them could use cleanup and population, and in some of these garages we even find illegal activity sometimes. So I think that having a sports-minded population that's driving through the garages and making and driving all the way up to the top is going to go a long way in allowing us to be more proactive in keeping them clean, and the owners of whichever padel or pickleball or whatever kind of paddle ball facility. I did buy some pickleball paddles. I haven't gone out to play yet, but I plan on it. And I'm looking forward to seeing what this will bring. And by the way, I think it's going to be better on a rooftop, and I'll tell you why. You always get a breeze on a rooftop, and it gets so hot in summer. And when you think about putting it in that corridor of, Lincoln Road, where there isn't that much of a gusty breeze on that side of the, parking garage, I think it's going to be a better fit on the rooftop. As for the public benefit, and I think we should see what people come back with, and I think we're going to be really excited. And maybe every single rooftop, eventually in the city, you will be the rooftop padel king.
No, thank you, Commissioner, and whatever form this was going to take, I think would have been a great amenity for our community. But with paddle being the fastest growing sport in the world and just taking off like fire, we actually have a racket convention coming to the convention center in March, where it's going to bring thousands of attendees. Given the prominence of an emergence of this sport in the Miami area, but to my knowledge, in our area, this would be the most prominent public-private partnership. I think this is going to be a model that other cities use, because I think we're going to get a lot of positive press attention out of this. So thank you to my colleagues that helped make this vision even better for the entire community. The feedback you were able to share, our city staff, and really for our entire community, for if you supported its original iteration, if you didn't but provided feedback of what would be better, we all had a hand in making things come to fruition. So I'm very thankful for the community, and this is how you build consensus.
You definitely got a lot of feedback.
If I may, through the chair, the RFP currently contemplates that this would be structured as a lease agreement for either 5 years or just shy of 10 years. And I would like to recommend for the consideration of the body that we include an option for this to be a management agreement. There may be some complications with a lease agreement involving property taxes that we could potentially not have to address if we use the management agreement form. So we should give the proposers the option, but the management agreement should be included in the RFP.
I accept your friendly amendment.
Let's call a vote with that friendly amendment.
Motion by Commissioner Magazine, second by? I'll second. All in favor of C2C, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. The item is approved as amended.
C7W.
C7W, annual allocation, $3,000 to the city's 6 human and civil rights advisory committees. C7W was separated by Commissioner Suarez.
Commissioner Suarez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Simply separated because I think from the discussions I had with staff, and I'd like Eric to chime in, is this really opens up the door to a slippery slope of taxpayer funds growing to accommodate a set of boards, and it may not stop there. It may go to every other. I think we said there was like 48 boards in the city of Miami Beach, and I think it's important to be a steward of taxpayer money. And so, Eric, if you can chime in on why you had a little bit hesitation on this, that'd be great.
So Commissioner, on this particular item, the concern that I have is that we've operated with these boards without giving them a dedicated budget for a number of years. Obviously, I understand the commissioner putting this item forward, the concept of trying to give them the ability to have some autonomy to do some things on their own. I think it's been working that when they have something that they feel needs to be funded by the commission, that they put forward a recommendation and the commission picks it up, and ultimately these additional costs get funded as individual items as opposed to a dedicated budget for, at this point, we're talking about 6 committees. Like you mentioned, there are a number of additional committees that I am concerned will also be knocking at the door in the near future. And so my only ask is that we be very judicious as to setting aside dollars for committees based on the number of committees that we have available.
Yeah, so, again, my concern is we're opening up Pandora's box with funding, because if you give them $3,000, $5,000, they will spend the money. And so I prefer the program that we have now, where if they have a specific request, they come to the commission, and we're pretty generous as far as a commission. But to just give them the money, to me, I think that's that just sets up a dangerous precedent for wasteful spending.
Okay, Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. Mr. Attorney, are we just giving them the money, or are we setting aside an allocation that needs to be approved? Is there a safeguard mechanism built into this resolution, or are we just handing over money to our municipal advisory boards?
As drafted, the city manager would need to approve the events that would be funded with these monies.
So we're not giving the boards the money. This is money that's available, but they need to put in a request, and that request needs to be approved by the city manager.
That is correct.
Okay. The reason why I'm doing this is because I rather set a budget and a framework within which for them to work with, other than us coming piecemeal and bringing forward pieces of legislation that end up costing probably more than the $3,000 we're giving them. By doing this, it's a framework. They each know, listen, you got $3,000. You just can't do with it whatever you want. It has to be public purpose in nature, has to be aligned with the spirit of your committee. Whatever you request has to be approved through the city manager. And so, I think, many precedents can be set, and precedents, are set left and right. I think this is something where, it's just how you decide to do it. Do you decide to set aside now a set amount of money and tell them, listen, you've got this amount of money within which to work with? Or do we want to just end up doing it piecemeal into the future? What I just want to make very clear, because it's very easy to get something like this and spin it and say, oh, we're just giving away the taxpayers' dollars to these committees. And no, number one, these are committees of the city. We're not giving them the money. The money is under the jurisdiction of the city manager. They have to request the money. The money has to be for a public purpose aligned with their committee. And if the city manager agrees, then the funds can be used. But we're just not giving away the taxpayers' dollars. And Mr. Manager, I just want to clarify, these are committees that they're created by the city, right?
Yes.
So these are not private entities. These are not for-profit corporations or even non-for-profit corporations. These are committees of the city.
Correct.
All right, and it has to be for public purpose.
You're saying the committees have to be for public purpose?
The use of the
or
money.
the use of the money?
The use of the money.
So
or Mr. Attorney?
The resolution specifies that it needs to be for community events and such. And we would never use city funds for anything that does not include a public purpose. So I'm sure that the manager would have discretion to make sure that whatever event is proposed would serve a public purpose.
All right. So I think it's better to do it this way, where they each know what they're getting on an annual basis. You give them an envelope within which to work with, and with that, I move my item.
Commissioner Magazine, and then Commissioner Rosen-Gonzalez.
Yeah, thank you for both the item, Commissioner Fernandez, and pulling it, Commissioner Suarez. I love the focus on financial restraint. Is there a way we could thread this needle? Because I want to be supportive here, but I also do get concerned about the Pandora's box. So is there a way we could essentially approve this? And what I don't want to open the door for, then there's 40 committees that come and go, well, give us $3,000, and then it balloons to 10. So can we approve this, but in conjunction with approving this, set a higher hurdle or threshold to then increasing allocations or expanding allocations? So we approve this, but we say, okay, as part of this, for the next 2 years, incremental funding above $3,000 to these committees, or expanding away from these 6 committees would require a 5/7 vote to essentially try and mitigate the proverbial Pandora's box being opened here, where essentially we turn $15,000 in funding or $18,000 in funding to then, if 40 committees get $10,000, it balloons to 400, right? I'm not concerned about this. I just want to try and mitigate the Pandora's box argument. So would that be a way to thread that needle and something you'd be open to?
that. Yeah, for sure. For sure. I mean, we just need to realize what we end up doing is actually, we probably end up spending more than the 18,000 with the piecemeal pieces of legislation we end up bringing in, because we haven't defined the structure. So what ends up happening is that you have otherwise an endless pot of money, where they feel, okay, well, just whatever project we want to do, we're just going to keep on coming in with more and more requests because we haven't set a cap. This sets a cap. This sets a structure, and I'm fine with what you're trying to incorporate.
Yeah, I just don't want to support this, then turn around, the iguana guys come in, get $10,000.
Sure.
So I think if we can thread that needle, I think that that comforts me.
Yeah, absolutely. I welcome that.
Oh, Commissioner Rosen-Gonzalez.
So this morning, I was very happy to vote for the anti-Semitism education funding. I strongly believe in education and awareness. So the $3,000 to go to the Human Rights Committee, the Women's Committee, the Disability Access Committee, the Black Affairs Committee, Hispanic Affairs Committee, and LGBTQ, that's a total of $18,000 versus $50,000 that we gave out this morning. So, I was thinking just now, 20 people resigned from Elon Musk's Doge's committee. You might want to go and apply for a job. Because you are doing a good job trying to root it all out.
I think that's a compliment.
I just would like to say that I'm very happy for all of these committees to have some funding. And why is that? Because for the during Women's History Month, we like to host a series of events and have that presence all around our city. The same with LGBTQ, the same with disability, the same with Black History Month. We are not giving up on DEI in Miami Beach, not at all. As a matter of fact, we pride ourselves on human rights, and I'm not afraid to say it. I love diversity. I love inclusion. I love to fund education for it, and I think that given that we, I didn't mention that this morning, but did you know that we give Mount Sinai $1 million each year, no questions asked? Nothing in return. We just give them $1 million. Okay, and I didn't say anything this morning because I believe so much in this type of education. So I would think that even questioning these small amounts to create events throughout our city that really make a difference and show that we care and that we support human rights is such a small pittance compared to what we, compared to what, you sponsored this morning, and, we all got behind you. And
And I
that's
just-
that's what this is about. It's about supporting each other and being a team, and that's what leadership is.
And I just, if I may, Madam Vice Mayor, Mr. Mayor, what we voted on this morning was very important, and we have to support what we voted on this morning. Anti-Semitism is real, and funding anti-Semitism sensitivity training is a need. And I'm glad the Miami Beach is leading on that. And that's its own item on its own merits that stands on its own. This is something separate. We're talking about the Human Rights Committee that is dealing with the issues of human trafficking, and they're trying to create awareness. We're talking about the Hispanic Affairs Committee, and we know what's going on with Hispanics that feel marginalized and targeted right now because of immigration issues, and just so many other committees. The Black Affairs Committee that has requested support in the past for its programming. If we don't do it this way, we just end up doing it another way, an unstructured way, a structure that doesn't create caps and boundaries. And so, I'm proud of my item. I think it's nominal, and I don't think it hurts. To the contrary, it expands on our community. It speaks highly of our community that we're supporting these committees and their programming.
Eric, do you have a sense?
Mr. Mayor. Oh, sure.
Just a quick question. Do we have a sense, because you mentioned that there were requests and that we would often approve them, how much money we were allocating annually?
So I had asked Jason for that information this morning. Unfortunately, we don't have a good way to track how those requests from the committees are being funded. So I don't have a full number for you, but I would say it was significantly more than the $18,000. I know that there's some individual items that have been more than the $18,000.
And Commissioner Fernandez, are you contemplating that this is a floor? Or is this this is the framework they're supposed to be working under, and it would be an exception?
I rather give them a framework in which to operate. I like what Commissioner Magazine said, that if anyone requests more money, it has to be a supermajority. That's fine. But I rather give people a framework within which to operate. I get the concerns of my colleague, but I don't see why we wouldn't want to support the activities of the Hispanic Affairs Committee or the Commission for Women or the Black Affairs Committee. They're part of our community. We appoint people to these committees to do these activities. And oftentimes, I know from personal experience, because I've served in these committees, the committee members have to end up putting out from their own pocket to support the needs of the committee. And that's not right either. And so this should be kind of like a no-brainer for us.
Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner Suarez.
If we're going to be setting up a framework, can we agree that any other funds that were going to be requested would need to do a 6/7 vote? If that's the intent, then to set up a more stringent framework of taxpayer dollars being used, I think what I don't want to happen is we set a budget, and then, trust me, that budget is going to grow over the next couple of years. But on top of that, there's still these extra requests for funds. So look, I'm just trying to put safeguards on taxpayer dollars.
I appreciate that. I'm going to defer the item, and I'm going to refer to committee, because I'm going to ask for there to be an analysis. And let's see the amount of funding that's allocated by community in the city of Miami Beach. And so that way we can be more equitable in how we allocate our funding. So I think you bring up a very good point, Commissioner Suarez. I'm going to suggest that we send this to the Finance Committee. I'm going to request that we look into, Mr. Manager, let's see how much money we're funding by community. Because I think we really want, if we want to be fair, I think you're right, we should be fair in how we're doing it. So I will make a motion to refer this to the Finance Committee.
If I deny your motion, could I move ahead with your item with the parameters that we put in place? How does that work? I liked it with the safeguards that we put in place.
I think let's refer it to the Finance
I'll second that.
Committee so we can look into this.
Commissioner Fernandez, you're always full of surprises.
Why?
No, it's
yeah.
very, very.
Yeah, no, I think
I'm impressed. I'm impressed.
Listen, I think it merits a conversation. Listen, to do a Jose Marti picnic, it might cost us what, $1,000 to throw a Jose Marti picnic and have a little event for the Hispanic Affairs Committee, or it might cost us $1,000 to do the Red Sand event for victims of human trafficking. And I know the Black Affairs Committee doesn't really ask for really that much. I thought that this was good, but I get what you're saying, and yeah, let's send it, and let's do a better analysis so that we really are fair on how we're using the taxpayers' dollars.
We have a motion and a second for referral.
Yes, sir. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, item C7W is referred to the Finance Committee.
C7AF.
C7AF is identify/allocate $250,000 for state grant to fund Pier Park project. It was separated by the mayor.
Yes, I separated because what I'm being told by our city manager is that depending on the cost of the project, we would be on the hook for that. So it's great to get the grant, but I wanted everyone to be mindful of what we potentially could be getting into and on the hook for.
Yeah,
Commissioner Magazine.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And essentially what this does is, this was kind of put into our laps that the state could have some money for us. And this is one of those things where we have the opportunity to potentially get $2 million to help our street ends, similar to what happened on Lincoln Road. Now there's an initiative underway to do something similar, beautification, pedestrianization of the street end down in South Point. So essentially the state has earmarked for us $2 million. We have to have some type of contribution. I believe I worked with the state representative that's going to be responsible for this, State Rep Vicky Lopez. Miami Beach has to have some skin in the game, so we were able to essentially come up with, if we come up with $250,000, we get, I believe, $2 million. Is that where we lie, Mr. City Manager?
So I know based on the conversation that we had with the state representative, she felt like we could get up to that money. I think a lot of that is going to be predicated on how much we have in matching dollars.
Got it. Okay. And but that point came up yesterday, Mr. Mayor, in my briefing with the city manager, and it was certainly I don't want to commit to some $20 million project just because we're getting $2 million. But once we do a further analysis of the full cost of what this project would be, and if it is well above and beyond the $2 million that we would be receiving, we're able to essentially just cut and run. Maybe there could be some, political wins where we initially accept a grant that we would then send back, and we would get our $250,000 back. But it's not as if just because we move this forward now that we're somehow tying us definitively into moving forward with this project. If after further analysis this turns into a $10 or $15 million project, we can essentially cut and run. Correct?
So we typically don't like to give back grant dollars, but obviously we're still very early on in the analysis of this, and we need to know a little bit more before we could commit to anything.
But for the last part, if it was elevated figure, it's not as if by accepting this right now, it locks us into some larger cap X. If this came back in, the analysis was, well, this will actually cost $10 million, we could cut and run at that point.
You as a body absolutely would have to budget any dollars to any future project before anything could move forward.
Okay,
Somebody want to move this? Oh, sorry. You're back.
you moving it?
Yes. And were you good with what you heard from the city manager, where if the project comes back and there is some elevated cost, we would be able to give back the grant money and cut and run, right? I'm not signing us up for some $10 million CapEx. This is, what we hope to be fully funded with the grant money that we're receiving.
Great. So, got a motion, I'll second.
Okay, so the mayor will second it. So it's C7AF. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
And I will inquire of Commissioner Suarez upon his return. I heard a yes. 7-0, C7F.
You
is
heard it
approved.
here first. Okay. Call R7A.
R7A is a public hearing. Adopt third amendment to fiscal year 2025 operating budget, R7A.
Thank you. What we have is a budget amendment for the operating. And we have a couple of items there, and I'll go through those individual items. The first item is for the South Shore Community Center summer camp and other programming. This item was heard at FERC, and this is to run the summer camp. And this would seek to appropriate $300,000 from general fund reserves to the Parks and Recreation Department. And these funds would comprise $110,000 in one-time costs for necessary equipment purchases and facility renovations, and $190,000 in recurring costs for daily programming that include additional Parks and Rec staffing. And this is to get the summer camp program up and running at the South Shore Community Center. The next item is additional support services for city commissioners. This is based on a resolution passed from last month, and this proposed budget amendment is therefore to appropriate $160,000 prorated for 8 months in the Mayor and Commission's 2025 general fund budget for additional aids as requested in the last budget amendment. And then the next one, and I'll turn it to Tamika for the special revenues, is a donation the city received through the Mayor Commission Office for $20,000. This would appropriate those dollars to the Mayor and Commission Office, and this is for senior programs.
And the fourth item is additional funding for the city's VPK scholarship program in the amount of $81,000. This was approved by the city commission at the February 3rd commission meeting, and this will be funded from general fund reserves. And the last item is for the Star Child sculpture, 5G utility pole relocation. This was approved by the city commission. It's currently obstructing the sculpture, and this is just to move it 50 yards south of the location.
Yeah, I have questions about that one.
Yes.
It seems like I'm not the only one who has questions. Vice Mayor, why don't you go for it?
Okay, everyone knows that I am a huge proponent of arts and culture, and I happen to love the Star Child statue. I think it is incredible and a great marker for our city. I don't think this is the best, highest use of almost $100,000, and it would be lovely to offset the FPL pole and really set off the sculpture. But given all the conversations we've had today, given the conversation we haven't officially had yet about rate increases and the fact that we're losing $7 million from our budget right off the bat next year with our fancy new DMV, which will be great, but is really expensive. Down the road, if we're flush, this could be something we could do. We have many billionaires living in our city who are major donors to arts institutions around the country, who are philanthropists in all kinds of different ways. And I would suggest this would be a terrific opportunity for somebody to step up and do it of their own volition. Because, boy, the 86 grand could go a long way to helping kids get a head start in pre-K, or feeding seniors, or expanding summer camp, which so many of our families use that we have waiting lists and kids get turned away. So I would move this minus the utility pole removal and relocation.
So just has some point. So the funding, my understanding you're about to say, would be coming, we already allocate a budget to the arts and public places, and they would be using their funding for this.
Correct.
Or they could use that to buy more art.
We have current work, if I may. Mr. Mayor, Commission members, Lisa Abrigante, Director of Tourism and Culture. So this piece was approved a couple years ago by the previous commission to acquire this work of art contingent on moving the 5G pole. And it went to FERC, it went to commission, and if there was funding within AIPP and it was approved by AIPP, we would just be able to move the pole, which is what happened. However, this is, to move the pole, we have to work with our Public Works Department. They've been working with Crown Castle for over a year now and coordinating the contract, and that's why you're seeing this now. But this has been approved and it's coming from the AIPP capital budget, and we went through AIPP and there's no issues. The works that we have in the pipeline are Bayshore Park and Flamingo Park, and there's ample funding for those as well.
So, if I may, you know, it's one of the things I have a note to follow up on. Months and months ago, maybe last year, I brought an item about artistic wayfinding at City Hall, and that's languished in the ether. I don't know where it is.
It has not languished. So we worked with Public Works, and it was a partnership with Oolite Arts and Moonlighter Fab Lab. But the Oolite Arts, any partnership right now is on pause. So that's why you haven't seen that.
Okay, but so the AIPP funds could potentially defray the cost of that project, right?
That is not considered a work of art. Wayfinding is signage, but we had allocated funding between, I believe, it was $15,000 in total to have an artist in residence that would work on these types of projects. So it was $7,000 from Tourism and Culture and $7,000 from Public Works for a total of $15,000, if my memory serves me right. This is a while ago.
Okay, well.
Yeah, I have concerns about it. I don't have the keen eye, I'm sure, as the members of the AIPP, so I'm not, but I actually see that I pass it every day.
It's in front of your house.
And maybe I just have never said, wow, I wish that pole wasn't there. Again, maybe I'm probably not looking at it in the same way as someone who has a keen eye for it, so I respect that, and I don't mean that in any disrespect. I just have a hard time justifying that.
Understood, but when we decided to acquire this work, we spoke with the artist and also commission. It was agreed contingent upon moving that piece to that location was approved.
I mean, is there a contract on that?
I believe, I can check.
Originally, this was supposed, because I remember when we first, it was supposed to be like 3 months, right?
It was supposed to be temporary, but our
installation.
residents really loved it, and then that's why the commission approved to acquire it. We got a really great response from our residents. We still hear people saying, I love seeing that sculpture. Like, we get a lot of great positive feedback, and it was also, I need to also share something. We don't put art just for art's sake. You know, there is a purpose, right? And when we had this funding to do temporary art through cultural funding a while back, we did Elevate Española, and the other funding we used to bring some vibrant works of art to the 41st Street corridor. This is a creative placemaking project. It's not that we just decided like, well, this looks cool here. There's a purpose for that because that corridor needs help in fighting, mitigating blight, and that's the reason for this. So I just want to share that.
Thank you, Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
As I sit in traffic every day on Pine Tree, waiting to cross 41st Street, I look up at Star Child, and it's the one thing that makes me smile, because it's a good 10 minutes, you know, where it's in my line of view. I was there when I, saw the artist. It was something that I think was really transformative for that area of Mid-Beach. I understand how particular, something that might not seem like a big deal to us, to an artist who's exhibiting his art, it was almost like,
for him, that's his Mona Lisa. So you can't have a pole in front of his Mona Lisa. I know it seems like a lot of money, but I think the goodwill that that has generated in the 41st Street corridor, which has been very difficult to, create change and create something vibrant, I think that if this is what is required to keep it there as it is right now, then we have the funding for it, then I think we have to move forward, because it is really literally a ray of sunshine in our neighborhood. It's beautiful. The residents love it. And I support this.
So I'll take a step back. Why do we have to approve this if it's already budgeted and allocated?
So it's not allocated. So there's funding available in the fund balance, and we'd have to appropriate it so she can actually spend the dollars.
And would that happen no matter what the project was? So anything that AIPP, they already have a budget, they say this is what we want to use our money on, and we say yes or no?
So in the budget process, normally we would have a list of projects. It was not included in the list of projects, so that's why it's coming to you separately. It would have normally been in the budget.
Do we even know, we don't have jurisdiction over the 5G pole. Do we even know that we can move it?
Yes.
Yes, and that's why it's taken so long, Mr. Mayor. In Public Works, I'm not sure if they're here, but the negotiations with Crown Castle, they were okay moving it as long as it did not incur any costs when we discussed this over a year ago. So it's not just like moving a light pole, it's a 5G pole, so it's taken some while.
I'm gonna have the art folks upset at me, but I'm just not comfortable with it.
Understood.
Such a bro.
I don't think I've ever been called that before.
Especially by D bro.
Commissioner Suarez.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to join you on this one, Mayor.
So where are we, Commissioner Bai? Where do you land?
To me, this is ministerial. The money's there. It was part of the original agreement. Were it not, and were it discretionary funding, I'd be a hard no. But given that information, I'm a reluctant okay.
Commissioner
This is on me?
Magazine.
Similar to my colleague, Commissioner Bott, I came into this saying, no, it's not something I'm going to support. If we have the money and it's just about AIPP is saying, yes, this is what we want, there's a reason I'm not on AIPP. Enjoying the bro team.
I'm going to nominate you.
So I'm going to go ahead and support it, given that the money's there and we're just making an allocation decision.
It is also a public hearing.
There's no one on Zoom and no one in the audience requesting to speak.
And I just want to put for the record, back in 2023, I worked with Arts and Culture. I think it was a recommendation of the Mayor's 41st Street Committee. It may have been to permanently acquire the artwork. And since we acquired it, I've been working with Jessica Fernandez and Castle on moving this pole, because, it's how you admire the art. It's not just having the art, you can have art, but if you cover the art, you really can't appreciate the art the way that you should. And so, public art is important. Public art, it's part of having an inclusive community. Not everyone can afford to go to museums, and it makes our community more enjoyable. Having a 5G pole blocking a piece of public art just makes no sense. Had we not agreed to move this pole, I don't think I would have supported purchasing this artwork or placing this artwork there. But we purchased this artwork and we decided to install this artwork at this location, understanding that we would go through the motions and the mechanisms to move this. It's taken almost 2 years to get to the point that we've been able to navigate the bureaucracy in order to move this. At one point, I was even asking, might it be easier and cheaper to move the Star Child. And Mr. Manager, is it easier or cheaper to move the Star Child?
Absolutely not.
And so, you could have a Mona Lisa and block the Mona Lisa, or you can, have art and be able to appreciate the art without obstruction,
Yeah.
And so, this is the decision that we made back in 2023 when we initiated this.
Let's call the vote. I think we see where it's going. I'm gonna stick to. I see it every day. I see it from my bedroom window too, and it never. I literally never noticed that it was blocking.
All you're gonna see is the pole. You're gonna be like, oh, that damn
Oh,
pole.
that's probably true. Tonight I'm gonna be like, oh man.
But
Thank
but
God
you
that's
see,
Let's
but
go.
I just want to mention this because the majority of people that appreciate the Star Child are seeing it at the ground level, and the thing is today you really can't appreciate it to its fullest capacity at the ground level because you do have that pole. So when you're driving by there or walking by there, to me it sticks out.
Yeah.
It's offensive to me whenever I see it. That we invested money in art. And that pole, and it's been such a fight for all of these years. I mean, every few months, I'm calling
Pull
the
the vote.
manager. Okay,
Sorry.
No. I mean, I just think, why do we invest in art if we're going to block the art?
If I were the deciding vote, I'd probably ask more questions about where it's going to go. But it's. I mean, the votes are there. Let's call the.
Vice Mayor, you originally had made the motion, but as amended. Motion as is?
As is, thank you.
As is.
With the
Seconded by?
caveat that I get the pin. No, I'm kidding.
You got it.
Let's call a roll on
Second.
this one.
Second by? By Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez. Roll call, alphabetical order. Commissioner Bott.
Yes.
Commissioner Dominguez.
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes.
Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
Yes.
Commissioner Magazine. Commissioner Suarez. Mayor Minor.
No.
Motion passes. The item is approved. And for the record, again, there was no one in Zoom, no one on the audience requesting to speak. R7A is adopted.
No, R7B.
R7B is a public hearing, adopt Fourth Amendment to the capital budget for fiscal year 2025, R7B.
Yes, this contains 3 items. It proposes an increase of $1 million and the realignment of $266,000 between existing projects. The first is additional funding for the 41st Street Corridor Geobond project. This additional funding through an additional scope was approved by the City Commission at its December 1st, 2024 commission meeting. It is recommended that this be funded with interest income in the available Geobond project fund. The second project, and that one was for $391,278. The second project is the Ocean Drive reconfiguration. The recommendation is to appropriate $141,000 in the event that we need to go back to the 2-way configuration of Ocean Drive. So it's a placeholder for now. And the last project is the North Beach Oceanfront Center, which is a unit add. The recommendation is to appropriate $750,000, which would fund phase 1 of a project. That's needed. The total cost is estimated at $4.5 million, and this is because there's significant concrete spalling and cracks at multiple facades of the building. So this would fund phase 1, which would cover design, permitting, and installation of temporary shoring. And the recommendation is to fund this from two projects that have additional funds from savings and $625,000 from available interest income from the Arts and Culture Bond. That's it.
It is a public hearing, Mayor, and we have Larry Schaefer requesting to speak.
Sure.
Mr. Schaefer, state your name, address, you have 2 minutes. Go ahead, sir. We cannot hear Mr. Schaefer. I'll call again in a minute.
Hello?
Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that. I had a little technical difficulties. Here we are calling up additional budget items, I guess here from the Geo Bond. I don't understand the reason why certain projects are getting put forth and moving forward, and a lot of other projects are not moving forward. This is what I spoke about earlier today about not understanding how the Geo Bond allocations are working and why some projects get put forward and some get ignored for 7 years. In 2018, this commission, or not this commission, but the city commission passed a resolution to rebuild the log cabin. And now we're talking about doing a change order for something at Unidad. Where's the logic for your GeoBond allocations? Is the CFO there? Can he explain why some projects get the money and some others? Is it political process? Because we have a resolution to say to rebuild the cabin. And this looks like a change order. Can you explain this?
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Jane Krupp. Jane, go ahead, please.
Yes, could you just clarify what the money for Ocean Drive restoring two-way configuration is exactly for? Is it that we're going to lose our bike lane? That's my question.
Thank you. There is no other speaker requesting to speak on Zoom. I see no one here in the audience. Public hearing is closed.
Vice Mayor Bott.
Jason, and maybe Maria, I would love you guys to comment on our penultimate caller's comments about the log cabin and the 72nd Street complex. My understanding is that the log cabin couldn't be restored until the park was renovated, which has been a while now, so it's in process, is my understanding, but it's slow, and I agree, and I know Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez and I share this concern because it feels like it's been forever since we were able to buy our holiday shrubs at that facility. So it would be great to get that update, but I also want to correct the record, or have you guys correct the record on the 72nd Street complex. In previous calls today, we've heard that it should be dismissed because we don't have the money for it. The money has been allocated since last year or 2 years ago, it's a dramatic policy decision if we want to undo the will of the voters on a project that was approved. And listen, I led the charge about having a nervous breakdown because it's now approved, it's now funded at twice the level of what it was approved. Well, not quite twice, but a significant increase from what was approved. And I'm still pestering people trying to get details about what exactly is going to go in there because maybe we don't need this or we need that. So, but again, it is a major complex that is being built, and it is not that it's not getting done, is that it is a process that is onerous and time-consuming, and it's underway. So I hear the frustration, and at times I share it about things taking longer and North Beach not getting its fair share. But I would like you guys to address with specifics. I mean, we hear the same thing about sidewalks, So if you could correct the record on some of this, I think that would be really useful for everybody to understand what the challenges are and where we stand on these things. And I let them answer and then I'll come back to you.
I'll make a brief comment and then I'll ask
I
Maria
have
to
an
chime in.
item on, so maybe you call it, and the log cabin item has been on the agenda for like 6 months. If we're gonna discuss it, maybe we just call it, and I can
So let's
finally
call
get
the
the
log
update.
cabin item at the same time, is that
Could we
something
get
we can do?
R9W, please, Ralph?
So that we can address all
So-
of this at once?
Correct. R9W, discuss/update GeoBond log cabin project.
I'll speak about 72nd a little bit, and then Maria will dovetail and add in anything I missed on 72nd Street and then the log cabin. The 72nd Street complex, you are correct, Commissioner. It is fully funded. The last piece of funding for that is programmed in the upcoming budget from the parking side. As we discussed the 72nd Street complex project recently, which involved, adding an additional layer of parking. All those dollars are available and would be appropriated in the 26 budget, which would give the full budgeted amount. And I think just overall, as a reminder, a lot of these GeoBond projects were not necessarily meant to be fully funded by the GeoBond. It might have been a piece of the puzzle, or from a private building, they call it the capital stack, right? It's part of the stack that gets you to the full funding of that, and a lot of that was dealt with. And I remember being a resident when this was voted on and going out to those public hearings and having those discussions, and it was always meant to be a part of the puzzle there. So 72nd Street does have its full amount for funding, and then for the log cabin, and I can speak from when I was the vice chair of the GO Bond Committee, I know we talked about some of this prioritization. That was originally, I want to say, a Tranche 2 or Tranche 3 project, but there was a resolution semi-recently that moved that from a further tranche. So the question is, why wasn't the log cabin done? Because it was never planned or scheduled to be that. It was meant to be in the further years, but through commission action, it was moved to be more recently. And I'd ask Maria if she could add in a little bit, I guess, where we are, which is Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez's item about the current status.
And I would just like everyone to know about the log cabin, that right now, as we speak, we have air-conditioned containers that are costing us a fortune to house the log cabin. The last time I went to see the pieces of the log cabin that are in these air-conditioned containers, who only knows how much they cost, was when Adrian Morales was in charge. How many years ago? That was years. So this has been going on since the log cabin got demolished, I think, in 2018. For how many years? 7 years, we've been storing it in air-conditioned containers. It really needs to get prioritized. If I tell you how many emails I constantly get about the log cabin, this was $1 million. We really need, this commission agreed to prioritize the log cabin, and really, it's time to get it out of, what is the cost? Here's one interesting thing I'd like to know from facilities. What is the cost of the air-conditioned containers on the Kitty campus that are currently housing the pieces of the log cabin that we took apart? Because to not put it back together is unacceptable.
By the way, we'll give this a couple of minutes. We're actually on R7B. We got to get back to that.
We called both of them, though.
I
Double
understand. So
called
we'll
it.
address it for a couple of minutes, but I don't think there's a vote to take on this. But let's get an update, and let's get back to R7B so we can vote.
So to answer your question, Commissioner, it's only about $5,000.
How much?
5,000.
5,000 for the year?
Yes,
For all those containers?
that's correct.
I'm shocked. That's the only time I've ever heard you guys tell me a price that is reasonable. I thought it was going to be way more money. Okay, so it's only $5,000 because there's several air-conditioned containers. I've gone to see them myself.
Good afternoon, Frank Garcia, Facilities Management Division Director. There's 2 dry storage containers, 8x20s. We were renting them for some time, and then we purchased them for $5,000 each.
Oh. Yep. And okay, so it's not costing us that much money, thank goodness, because it's been years and years and years. Maria, do you have an update on where we are with the log cabin? Thank you.
Hi, David Gomez, Director for their Capital Improvements. Where we are in the log cabin, as you all will remember, when the log cabin became a project and it was demolished in 2018, we had to find a location for the log cabin. That was decided that it was North Beach Oceanside Park. We had to go through that remodel, so it was scheduled later in the GO bond process. It was now moved up and we're moving forward. We are actually on consultant number 4, trying to get a proposal for them to design and prepare the construction documents for the log cabin. They are scheduled to give us their final version March 4th. To give you an idea that the kinds of issues we've been having, some consultants, after determining the scope and putting together a proposal, have backed out and said no, that they were too busy or weren't interested. The most recent one that we terminated negotiations with was asking for like $700,000 or $800,000 to prepare what is a total $2 million project. So we terminated that negotiation and moved on to the one that we're dealing with now, that we're supposed to have a proposal on March 4th.
Could this not be, instead of using consultants who are builders of who knows what, could we not go out to UM or FIU? UM has a great school of architecture, and could we not make this a project for a year through one of the schools of architecture as a historic preservation project, resiliency, and work with them so that we can fund the building costs, find the builders, but have them put together the proposal and everything it would take, and just move this along. I mean, it's absurd that we're now on consultant number 4. Let's think differently about how to get this done. We know where we want to put it now. It's not a complicated building, even though half of it was demolished and tossed out, which I will save that rant for another day. But let's think differently about how we get ideas of what it's going to take and how it's going to get done. Because and if it's not go further afield. There are historic preservation degrees that you can get in architecture. Let's go to them and say, we have a great project for you, and let's make a national event out of it. Let's make it huge. And look what we're doing here in Miami Beach, where this is one of our oldest buildings, and it's it's going to be built back, and we're incorporating students. Let's think out of the box. And I would be very eager to meet with you and discuss this with you, and talk to Miami Heritage Trust and everybody who could give us different ideas. But let's not keep going down the consultant road. We're on number 4, so I would.
Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez, and then we're going back to R7B.
But if we've paid a consultant number 4, have we issued any money to consultant number 4?
No, this is negotiating the agreement so that they assume the contract to do the design, and then they get paid on a percentage of completion.
My only worry, if you involve a university, I think it's a great idea, Commissioner Bott. I just think that the log cabin might never get built if that's what we do. I really. Do you have any faith that this consultant is going to do the job? Number 4, listen, if I thought that was going to be more efficient and get it done quicker, Commissioner Bott, I would say yes. But what's different about consultant number 4 than the first 3?
I don't want to speak for David Gomez, but I don't think there's any guarantee that consultant number 4 is going to work out. I just want to make sure we're clear. This is a new structure at the end of the day. The material and pieces that are in storage will be incorporated into what will be a formal structure that'll have to have a building permit. It'll have to have construction documents. It's a structure. It has to meet all building codes, just like anything else. It just happens to incorporate elements from the former log cabin. So you need a bona fide architect or engineer that is going to design and put together construction documents. I suspect that a lot of these folks that are looking at it are seeing it something that's somewhat complicated, and it's going to get hairy because of the incorporation of these pieces. So they're probably asking for astronomical consulting fees. So that's what we're vetting through, and I'll let David.
Wait, can I? You know what? I have a suggestion. Can I move? Do you guys agree? I would like to move the log cabin to neighborhoods committee and then do a monthly update on the progress of the log cabin, and we'll just call it every month, and we'll have a discussion about it every month so that we know it's moving forward.
I don't think that's necessary. I'm personally not going to agree to that.
In neighborhoods?
Oh, in neighborhoods. I'm sorry. I apologize.
Talking about.
I apologize. That's
yeah.
fine.
I'm
thought you
trying
meant
to move
commission.
it to a committee.
Yeah. That's fine.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I misunderstood.
Yeah,
So I think this is really important to a large population in our community, Mayor Minor, and I think that many of us love the log cabin. If not, it would not be included in the GEO bond, and it would not have the funding that it has.
So if I may, I would second that motion, and I will eagerly, sorry Laura, but I'm going to be at neighborhoods like every month now. I support that, and I want to work to get this done in the best possible way, and I don't want to hear about a consultant number 5. And I would also very much like to, because I sort of derailed the meeting by asking you guys to talk about this, go back to R7B. But look, it is.
Do we need a motion
Yeah,
to refer to neighborhoods?
If we could refer that item back, by acclamation.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. R9W is referred to Public Safety Neighborhood Quality of Life Committee for monthly updates.
Excellent.
We're ready.
R7B.
Yes, and we already had the public hearing, so I believe it's the vote.
There's no one else requesting to speak either on Zoom or in the audience.
Call the vote. Do we have a motion?
If I remember correctly, Commissioner Bott said yes, and I can't recall who seconded.
I seconded.
Okay,
Great.
thank you, Commissioner. All in favor of the adopted amended budget? Please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing everyone, hearing no one, 7-0, approved.
Thank you.
Great. So a couple of moments ago, Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez, you mentioned the traffic on 41st when we were talking about the art Star Child. So there's 3 items relating to 41st Street traffic. There's traffic everywhere, so which is recognized. But let's call C7AN.
And for the record, that was approved on consent?
So I thought it was an addendum, so it was not included, but.
Oh, I'm so sorry, you're correct. Yes, absolutely correct. C7AN, extend 41st Street traffic.
I saved you, Commissioner Suarez.
Recirculation pilot program, C7AN.
R9AH.
R9AH is discuss, take action, creation of second traffic lane at designated 41st Street.
And R7C.
R7C is accept recommendation of potential removal of bulb outs.
Okay, so let's do Commissioner Suarez's item first, C7AN.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Simply put, I think we need a little bit more time for the 41st Street traffic recirculation program. Jose, if you want to tee it up.
Sure. Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners. Jose Gonzalez, Transportation and Mobility Director. So the pilot on 41st Street, we call it the Traffic Recirculation Pilot, started in September of last year. It was intended to remain for 6 months, so it does expire next month in March. And generally, we've received favorable feedback with regard to the pilot. If you recall, the pilot consisted of making or keeping Royal Palm and Sheridan for two-way traffic, but no turns allowed onto 41st Street from either Royal Palm or Sheridan. So what that was intended to do was to really improve the northbound and southbound travel times along those two avenues, mainly for trips within the city, that are staying within the city. So from that standpoint, the pilot has actually been successful. We've received, as I mentioned, generally favorable feedback. What we've seen on those two avenues is volumes have increased, but delay has actually decreased, which means we're processing more vehicles through the 41st Street intersections along both Sheridan and Royal Palm. However, the pilot was only initially intended to be for 6 months. And while we've been collecting data both before the pilot started as well as during the pilot, we do feel that having a little more data would be beneficial to ultimately determine whether there's a cost benefit associated with this pilot, particularly that our traffic is very seasonal. So we collected some data in the months of October, November, and December, but it would be very beneficial to also continue to collect data during the rest of the high impact period as well as the low.
Okay, so I'd like to move the item to.
We have a second? Call the vote.
C7AM, I have a motion by Commissioner Suarez, seconded by the mayor. All in favor of C7AM, please say aye.
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 Hearing no opposed, the item passes. C7AN.
So the next two items, R7C, R9AH, I'm just going to tee it up, and I'm actually going to turn to our city manager. I've had a number of discussions with him. Just, here's the goal. There's a number of places, I know Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez, you had an item on this a little bit ago, then I brought one about the bulb outs. It turns out there's actually, the bulb outs is one conversation, but there's actually an extra room on many of the side streets, north and south leading up to 41st. And I'll let Eric give the specifics, that there's actually enough room for a second lane. And we could do that. Part of it, the issue is the traffic light and potentially having a left turn signal, which right now those traffic lights don't have the capabilities. As part of this, I think one of the things we need to do is we have a good relationship with FDOT. We deal with them a lot. I know my office and I do, and Blake from my office, my deputy chief of staff, deals with them a lot, and they're very helpful in many ways, but we need more funding. Our streets have been rated failing as far from the state itself, from FDOT, because of the traffic concerns. You don't need a rating to see it. We live it, our residents live it every day, and we need help. We have issues, for example, we're supposed to have the second turning lane from Indian Creek onto 41st, and there are delays with that now. But they're going to do it. They agreed to that. And these are things where if we have to change the mast arm, which is very expensive, we need funding help. And we need to make this a legislative priority, and we need to push every lever we can, because a second lane can alleviate, I mean, it's not gonna mitigate all of it, but it's gonna alleviate some of the issues we have, right? Because if a car's making a left turn, nobody can move. Nobody can move. And it's hard to make those left turns sometimes. So if we have a second lane that can go straight or right, it will allow cars to pass through. So I'll turn it to you, Eric, to give some of the specifics and how we bring this home.
So I will try and give you the very high level Cliff Notes version, and then if we want to dig deeper, obviously Jose can add to this. Basically, we asked our consultant to do a traffic analysis of what's happening at the intersections along 41st Street and whether or not there was capability to insert a left turn, a dedicated left turn lane. What our consultant found is that there would be value in adding a left turn lane, a dedicated left turn lane at Chase, Prairie, Royal Palm, and Sheridan. Royal Palm and Sheridan, we already have the pilot program. We've just extended that pilot program, and that's a good thing. The good news is that at Chase, Royal Palm, and Sheridan, we have enough space that we could introduce, just by changing the striping, a dedicated left turn lane. However, we would need to do the structural analysis on the mast arms to see if there was an ability to add the additional signal head or the modification to the signal heads to be able to provide the dedicated left turn signal. And if that structural analysis is determined that they need new mast arms, that's going to add probably a year, at least 6 to 8 months to the delivery of the project. So we want to get direction from the commission to at least proceed forward with those 3 locations where we would not need to make any structural changes to the intersection, and not create an analysis for the mast arms and see if we could get the county and the state to buy off on those changes without having to do any wholesale infrastructure modifications in the intersection. If we could do it with just striping, it would be much quicker.
We adopt that as a motion?
Would you need, sorry, Mr. Murphy.
Commissioner Magazine and then Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
Trying to comprehend here. Would you need all 3 of those to make it work? When we're talking about removing bulb outs, the one that sticks out most is North Beach Elementary right there.
So the good news about the 3 that I brought up is that you would not need to remove bulb outs. The only one that you would need to remove bulb outs in order to institute a left turning lane is Prairie. And that's because we don't have enough space between the bicycle lanes and the parking and the 2 travel lanes. You would have to reconfigure the bulb out in order to institute a left turn lane there. We're open to discussing whether or not that's worthwhile to add that 4th one. We think there's value in trying to add at least at those other 3 locations, because what we may find is that we can move forward with 1 or 2 of them without having to do wholesale structural modifications to the mast arms.
Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez, then Vice Mayor Bott.
Okay, so I thought we were removing the bulb outs on 40th Street, because that's where the big problem and the gridlock occurs. And I've been trying to do this for 10 years, by the way. 2015, I got elected. No, during my campaign, Rabbi Bixon came to me. He said, I watch this street every day along 40th Street. And before, there were 2 lanes and the cars could go around and make a right turn. It's not really about a left turn. It's about being able to go around the car that's at the light, making the left turn, go around and take a right turn. So that's where the bulb outs are needed, along 40th, at all of the intersections. Every place where we put them, we backed up traffic. And so they need to be removed, especially once you do that around on 40th Street, people are going to be able to start to move around. And that's our street. We don't need to speak to FDOT. You don't need to do anything except remove the bulb out and stripe it so that you can turn right. So, because right now you have to wait, and if you're just waiting there to go right, the bulb out's there so you can't go around the car to take a right. Do you understand?
Yes.
Yes? I mean, so, yeah.
So if I could,
That's
I
the
know
issue.
I thought the exact same thing that you thought
Uh-huh.
until having a lengthier conversation with Jose about 41st Street.
Mm-hmm.
If we were to do right turn lanes in areas where the traffic patterns tell us there's not a significant amount of right turns, but there are a significant amount of left turns, then what happens is that you have through vehicles that queue behind the left turning vehicle and get stuck, and the right turn lane sits empty, and you have people that are just naturally going to try and pull around in the right turn lane, which will lead to situations where you have two vehicles going through an intersection with only one receiving lane.
Well, but according to the people that work and live on that street, there was no backup until the bulb outs came. And when the bulb outs came, everything started to back up. So theoretically, you could be right. But in practicum, I don't think that that's the case. I mean,
So is there a specific intersection that we're talking about? Is it 40th and
The
Chase, 40th and
yes,
Prairie?
I think it's Chase and Prairie. For sure, Chase. Is that where our? It's the one. Where's the one where Cafe Avanti is? That's Chase, right? Chase. Yes. The bulb outs on Chase. If you remove those, that will really begin to go a long way to alleviating the traffic. And if we get that done, first, after so many years, I would be so happy because we've never been able to get it done. But literally, if you go and speak to the people there, they'll explain to you that we caused the problem. And it's not you. You were not here when the bulb outs were decided and done. But those bulb outs caused a real problem, Eric.
So as part of this item that's on the agenda, we're suggesting that we're happy to look at other locations where we think that there might be benefits in addressing bulb outs, especially in locations where you don't have heavy pedestrian traffic and it's primarily vehicular traffic and there's no bicycle facilities. It makes all the sense in the world to try and facilitate the movements of the vehicles. Where you have heavy pedestrian traffic, then you've got to balance the two needs to figure out what makes the most sense. But ultimately, we think there's value, based on the studies that we've done to date, we think there's value in further analysis on Chase, Sheridan, Royal Palm regarding the left turn lanes. And we're happy to analyze additional areas throughout the city that might be also of value.
So if I may, I lived in that neighborhood for 13 years, and there is a lot of pedestrian traffic in that neighborhood. And I've also sat in the gridlock trying to cross 41st. I think it's really, we need to be extremely judicious about this. And I would much prefer to see the three streets that you named that make sense and are logistically low-hanging fruit. You know, it is a very tidy little grid there, and so if we can preserve 41st and Prairie and keep that bulb out where there is a ton of traffic, pedestrian traffic and cyclist traffic, and also not take on the expense of moving a bulb out, because you have three other avenues, no pun intended, to go north-south or to take a turn one way or the other. So, you know, we just heard about the Project Zero, where there are fatalities and bulb outs protect pedestrians. We're trying to manage the needs of multimodal transportation, whether it's feet, bikes, or other wheels or vehicles. And so, you know, once again, one of my favorite sayings, measure twice, cut once. So, you know, and you yourselves have recommended against not removing all these bulb outs. So let's be super careful about how we proceed. The other thing I will say is that I've texted the chief numerous times and other folks in law enforcement about the fact that when you're approaching 40th and 41st, but you're a few blocks south on any of those through streets, they're almost all stops, four-way stops, and the number of times people have zoomed around and just blown through the line of cars queuing to go through the intersection, I mean, talk about an opportunity to put officers to catch terrible drivers. It's gotten better since getting across 41st has gotten better, but it still happens. So I don't know how we mitigate that other than parking motormen right there, but it's offensive and so dangerous because they're so important that they have to get to the four-way stop before anybody else. They're going to hit somebody.
I just want to say.
Commissioner Fernandez, let's try to give the direction and
Well, I just want to say, I've been seeing the police officers there. I think, I'm not sure which officer it was that I saw. I'm seeing his face and his name is skipping me. Literally, exactly what you were describing, Vice Mayor Bott. Pulled over the guy and grabbed him in exactly the act that you were mentioning because they were present there on 40th Street. Listen, I understand why the bulb outs are there, but I've been hearing about this for years. You know, people feel that they do more harm than good. And you know, I think that they ultimately need to be removed to be able to better facilitate the flow of traffic. And unfortunately, it's just the reality of the dynamics that are there. I get they're important for pedestrianism, but the reality is that, you know, we have a heavy amount of traffic that's being held up, and it's creating an unsafe situation when our street is so saturated and so congested that we can't get the movement of cars flowing appropriately. And so
is that a motion?
I will move the
Can I
item.
just ask one quick question?
Commissioner Magazine.
Jose, I think what I'm most concerned about is just the pedestrian safety when you're crossing 41st for the elementary school. Right, so are we removing bulb outs right there on Prairie and Chase or no?
That's not being contemplated on this item.
I just wanted to double and triple check and.
The idea is to squeeze in an additional turn lane without impacting the bulb outs. That's a win-win.
If you do that, I think the residents of Mid Beach will be so pleased to be able to turn again and not have to wait for the light to change.
So this isn't just adding a full lane, this is essentially just room for the turn lane there? Because, you know, you're a transportation expert, correct? With being modest, but yes?
Yes.
It's counterintuitive, but in general, does adding an extra lane reduce traffic flow? Or help alleviate traffic flow?
In this case, it is a turn lane, and it is.
So not a turning lane, but just in general, like, if you add an extra lane of traffic, does that do anything to reduce traffic congestion?
It depends. It increases the capacity, but if the vehicular demand is such that one lane may not be enough, which we see widening projects all over the county where FDOT will come in and widen, but there's still congestion even after the widening. And that's because the demand
I'm under
exceeds
no
the
illusion that
capacity.
this will solve the problem, but I think it's just a matter of simple supply and demand. If you have an extra lane and multiple different corridors, it's going to help the flow. So, did you move it? Eric, I think you said it best. Usually we have legal. Oh, Rick, you're back, but did you hear it all, Rick?
I apologize, I was away.
Fair enough.
So the item as I described it was to move forward with the analysis and interfacing with Miami-Dade County and the Florida Department of Transportation regarding the introduction of left turn lanes at Chase, Sheridan, and Royal Palm.
With left turn lanes, with the idea that you'd create a second lane that could go straight or turn right.
Correct.
Now, I was advocating that we do that now. That basically we could still have a right turn lane. You couldn't go straight because you'd have convergence of traffic, but you could have a right turn lane. But you were telling me, and you were trying to talk me out of that because you said the county would probably not agree.
I was trying to talk you out of an interim condition with a dedicated right turn lane because unless you're talking about the southbound movement of Prairie or Chase?
It's at Chase.
Southbound movement on Chase, the traffic volumes for a dedicated right turn lane were not there. And so it's gonna sit empty and people are gonna use it to bypass vehicles waiting for the left, and it's gonna create an unsafe condition.
I have to agree that, from my perspective, as you go further west, the greater demand is to turn left. And as you're going further east, from my perspective, the greater demand is to turn right. Because, you know, the people, when you get west to the West Point, like Chase Avenue, is the people that have avoided 41st Street to go towards the Tuttle. And then when you go further east, you see the backup to turn right, which are the people who have avoided 41st Street to go towards Collins Avenue and cross the Indian Creek. So that's, just, building upon what the manager was saying.
So do we have?
But let me just ask this. So this doesn't this keeps the bulb outs on 41st Street. This would keep that.
Correct.
All right, but I, for years, have been hearing the complaints and the concerns about the bulb outs on 40th Street. So can that be incorporated as part of this? I think we shouldn't be considering removing the bulb outs on 41st Street because that clearly 100% needed for pedestrian safety, needed, especially with the schools right there. But if we can explore the possibility of removing them on 40th Street, where you don't have the level of traffic, the volume of traffic they have on 41st Street, I think, I don't know if my colleagues would be inclined to consider that.
So this item contemplates doing additional analysis of bulb out removal in other areas of the city. 40th Street, we've heard you loud and clear, is something of interest. We would have to actually budget and move forward with a traffic analysis in order to confirm that we could remove those bulb outs, but that's something that we could look at if you wanted to do that as a one-off rather than doing it as part of a holistic citywide study. We could potentially move that forward quicker.
I remember when this happened, it was part of a capital program that was done on 40th Street. Like, I remember this was probably over 10 years ago. And Saul Francis was a parking director at the time. And there was no consultation between capital improvement at the time and the parking department. And there was a loss of parking because of those bulb outs. And I still remember Mayor Bauer screaming about the loss of parking that happened there because of the amount of calls and emails the city was getting at the time. And now it's evolved into the issue is not the loss of parking, the issue is the way that the bulb out is affecting the movement of the traffic there. So if it could be incorporated to correct this that was done, 10 years ago, I would suggest it because it's very different here on 40th Street than on 41st.
You have your direction, Eric?
I do.
You're comfortable? Is that a motion, Commissioner Fernandez?
And actually, if
Yes. I'll
I may
second.
clarify, we have two items really, R7C, which is to move forward with evaluating the potential removal of certain bulb outs, and then R7AH, which will now.
R9.
I'm sorry, R9AH, which will direct administration to discuss with the county and FDOT setting up left turn lanes with another lane that would go straight or turn right at Chase, Sheridan, and Royal Palm. Is that right?
Sure.
And let's put an emphasis on action and not discussion. Seriously, I mean, we've missed the high season for this year based on your estimates of how long this will take, but we got to get it by the time the high peak season starts for next year.
We're going to move forward with the mast arm analysis right away because that's really going to be the rate limiting step.
So, just for the record, on R9AH, I have a motion from Commissioner Fernandez, seconded by the mayor, and that's the direction one. Can we take the vote on that?
Let's do it.
On R9AH, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Now we have to do R7C. Is that correct? Okay, I have a motion from Commissioner Fernandez, seconded by Commissioner Suarez. On R7C, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you. Time sensitive, let's call C7AP.
I'm sorry, Mayor, I was.
C7AP.
C7AP is Light Up City Hall in Orange regarding the victims, the Beavis family.
Yeah, I mean, we had extensive discussions this morning on anti-Semitism, so I won't say too much on this, but just in case people are not familiar, I think most people are familiar that there's an ongoing hostage exchange for the ceasefire that's happening between Israel and Hamas. Recently, and I'll try to do this without getting choked up, there was a family that was returned. Some of the hostages, thankfully, returned alive, some not so. And PJ, if you could put the picture up, that was a 9-month-old and a 4-year-old and the mom who were kidnapped into Gaza by Hamas on October 7th, and their bodies were returned to Israel. And the analysis by medical staff was that, and I won't even describe it, they were horrifically brutalized and murdered in ways that it's hard to even comprehend. But so, as you see from the toddler, the orange hair, so that's become sort of the rallying cry in Israel, but elsewhere. So the Foreign Ministry of Israel and now has adopted that orange color, and there are cities throughout the world that are doing different things. And it was something that I thought, I think it was my wife, Shannon, who actually had the idea. I'll give her the credit. Hey, why not light up City Hall in orange? And I thought it was such a good idea. I brought it forward, and I think it'll be very impactful. We had Gino Santatorio from the Mount Sinai told me this morning that they're going to be lighting up Mount Sinai in orange as well, in solidarity. And I would just, anybody who's watching and who has the ability to light up their buildings or do something to show support. And I think what we said this morning is so impactful. I mean, obviously this is showing support for the state of Israel, but it's really showing support for Western values and for fighting terrorism in all its forms, because we've seen it on our shores. And whether it be bombs or planes crashing into buildings, it's the same ideology, and we need the United States, Israel needs to be united in fighting this terror. And it's funny how certain things capture the imagination. It's been over 500 days since the hostages were there, but this family and that picture and seeing those kids who were brutalized, just I think it's hard not to look at that and grieve. So I hope everyone supports this. Commissioner Rosen-Gonzalez.
Isn't the Beavis family suing Netanyahu for using their family as propaganda?
I'm not familiar with that.
Okay, I'm going to support this, but if it's true that the Beavis family doesn't want this death used as propaganda, then we should make sure that that's not the case. I mean, I agree with you 100%. But if that's the case, then I think we should respect the family and allow them to mourn this horrific death.
It's the first I hear of it. I called actually Mayor Elbaz Sterinsky, the Consul General for the Miami area, and he was fully supportive of this idea. And what he told me is that the state of Israel is fully supporting. Actually, this comes from the Foreign Ministry of Israel. So this is the first I've heard of that, and I have no idea.
If that's, okay, then, I mean, I'm 100% supportive. I'm not sure.
Mr. Mayor.
Look, it says here, the Beavis family threatens to sue Israeli regime over propaganda. This was 11 hours ago. They're getting very upset that their family is being used as propaganda. The relatives of Israeli captive Sherry Beavis has demanded that the Israeli regime stop exploiting their family members' deaths for propaganda purposes, threatening to sue the regime if it continues to publish details of their deaths. The Beavis family made the request on Wednesday, a day after Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu revealed details of the deaths while speaking before the American-Israeli Public Affairs Committee.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think it's okay if I'm going to support this, but at the same time, I do understand their family wanting to mourn and not be used as a tool.
Again, it's the first I'm hearing it, but based on what you read, that's completely different than this. There are certain details, I guess, that came out about how they were brutalized. This is commemorating a family and showing support, not just It's not just for the Bibas family, it's for all hostages, all the victims of October 7th. And I mean, Israel is a very, is a small country. And in the sense when someone dies, there's literally, somebody usually knows somebody who knows that person. When an Israeli soldier is killed or a hostage has come back, there's a, I mean, the state of Israel, there's twice a year, literally the whole country stops because then they sound the siren. It's like almost hard to believe, but literally you're driving in a car, you stop on the highway. The train is going, the train stops. Airplanes don't fly. It's a very close-knit country, so whatever issues that may be dealing with that you just described, again, I'm not familiar, but I think that has nothing to do with showing support for this family and all of the victims and hostages from October 7th. Commissioner Suarez, then Commissioner Magazine.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't think it's propaganda to support and commemorate with the families that have been brutalized by Hamas. So I'm going to be fully in support of this.
Can I just ask what website is that, so I could look it up?
While she's getting that, would you mind if I?
Yeah.
And I would agree, before you even made that, that was the comments I was going to make. I'm not privy to this somewhat new news, but as the way it was described, it seemed much different what we're looking to do, commemorate victims. I did so in my own right by offering prayers personally throughout the weekend, and I think that's what we're coming together here to do. Perhaps what that's referring to, while I'm speculating, is details that were released that could be used to further other political agendas. That's nothing that we're doing. We're commemorating brutal deaths and honoring hostages that still need to be returned. So I think even if this is happening, it's very different than the tack that we're essentially looking to take.
I'm gonna be supportive, as we're not using a likeness or anything.
Do you have the website? Just, I'm not seeing that. Yeah, I was gonna say, is it Al Jazeera?
No, I don't think so. I think it, but.
Okay, should we call the vote?
I need a motion, please.
I can't move it, so.
I'll move the item, Mr. Mayor.
A motion by Commissioner Fernandez, seconded by Commissioner Suarez. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, C7AP is approved 7-0.
And Mr. Mayor, I think it's just, I think what matters is the intent and the gesture of our city's continued and unwavering support for the innocent victims of what, has been terrorism, those who were brutally murdered and the taken hostages. And I think it just highlights our shared commitment for peace, for dignity, for remembrance. And so putting aside any article that may be out there, it's the intent and it's the spirit and what we stand for, honoring the Bibas family and all the innocent lives that have been lost.
Oh, it's actually the Israel Times, so it's not just propaganda. The Bibas family tells Netanyahu to shut up as the details of the murders. So I do think that we should allow the family to mourn in their own way. I do think we could light up City Hall for all the hostages, but if that is the family's wishes,
Yeah,
in the
again,
times of Israel, I mean, I don't know. I think that that's pretty.
Again, I'm just basing on what you're reading. I still think they're two separate, completely different issues. One is you're describing medical details, and this is just showing support for the family and all the victims of October 7th. So, call the vote.
So we did already, Mayor. We did. It was Commissioner Fernandez made a motion, Commissioner Suarez, and it was 7-0.
Great, thank you. A couple of requests. I'm going to call them Commissioner Suarez, and then I'm going to call Vice Mayor Bott's item. Commissioner Suarez, which item was it?
Well, there's two.
Well, pick one for now.
How about this? I'll let you pick. There's the 1% tax that we have to officially vote on a second reading, or the pension item.
I thought I was under the impression that the 1% tax, it was moot. Is that not true?
Well,
I'll turn it over to our city attorney.
It's moot because the voters did not approve it, but it's still on our books.
So
I mean-
would a future commission be able to allow it to be back on the ballot? Or even though we have a new agreement with the county?
Yes, and the new commission, just to be clear, could also re-adopt the ordinance.
So it's up to you, which one you want to call.
I feel like it's not.
Okay, let's, want to do the pension?
Sure.
Which one is that?
R5W, right?
All right, you want to read into the record?
Yes, sir. R5W is an ordinance of the mayor and city commission of the city of Miami Beach, Florida, amending the Miami Beach Employees Retirement Plan created by ordinance 2006-3504, as subsequently amended to amend the provisions applicable to elected officials, providing for severability, repealing all ordinance in conflict therewith, and providing an effective date. R5W is a first reading public hearing.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I sponsor this item to eliminate lifetime pensions for part-time elected officials in the city of Miami Beach for both city commissioners and mayor who currently qualify after serving only 4 years in office. This ordinance would apply prospectively and transition future electeds to a defined contribution retirement system similar to a private sector 401k. This change ensures a more fair and fiscally responsible approach to how we handle retirement benefits for those elected to serve the people of Miami Beach. Let's start by acknowledging the situation we saw in Miami. After the city commission approved lifetime pensions, the backlash from residents was very swift. And I believe Mayor Suarez rightfully vetoed the proposal. Miami's debacle and the contempt displayed by one of its commissioners highlights why lifetime pensions for part-time politicians are fundamentally wrong. Some argue we work hard and deserve these benefits, while no one denies the blood, sweat, and tears and long hours that we put into this role. Let's put a few things into perspective. In the private sector, lifetime pensions after 4 years are unheard of. They simply do not exist. For comparison, young men and women in the military risk their lives for 20 years to receive 50% of their base pay in retirement. Miami Beach officers dedicate 10 years to our city just to get vested. And yet, under our city current system, a part-time politician could receive a full retirement after serving just 4 years. This is disrespectful to the taxpayers of our city. Fortunately, it's never too late to do the right thing. Our current city commission is different from past city commissions, consistently prioritizing public service and the greater good over political and economic self-interests. So with that, I'd like to hear what my colleagues think about this, and I would like to move the item.
I'll second the item.
Mr. Mayor, if I could.
Commissioner Magazine.
I actually originally wasn't going to be supportive of this. I thought it was a small amount, almost akin to a rounding error, and all the arguments that are made about the hard work putting in. So yeah, it's just not worth it. But hopefully, with the mayor's permission, we're going to hear an item later today, talking about where we stand from a city budget standpoint, where the county came in with a newly elected office, and it's going to essentially evaporate $6 million from our annual coffers just like that. And, it's going to be a tough budget year, and I want to get that out in the open. And it's easy to sit there about every single item and say, we need to start being fiscally conscious, but you know what, this is just a small amount. But sometimes you just have to put your money where your mouth is and, start somewhere. So originally, it was going to be one of those things where it was just, hey, this isn't worth it. It's not anything monumental or seismic that's really going to cause a difference to taxpayer money. But we have to show leadership and we have to start somewhere. So I'll be supportive of the item.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to say, it's an honor to co-sponsor this ordinance. I think it reflects our commitment to responsible governance, to really being good stewards of the taxpayers' dollars. I think when it comes to pensions, this is where the real meat and potatoes matter. And I think as elected officials, we need to lead by example, ensuring that our retirement system remains sustainable and aligned with the best interests of the residents who we represent. I think by transitioning elected officials to a defined contribution retirement system, which is what this does, is that correct, Mr. Attorney?
Yes, currently electeds can be in one or the other. This ordinance would eliminate the MBERP provision requiring future electeds to participate in the defined contribution plan.
And so I think it does strengthen our fiscal integrity of our pension plan. I think it's fair, I think it's just an easy decision to make. It's what makes sense. And I'm not sure in a private sector that the pension would be the same for a part-time position like that of a city commissioner. And I think it's important to highlight that. So I'm proud to co-sponsor, and I think it's the right thing to do for our community. Thank you, Mr.
You think
Mayor.
this is really a part-time position?
No, but we sign up for it knowing that it's a part-time position
I say
paid as a.
I meant
Okay,
it
no.
in jest. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez.
So, to the sponsors of this item, are you willing to also give up your pensions?
I don't collect a salary. I actually donate my salary, and I don't plan on having
So you agreed to
taking
give up
advantage
your
of a pension.
pension? You agreed to give up your
Yes,
pension?
100%.
Okay. Commissioner Fernandez, you agree to give up your pension?
I'll discuss it with Robert, but I already gave up, this commission increased its salary, and not only did I vote against it, I said I'm gonna forfeit that increase. We amended the legislation so that I wouldn't receive that increase, and so not only did I vote against that, I said, not only am I voting against it, but should it pass, I don't wanna get that money, and so I'm gonna sacrifice that.
You're gonna
And so-
sacrifice your pension?
I'm talking about the salary that we got. So I don't know what my pension implication is, and I don't know if we can even legally do that. I haven't consulted with the city attorney on it, so I just want to make sure that I can legally do that. So I can't answer that right now.
Commissioner Rosa
But
Gonzalez.
I think
Wait, I would like to
transitioning.
know. I
No,
would
but
like-
I think the bigger picture is, I'm one person, and I don't know what dent my one pension makes to the city's budget. If you want to make a high and mighty political point, go for it. If you want me to sacrifice my pension, just say it. But you're trying to make a high and mighty and grandstand and make a political point. But let me finish. I think the bigger point is it's not one individual pension, it's a collective pensions of individuals when you aggregate it together and you multiply it over years and years and years of elected officials. And what should the city's policy be moving forward? And that's what we're determining here. And what is in the best fiscal interest of the taxpayers of the city of Miami Beach. I'll talk to the city attorney about it. I don't know what the implications are. So I'll have that conversation with the city attorney. But I've been clear in what I've done in the past. I've tried to lead by example. When I vote against things, I try to do it in a way that subjects me to it as well.
So could I make a motion to defer until we find out what the financial implications of each of our pensions are? Because I think that anybody who votes yes on this, and maybe I'll vote yes too, we should find out exactly what the implications are and then come back. And then if all of us willingly agree to give up our pensions, then we can do this prospectively for everybody else. But I think we should do a financial analysis
Mr. Mayor.
first. And then maybe we think about this. Maybe we send it to the finance committee,
Mr.
get this financial analysis, because to do this any other way, I have to, I believe in the golden rule. And I didn't even know when I ran for office that I was going to get a pension. And by the way, our pensions are small. They're based on, they're not large pensions. And when I found out, I was like, gosh, like, the city really appreciates all this work that I've put in, 20-hour days sometimes I wake up, you know? So for me to impose something on future people when I myself am receiving it, that doesn't seem right. I do understand the financial implications, but I would request financial information on all of this. And if we approve this, then we all give up our pensions together. Let's just give it up. If you're willing to do it, Commissioner Fernandez is a sponsor, Commissioner Magazine, you want to give up your pension, Commissioner, Mayor Minor,
Well, I
you
haven't
want to give
spoken-
it up?
I haven't spoken yet. so
Okay.
I didn't say.
I just feel like
Vice
this
Mayor.
is some sort of bizarre, so people will get elected, and then those commissioners are gonna know that you're getting a pension and they're not. That's not fair, okay? So if we do this, then we have to make the sacrifice. And I would like to understand all of the financial implications therein.
Vice Mayor Bott, and then Commissioner Suarez.
So, a few thoughts. First of all, I spent 6 years working, 2 summers working at Merrill Lynch, but 6 years working most recently at a financial advisory that also had a pension and 401k administrative arm of the business. And they will tell you that the evisceration of the middle class was rooted in two things: the decrease of unions and the move from pensions to 401ks. That's one thing. Second of all, I think it's fabulous for the individuals, I think it's fabulous that we have individuals in our community who are independently wealthy and can afford to eschew salaries and forego pensions. That does not apply to everybody. There are plenty of people who would be interested in running but can't afford to work as a commissioner because they'd have to hold at least one other job or multiple jobs to make ends meet. So, what is good for one person financially may not be good for another. Third of all, we are taxed as commissioners not taxed. Our pensions come from $6,000 a year. And Jason, you told me, or Eric, I forget who told me, it's like, I don't remember what the financial impact is, but it is very small to the overall budget. And I am not being cavalier about the issues that we are facing. As Commissioner Magazine said, next year is going to be a very tough budget discussion. But I will say that the small amount it makes of difference to the city commission, you guys, the small amount of difference it makes to the city budget is not commensurate to the impact it makes on individuals, because people in retirement take a pension from this job, a 401k from that job, Social Security. Not everybody has millions of dollars waiting for them in retirement, or from whatever their current financial situation. Most of us are hoping that with the savings we've done in 401ks and the pension we have from previous jobs and the Social Security, we will be able to cover our nuts. And I find it thoughtful and well-intended, but the city of Miami was a different situation where the mayor there makes $120,000, so that is a very different financial impact. I will tell you right now that I'm very proud to be earning a pension from the city of Miami Beach. I plan to give this city 8 years of my best years of my life, working my hiney off to do the best job I can, and if I get a pension based on a $6,000 a year salary, well, I don't think that's terrible. And I will tell you that I will not give up my pension because I need it. I'm not independently wealthy. I will never become independently wealthy unless somebody buys me a lottery ticket. So, yeah, I'm keeping my pension. You guys who can afford it, God bless. I can't.
Vice Mayor Bott. Thank you, Vice Mayor. Serving a public office is a privilege. It's certainly not a job. Okay, I think it's bad precedent to get elected to make money, and I know it's a very small amount, but like I said, it's just unheard of to have a pension after 4 years. A lifetime pension after 4 years. It used to be 5 years. Now it's 4. So all you have to do is just get elected. I think this is just unfair to all the thousands of employees that we have in Miami Beach, where they have to work I think, a decade or more to vest in their pensions. I think, you know, a lot of people are watching this. This is a very hot topic. You know, having elected officials have lifetime pensions is really not. It's just not good government. And you know, we don't get into this to make a lifetime pension. We get involved to make a difference in our community.
With all due respect, I did not literally bet my house, quit my job, sell my house, and run for office because of the lifetime pension on a $6,000 a year salary. I did not work my hiney off to get this job because it was going to be a great moneymaker for me. I got into this because I want to be one of the best public servants this city has ever seen. I do actually need to pay my maintenance fee for my apartment and buy dog food, among other things. I do not think it is shameful to be a human being who requires some minimal compensation for the work done. As I said before, if you're independently wealthy and the financials work in your favor, that's terrific. But some of us actually need to make a salary. And whether you're doing it by cobbling together 3 full-time jobs plus this, or if you have just decreased your cost of living to the point where you can scrape by on what we make here, not 6,000, obviously, I'm not crazy, but with the net amount, which, by the way, is not included in what the pension benefits would be accrued on.
But-
You know,
but-
there's this presumption that you have to be independently wealthy to be a decent, good public servant. And I really find that narrative offensive. There are people who do not have the backgrounds, do not have the generational wealth, have not built a business empire, have not gotten lucky with a lottery ticket, who are excellent candidates to be excellent public servants. And to presume that it's a failing of theirs, that they cannot be a good public service unless they eschew all compensation for their time and effort. I know that this is officially a part-time job because that's how it was put in the charter decades ago. But anybody who has done this job well can tell you very well that it is not a part-time job. So this narrative is nonsense, with all due respect.
Can I ask?
By the way, the pension is not only based on $6,000. It's the reimbursements and the pensionable as well. So it's like $60,000. But at the end of the day, is it really fair? Is it really fair to have pensions after vesting? Vice Mayor Bott?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Do you really think it's fair to have pensions after only 4 years of service, a lifetime pension? I find that crazy to believe that's okay.
I wanted to weigh in on that, actually, because it used to be 5 years. The previous commission actually passed to make it 4. I'm very proud that I voted no to it. It passed, but and I was actually a candidate, so I benefited from it if I had lost the mayor race. I didn't obviously know what was going to happen. So that's another option too. We could switch it back. So you have to win more than one time to be eligible. Jason, not that I question what you're saying, just Jason, is that true? Just so I just want to confirm, because I did have that question. Is the pension on the full? Because I could be wrong, and I'm not even sure, but I think it's approximately $10,000 in quote unquote salary. The commissioners are $6,000, but then I get about $40,000 in automatic expenses, so it comes out to $50,000. Again, I'm rounding up.
Yeah, I think
That's
he
roughly
was-
that. I don't even know
Yeah, I
exactly.
think-
And the commissioners get about $35,000 or somewhere around there. So
That's
it's $45,000.
my understanding. It's
Is the
based
pension on that full amount?
I believe it's on the salary and on the expense allowance. And that was changed, I think, I believe it might have been changed at the same time when it was moved from 5
That's
to 4.
60,000.
And it expense for, well, I don't know, I don't see Marla here, with the total amount of the expense allowance, which was just increased, I think, just in this.
So it's not based on the 6,000.
I don't believe so. I believe it's
Okay.
based on the salary plus the expense allowance.
Okay,
What do we pay on an annual basis for the pensions of former elected officials?
I don't have that number off the top of my head. I'd have to check.
I'm
with HR.
piggybacking on what Commissioner Rosa-Gonzalez, I think that's an important number to have.
With how much we budget for the
Well, how
pension
much we
contribution.
pay,
I could find that out. I don't know if that off the top of
Mr.
my head.
Mayor,
if I might just
if I
correct the
may,
record.
if I could, because you spoke a lot on it, so I'd just like to
Commissioner Fernandez, then
add,
Vice Mayor Bott,
you
and
know,
then Commissioner
I've
Suarez.
always been very consistent on this. Mr. Mayor, when you voted no, I voted no as well at that time. I never voted to lower the years for the pension from 5 years to 4. I was a consistent and resounding no on that. When we circumvented the voters ultimately to increase this reimbursement that elected officials get to a higher amount, I voted no, and I was consistent, not just voting no, but asking to amend the legislation so that even if it passed, I would not get the money. And I just have to be consistent. With this, I get and I respect everyone's position. I absolutely respect everyone's position on this. This has just been a long-standing position of mine. And I think the beauty of this day is that there are issues where perhaps we all won't be united on, and that we'll all be able to chime our own personal experiences and disagree on. For me, on this one, I don't think, salary, pension, healthcare are the reasons why we run for office. I know everyone on this dais has run for office with a great desire to do good, to contribute to the city, so that the next generation can inherit a cleaner, safer, more resilient, and beautiful city. And a lot of that entails a lot of great personal sacrifice. And I get that, and I respect everyone's position here, and I don't look down upon anyone who wishes to oppose legislation like this. My consistent position has been to side more conservatively on these matters, and I'll remain consistent on that. And I respect you, Commissioner Bott, because you are an example of a public servant that has made great personal sacrifice. You gave up your job, you sold your home, and you have committed yourself to be a tremendously honorable public servant. And I admire that. But I just don't like the idea that people run for office in the hopes of after one term they can get a lifetime pension. That I don't agree with that idea, and I don't want that to be a motivator for individuals in the future to run for office. I want the motivator to run for office individuals who sacrifice of themselves to contribute their time and their talents to leave behind a better community than the one we've inherited for the next generation.
So I wanted to first correct the record. I apologize. I was not trying to pull the wool over anybody's eyes. I was given an inaccurate piece of information that I was basing my comments on. I understood that we were only, that only our salary got, that our pensions were accrued only on the salary part of our compensation. So I apologize, again, not trying to dissemble or lie about anything. That's not how I roll. So I just want to clear the record on that. Second of all, anybody who is foolish enough to raise $250,000 or more to win a seat or try to win a seat because they may get a lifetime pension of a few grand over the course of a year, I would question their decision-making abilities. Commissioner Magazine.
Well, I was next. Again, Commissioner Bott, this doesn't apply to you, and this applies to future elected officials. And it's not like we're saying that they're not going to have a defined contribution plan. Part of this resolution is giving an avenue for a retirement plan. It just doesn't happen to be a lifelong pension plan funded by taxpayers. So you are going to be well vested as long as everyone else on this dais who seeks to have it. I'm not. I don't know about others, but there are options for a defined contribution benefits plan for future elected officials.
Commissioner Magazine, I'll give it over to you. But as I said before, 6 years working for a financial advisor and retirement plans administrator who will tell you that the middle class was eviscerated starting with when pensions were decreased in favor of voluntary contributions. So I'm just putting that out there as it's something we can all chew on. Commissioner Magazine, go at it.
And funny, coming from my time at Merrill Lynch, I saw things with another viewpoint. In fact, I'm reading an email that I sent to the mayor and commission in 2018, actually about the pensions, right? So that kind of skews my thinking here. I want to pull back the conversation a little bit. I don't want to even begin to try and assign motives to people that they're somehow running for office for these fringe benefits. That's just not realistic. I agree with you there that nobody in their right mind is going to spend all day from 8 a.m. until 7 p.m. and then all that incremental time with the sole motive of somehow collecting this huge windfall of a couple $100 per month. That being said, you know, in the email that I wrote back in 2018 to the Mayor and Commission, I'm sitting here looking at it now in my position. I wrote a 5-page email. I'm like, I must have been insane if I ever thought the mayor and commission would read 5 pages about the Miami Beach pension system. But that being said, you know, I talk about, you know, we had a $400 million underfunded pension liability, the aggregate pension performance, and then ran. I sound like such a dork, but then ran stress test analysis of if the annual percentage return would come in under what was pinpointed in our pension obligations of 7.5%, what that would do to the budget. I can't comprehend my state of mind at the time thinking somebody would have read this. But that being said, it was an important, yes, it was an important topic to me then. And this isn't even about really, yes, it's about the money, but I studied pensions kind of across the board from a public finance, municipal finance standpoint. When you look at Chicago's debt rating, just got downgraded to BBB. And it's going to, ironically, they just, I believe today or yesterday, passed a $1 billion infrastructure geo bond, and their rates to essentially go out and try and fund that are incrementally higher because of their lower credit rating, much of which is predicated on their unfunded pension liabilities. So where I'm going with this is what I was trying to convey to the mayor and commission then was that that is the primary catalyst for municipalities that are essentially experiencing financial trouble or burdens is their unfunded pension liability. I get that this isn't going to be seismic or mountain moving, but it's going to try and lead with example.
I speak on this?
Sorry, yes, go ahead, Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
So I could vote yes on this and be a lily white because frankly, it doesn't affect me, doesn't affect you, Commissioner Magazine, doesn't affect any of us up here. But I think it would be so hypocritical if I vote yes and then a colleague who gets elected is not going to get the same benefit that I am. That is not nice. It's not compassionate. It's hypocritical. That's what it is. It's hypocrisy. And this is the most elitist legislation that has no compassion for anybody moving forward. So I made a motion to defer because maybe I think that I'd like to see the financial implications of these pensions. And I would request that everybody who supports this item also give up their pension and go into a defined contribution. Because anybody who votes for this, okay, and it doesn't affect them, but it punishes everybody else in the future who might want to run for office, I think there's a moral wrong there. And so, you know, we could all be hypocritical Pharisees and say, yes, the moral high road is that we do not run for office to get these small pensions. But that's not the reality of what's going on here. This is a political maneuver. I don't think that this is about cost-cutting savings because, you know, I think that's very subjective. I think this is to hurt people and force votes, and there's not a lot of compassion. embedded in this item. So I would like to see the financials before I make a decision.
Do you want to, I mean, we could defer, I'm going to support, because I wanted to find, I want the information as well. Do you want to defer this?
Can I just chime in here?
Yeah.
With Marla? That doesn't just come naturally, right? That has to be, that's going to cost money in and of itself. It's going to take a considerable amount of time. It's not just, back of the envelope stuff that they have lying around. They would have to go and have to reach out to an actuary, pay for studies.
Wait.
for that.
I got to ask some follow-up questions on that. There's, how many, we can't see, I mean, there's maybe, what, 20 or 30, how many electeds are there that receive pensions, former electeds?
Oh, there's a lot.
I don't know the answer to the question. I can get it for you.
No, but we're
no,
sending out, we're sending out checks to these people, right? We don't know how much we're paying them?
Well, the
Yes, they
pension
get like
board sends out the
$500.
checks,
A
yes.
commissioner gets like 500, but somebody like Maddie Bauer, who worked
Please,
for
Commissioner, let me-
14 years, receives about 12.
Okay, let me,
If I think the question is what would the financial impact of this ordinance be? That work has to be done by an actuary, because it's not a simple, straightforward
I guess I'm asking a
calculation.
different question. I'm asking what, right now, how much money we spend annually on pensions for former elected officials?
I can find that out from the pension board. I don't have that data.
But they haven't?
They do.
I think that's the question. I don't think we need an actuarial analysis costing whatever you're thinking, hundreds. I think, I don't want to speak for you, Commissioner, but I think that's what we're seeking. What do we pay currently annually? I think that's the number we need. It's going to change a little bit because.
Well, if I may, if the question is just how much on a monthly basis that the pension fund, which is a separate legal entity, pays out on a monthly basis to pension collecting elected officials, obviously, yes, they would have that number and have that number quickly. But that's just going to tell you what that current amount is. And obviously,
Right.
would it increase a bit in the future as more elected officials become pension eligible? But at some point, it would, it would
Do you want to make a motion, Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez, to refer this to the Finance Committee? This is a finance issue, and then I'll support that.
Okay, I would like to refer this to the Finance Committee, and I would also like to reiterate that anybody voting yes for this should and willingly give up their pension because that's the right thing to do in support of this.
I'll second your motion.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, this isn't a political stunt. Okay, this has been on the agenda for a long time. I put this on as soon as I heard about what happened in the city of Miami. So I didn't just put this on the agenda for this meeting. I can agree. I do my best to work and agree with my colleagues, but when I think there is just bad policy and bad governance, I'm going to disagree. So it really doesn't matter what the numbers are. It's not like it's going to change. They're vested. Okay. I simply just don't believe that after 4 years you have a lifetime pension on 60,000, 75,000. And that's not to say that in the future those numbers are going to go up. And maybe in 10 years it's $100,000 with everything combined.
Okay, we have a motion and a second on the table. Let's call that vote, and then we'll call, if that fails, then we'll call the item itself.
So this is as a referral to the Finance Committee. All in favor, please say aye.
Nay.
Nay. So no, I hear Commissioner Suarez, no, I hear Commissioner Fernandez. Is that correct?
So 5-2. No. 4-3.
4-3, so the item is referred to the Finance Committee. Is that going to be, then this item is on hold? Or is that between first and second reading?
There were two parts to this motion. So if you vote no on this, does that mean that you're willing to sacrifice future pensions, but collect a pension yourself?
The item passed. It's going to be referred to finance.
That's crazy.
Let's
Anybody
call
who's voting to harm their future colleagues should
So this item,
take it themselves.
Mr. Mayor.
C7AO.
Mr. Mayor.
The item passed.
But we were called, what did you call us, Pharisees or something like that? What did you call us? Yes, okay. Let's just, I think, just to clarify the record, maybe it's maybe it's just my experience working in government as it relates to pensions. And I know the city attorney told me he needs to talk to pension counsel about this. The moment you vest in a pension.
Now, I'm actually going to stop the comment. No, we've all talked, we've all settled. Personally, I have so.
You're very selective about that, Mr. Mayor, with all due respect.
The item passed. No, I can't think of one single item today that we've discussed after the item passed. It passed. We have a lot of items to discuss.
It
It's
has
not-
to go to finance,
It's
correct?
that's what I'm saying. The item passed. I'm sorry. We've all got our input on it. C7AO.
Yes, sir. C7AO is support for sister cities, Odessa, Ukraine. Just for that one item was separated by Commissioner Suarez, C7AO.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I wanted to ask Vice Mayor Bott, did anybody from our local members of Congress, Maria Salazar, Carlos Jimenez, Diaz-Balart, Frederica Wilson, or Senator Scott collaborate with you on this drafting of this resolution?
Are you kidding?
No.
No. I wrote it when I was supposed to be doing my agenda prep at home one night before I dove into my agenda.
So again, no elected member of Congress has collaborated with you on this?
No.
Okay. So, look, I mean, considering the timing of this last-minute submission to, I think it came in last night, I'm going to venture to guess that the intent of this resolution is purely partisan and an attempt to antagonize anyone right of center. You know, I don't think that this is a proper way to govern as a nonpartisan government official. You know, we have more.
Commissioner, it really would be best if you just focused on the item itself. I mean, you're making a little personal, so
Yeah.
just focus on the language. I think that would be better.
Look, I think we have more registered NPAs in this city than either Democrat or Republicans, 3 of which are on this dais. You know, I personally cannot support a hyper-partisanship that could negatively affect our relationships at the state and federal level. You know, I think that this is the opposite of common sense and an extreme gesture to attack a specific political party.
Okay,
Can I finish, please? Thank you. You know, the hyper-partisanship of this resolution risks damaging our city's ability to access certain funds and resources from state and federal agencies. You know, I don't understand why we are poking this bear. We're going to need the state's help for spring break this year. We're going to need the federal government for pending infrastructure projects. You know, injecting a political bias into city governance by forcing a vote on a resolution regarding Ukraine sets a dangerous precedent and distracts from our core responsibilities to the residents of Miami Beach. Our commission exists to address local issues, public safety, infrastructure, community well-being, not to engage in, honestly, political theater and symbolic grandstanding on an international conflicts that fall outside our jurisdiction. While global events may air strong emotions, our role is to focus on policies that have a direct and meaningful impact on our city and residents. Using the commission as a platform for personal political statements not only waste time and resources, but also risk dividing our community over matters that we have no authority to influence. Good governance demands that we remain committed and focused to serving our residents, not engaging in performative politics on the world stage. So, you know, I'm certainly not going to put my name on a resolution that might affect our financial and political relationships at the state and federal level. And I highly advise all of you to think this through and not repeat the mistakes of previous commissions.
The only person using this as a political stunt at the moment is you. It was
I'm not asking you to vote on anything.
It would not have been called out. It follows in the precedent of supporting our sister cities. All this is doing is restating facts and urging that we reaffirm our support for our sister city, Odessa. We are not sending them a fire station, a fire truck like we have to Israel. We are not donating a fire truck like we have to Cozumel. We have done this before with Odessa, where we did this in 2022. I don't see you pulling the item that talks about the TPS for Venezuelans. It is an equivalent potential poking of the bear, but this item is being singled out and that item is not. I take offense at when we, and you know, the irony is that today, Heather Shaw let me know that the mayor of Odessa actually emailed us asking for guidance on how to help protect their historic sites. They are a UNESCO city, Odessa is, getting clobbered in this war that they did not start. They were invaded, let's not forget that. But politics aside, we are sister cities, and in times of need, we have a rich history of supporting our sister cities. And to call this out when it's been done in the past and it's being done at the same time, urging some different viewpoints with the TPS for Venezuelans is being done on this very same agenda. I'm not the one making political statements here. Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you. This is a sister city. This is a sister city. A sister city is something that we enter into to extend bonds and support. And we are a community here in Miami Beach that understands the cost of oppression, the pain of people who have been displaced, the sacrifices made in the fight for self-determination. And I think it's right to today to reaffirm our support for our sister city. I think they've faced tremendous hardships, from the destruction of homes to attacks on their infrastructure and their ports. They've been suffering acts of aggression. And I think it's right. I think they're our sister city. We've entered into this agreement. I think Miami Beach needs to stand with Odessa. We need to stand with principles of peace, of democracy, of human rights, which is the spirit upon which we entered into our agreement, our sister city agreement. And I think we should continue to use our voice to advocate for humanitarian assistance, for protections, for resources for people who desperately need it, especially in the face of injustice, especially when they were provoked and attacked the way that they were by a murderous dictator. So, you know, if we didn't have this sister city relationship, one could question. And I would still think it would still be right, because supporting Odessa, I think, aligns with our values. But this is indeed today the right thing to do, to continue supporting Ukraine in its fight for freedom after all that they've been suffering.
Just would it help if we I don't know if the sponsor is willing, but if we took out the third to last whereas clause, where it talks about the language about false narratives. I mean, the resolution stands on its own without that paragraph. Would that, A, would you be willing, Vice Mayor, and B, would that because otherwise it's
look,
sort of pretty factual.
I think the intent of this resolution is ill-founded. I mean, why wasn't this not sent a year ago? Why was it just sent last night as an addendum? I think, and why is it being sent to the U.S. delegation to the United States?
We've actually had resolutions in the past supporting Ukraine, and we actually lit up City Hall again.
And we had a delegation. We had a delegation come, and the mayor of Odessa participated via Zoom in our meeting, and there's a strong bond.
there's
Yeah,
a,
like again,
excuse me, there's a strong precedent.
I just think it's very, I just think
Commissioner Suarez, I was
it's an
given
issue
the
that it's a
permission to
last minute
speak next.
submission. And when we had a whole year to do this, so look.
Because, you know, one of the things that triggered this was that there was a bombing of Chernobyl. Right? There's a drone attack.
What does
on
that have to
Chernobyl.
do with Miami Beach?
We are a sister city. You know,
Noble's not a sister
excuse
city.
me, may I finish my thought?
Of course.
We are not even a sovereign nation. After October 7th, we spent another, I think it's 10 million, Jason? $10 million invested in Israeli bonds to show support. We have sent, I don't know at what cost, a city ambulance, a fire truck to Israel, and I think that's great. I have no issue with that. I didn't question the timing. I didn't question why we did it. We are a sister city of this city that is a UNESCO World Heritage Site. I'm sorry that it didn't occur to me to do it on February 20, whatever, the 2 weeks ago when the bombing happened, February 14th. I should have drafted it then. It didn't occur to me, and I apologize for not thinking about things that way. But my question to you is, if you're so upset about this gesture, why aren't you
I'm
so
not upset.
Excuse me. Why aren't
You're asking me
you?
a question.
I'm literally, if I may finish my sentence, why aren't you pulling the TPS for Venezuelans issue item and having the same discussion about that?
I think.
I think you're being selective.
So I think if you're trying to compare Ukraine to Venezuela or Israel to the residents of Miami Beach, you're very out of touch with the residents of Miami Beach. I personally find it personally offensive to suggest the two are even comparable. I don't know what the population.
On that one, I'm generally supportive, but on that one, I agree. I don't like the analogy of Ukraine and
I
Israel.
think it's highly offensive to suggest that there's a symbolic comparison between Ukraine and Israel for Miami Beach. Miami Beach was founded by Jews. It's basically half Jewish right now. Joe Stonecrab was the first business built in Miami Beach was built by Jews. You know, I don't remember hearing a vast population of significant cultural, historical significance of Ukrainian people to Miami Beach, although, just was discussed earlier, as of late, we have people chanting Hail Hitler on Ocean Drive. We have elderly Jews being accosted by pro-Hamas sympathizers, and we have local businesses being targeted for being Jewish. I think when we talk about Israel, that is directly has significance to Miami Beach. Ukraine does not. To even suggest so is ridiculous. I mean, I understand this is a sister city, but the fact that I think the intent of this is to antagonize anyone center of right, and I don't want it to jeopardize our relationships with the state and federal government. We've had previous commissions that have done that in the past, and it's never worked out. And it's all political theater, and we don't need to do that. We shouldn't be involving ourselves when it doesn't directly relate to Miami Beach. And I'm not going to put my name on a piece of legislation that's going to be sent to Marco Rubio or the U.S. delegations on a poorly written resolution that is hyper-partisan. So if anyone else wants to do that, sure, but I'm certainly not going to put my name on that.
Commissioner Rosen-Gonzalez,
You know,
Vice Mayor Bott, and let's call it in for a vote.
in November, I had a little PowerPoint related to tickets and travel after there was some controversy over Basel, and Commissioner Suarez said to me at that time, this is an election year, and we should not campaign on the dais. So today, I'm going to give you your own words, Commissioner
I'm not
Suarez.
campaigning.
There
You
is
are.
some sort of campaigning going on right here on the dais. And all day long, I think it has been antagonistic. I think there have been forcing votes, attacking programs of different colleagues, minimal funding for committees, Commissioner Dominguez's resiliency program. I think that I think that this is all campaigning from the dais. Now, I don't know what you're running for, and I don't know what the purpose of this is, but this is a simple, benign resolution about our sister city. And I don't think that there's anything wrong with it. And there is a real double standard. If we approve, like Commissioner Bott said, the Venezuelan resolution, but we have a problem with showing support for our sister city, this is nothing more than Commissioner Suarez's political theater. And honestly, it's really impeded business all day long. And I'm not sure what the purpose of all of it is, or why you're campaigning, or what you're campaigning for. But I think that these attacks on all of us have been very disruptive today. And I do take them as attacking, because I've watched you attack every single colleague up here today. And I'm not sure if this is the kind of leadership that you believe in, but I'm supportive of this resolution. We received the delegation through the Chamber of Commerce from Odessa here, and we have a very close relationship, and we were very warm and supportive, and I don't see why this would be offensive. I have no problem putting my name on this, and this is a nonpartisan group, but this is our sister city, and I'm very supportive of this.
Mr. Mayor?
Mr. Mayor, may I
I
respond?
have Commissioner.
May I respond to that, please?
Okay,
Thank
Commissioner
you.
Suarez.
But wait, everyone has an opportunity.
I think it's,
Wait.
I think it's important.
The reason why I'm going out of order, Commissioner Fernandez, is he was directed a comment, and I'm going to allow him to respond.
Let him dominate the conversation, Mr. Mayor. You gotta let everyone the opportunity to
I understand, but he was directly challenged on something. I'm going to give him the opportunity.
So you're gonna give everyone the opportunity to
You weren't
respond when
challenged.
they're directly challenged. So, okay, so now we know that's the rule. When anyone's directly challenged, we're gonna have the opportunity to
Before the vote is
respond.
taken.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, I'm certainly not campaigning. I've got another 3 years to go. That's not even in my mindset right now. I think the only person really campaigning from the dais is you, Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez.
On
I think
what?
on every
On
issue.
What?
I think on
What,
every
except for
issue.
defending
I think on
everybody
every
else's
issue.
programs that you're
I
attacking?
think on every issue
Defending
that you're
pensions
campaigning.
for future
So-
workers? I mean, this is,
Yeah,
you're
guys.
being hyper-partisan. I think the
I'm an
only person
NPA.
who's being hyper-partisan on this dais is Commissioner Suarez. Because I've felt all day like we're being investigated by Doge, and it's to me, and these are small de minimis numbers that we've been attacking all day. If we were absolutely to get some sort of financial analysis of some of the funding that you have requested and we have provided, I think that would be extremely telling. So I don't think there's campaigning going on here. I think what's going on here is some sort of
I don't like the attacks on.
I
Commissioner
don't
Fernandez.
want to attack, but I mean, attacking everybody's issues and everyone's programs today, especially what I found the most
Commissioner
offensive
Fernandez.
was the $3,000 for every single, for the LGBTQ, the Black affairs,
let's-
handicapped people. This is unacceptable.
Commissioner Fernandez.
I think the most important thing is that we are a diverse community. This is not a community just of Jewish people. This is not just a community of Hispanic people. This is not just a community of, Anglos. This is a diverse community. I know Ukrainian people that live in Miami Beach, for whom this means something. I've been invited to their house this weekend to celebrate some pre-Lent celebration that involves pancakes and waffles or pancakes and syrup or something like that they do. I don't know the tradition, but I know it's a tradition that Ukrainian people do before Lent. And I've been invited to their house to celebrate that. We are a community of many different backgrounds. And I think we need to realize that. There are Ukrainian people in Miami Beach who deserve to be recognized, who has suffered, and whose pain is real, and whose sister city relationship with Miami Beach means something to them. We need to recognize that. We are a community where we have Hispanic people, and there's a Hispanic Affairs Committee that recognizes their work and their needs and makes contributions towards a Hispanic community. They deserve our support too. We have a Black Affairs Committee that recognizes our Black community and does programming and supports the needs of the Black community. That community exists in Miami Beach, and they deserve our support as well. But in this item, there are Ukrainian people in Miami Beach. Ukrainian people who have suffered because of what has happened in their home. And we decided to enter into bonds and ties of sister cityhood because of that. And so it is only right. It's right to support the Hispanic community. It's right to support sensitivity trainings against anti-Semitism. And it's right to support the Black Affairs Committee. And it's also equally right in a nonpartisan way to support our sister city in Ukraine. And I think what the mayor proposed was very reasonable, an amendment to take out language that might make the resolution feel more inflammatory than it needs to be. I support that amendment because the goal is not to take a partisan stance, and I don't think that was Commissioner Bott's goal. Commissioner Bott's goal was to support people who have been targeted and who deserve the moral support that we have given other communities in the past. We are a diverse community, and we will continue to be a diverse community. We're not a homogeneous community. Miami Beach is built on diversity. Hispanics exist, Ukrainians exist, Blacks exist. We are a community of diversity. And I hope we don't steer away from the diversity that has built us.
Okay, so I have the question whether you'll take the friendly amendment and remove the whereas clause. To me, that makes it not, takes out the partisanship, but Vice Mayor Bott.
First of all, I'm not equating Ukraine with Israel. The order of magnitude is incalculable. But I will point out from the World Jewish Relief Organization that by 2023, I'm reading from their website, feel free. By 2023, a year after Russia's devastating full-scale invasion, the Jewish community of Ukraine was estimated at only 43, I added the only, to be fair, that was me editorializing, at around 43,000 people, just 3% of what it once was. So if you want to throw religion into this, which I was not trying to do, that's another reason to support it. Again, we have a rich history of supporting our sister cities in times of need or crisis. We have done this before. We did it in 2022. I'm happy to remove what some people think is inflammatory because
I didn't say inflammatory, partisan.
it's not partisan. It is not partisan. It is a letter of support for our sister city who is going through very difficult times.
And you got the votes. You're going to win 6-1.
But I do want to ask, because I've asked
Let's call it.
This will be the third time that I've asked, if this is a concern for you, why are we not discussing the Venezuela TPS issue?
Well, I'm certainly aware that there's a lot more Venezuelans in Miami Beach than Ukrainians.
But
and
Do we
there's
have
a
a
lot.
motion? Do we have a motion?
Yeah, it's just there's more history with
I move it.
Venezuela.
With the friendly amendment?
With the
to
friendly
remove?
amendment, I
Okay.
move it. Will
I'll
somebody second it?
Second.
Let's call the vote.
I have a motion by Commissioner Bott, seconded by Commissioner Fernandez, as amended, C7AO. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed?
Nay.
1 no. Commissioner Suarez, item passes.
We're running out of time, but I'd like to, a couple of things that I think are a little time sensitive. C7AK,
Yes, sir. C7AK, approved $5,000 scholarship to a UDA senior arts classes at Stella Morris House. C7AK.
you want to make
It's
a
your
motion?
turn,
I think
Ryan.
it's going to pass.
Yes.
Thank you,
Thank
Commissioner Rosa
you.
Gonzalez. We have a second?
I'll second.
Approved.
C7AK, I have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
C7AK passes 7-0.
Couple other time-sensitive items. If anyone has a time-sensitive item, please let me know. C7AI.
C7AI, Direct Administration Organized, Produced Miami Beach Art Deco Exhibition in Loomis Park, C7AI.
So
Second.
I heard a motion from Commissioner Dominguez, seconded by Commissioner Fernandez, C7AI. If no discussion, may I take the vote?
yes.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0. That was C7AI.
C7AM.
C7AM, authorized mayor to participate in non-binding negotiations with the Clevelander.
This continues the stay.
I'll move the item.
Second.
Call the vote.
I'm sorry, I heard a second, but I didn't hear who made the motion? Commissioner Fernandez,
I second it.
I heard, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Motion passes 7-0.
Let's call, can we do this quickly? R5X, R5Y, and R5Z.
Tom, could I read them all together, or are they?
Yep, they're all related. They're all companion items.
Yes, sir. R5X, an orders of the mayor and city commission of the city of Miami Beach, Florida, amending chapter 7 of the Miami Beach Resiliency Code entitled Zoning Districts and Regulations, Article 3 entitled Overlay District, that's section 7.3.6 Ocean Terrace Overlay, to amend the Ocean Terrace Overlay regulations to clarify that regulations applicable to properties that were previously zoned MXE will continue to apply to properties fronting Ocean Terrace, and providing for codification, repeal, or severability, and an effective date. That was R5X. It is a first reading public hearing. The item requires 5/7 vote. R5Y is an ordinance of the mayor and city commission of the city of Miami Beach, Florida, amending the future land use map of the comprehensive plan by changing the future land use category pursuant to section 2.4.1 of the Miami Beach Resiliency Code and pursuant to sections 163.3181 and section 163.3187 Florida statutes for the MXC Mixed Use Entertainment District in North Beach, located along Ocean Terrace between 73rd and 75th Streets, and which is comprised of less than 10 acres from the current designation of MXC Mixed Use Entertainment to the future land use category of CD2, commercial medium intensity, and providing for inclusion in the comprehensive plan, transmittal, repealer, severability, and an effective date. This is a first reading public hearing. That was item R5Y. R5Z is an ordinance to the mayor and city commission of the city of Miami Beach, Florida, amending the official zoning district map referenced in section 7.2.1.2 of the Miami Beach Resiliency Code, entitled District Map pursuant to section 2.51, entitled Change of Zoning District Boundaries, Rezoning, by changing the zoning district classification for the MXC Mixed Use Entertainment District located in North Beach along Ocean Terrace between 73rd and 75th Streets, and which is comprised of less than 10 acres from the current zoning classification of MXC Mixed Use Entertainment to CD2 Commercial Medium Intensity, and providing for codification, repealer, severability, and an effective date. There is a first reading public hearing. The item requires 5/7 vote. That was R5Z.
Commissioner Bott, Vice Mayor Bott.
Oh, sorry. This should be an easy one. I'll let Tom do the heavy lifting and explain it, but basically, this is the final step in rolling back the MXC designation for Ocean Terrace, which had been initially put in place for a good reason, as it was on Ocean Drive and the MXC down here, to encourage development and sort of jumpstart a moribund part of the city. And that's great. And we don't need that in Ocean Terrace. We have a big new project that will eventually come online that we're looking forward to. We have a ton of other great stuff going on in North Beach, and this is just a protection to make sure that we don't somehow accidentally find ourselves falling into an out-of-control nightclub. So, Tom, have at it.
I'll just mention, just from a technical standpoint, R5Z is the amendment to the zoning map, which changes the properties fronting Ocean Terrace between 73rd and 75th from MXC to CD2, which would mirror the CD2 district on the properties immediately to the west on Collins. R5Y is the comprehensive plan amendment that changes the future land use map designation to the same thing from MXC to CD2. And then lastly, R5X is an LDR text amendment that does a minor text amendment to the Ocean Terrace overlay to basically replace the MXC with CD2.
Can I move it? It's my item. Can I move it?
Second.
Okay. Call the vote?
And this is a public hearing.
Yes, it is a public hearing. I see no one in Zoom, no one in the audience requesting to speak on any of these three items. May I call the vote on all of them?
Yes.
Commissioner Suarez?
Yes.
Commissioner Dominguez? Absent.
Commissioner who?
Dominguez?
Oh, Dominguez.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Bott?
Well, no, okay. Yes.
Commissioner Magazine?
Yes.
Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez?
Yes.
Mayor Minor?
Yes.
Motion carries, and Commissioner Dominguez is a yes. Motion carries. The second reading public hearing for all three items is scheduled for April 23rd.
I'm being told that I've had a request, there's a couple of time-sensitive items.
Motion to extend the meeting.
15 minutes?
15 minutes.
Okay with that?
Okay.
All right.
C4AL.
Fun.
C4AL, Direct Survey of Health Insurance Participants, C7AL.
No, that's, you just read C7AL. This is a different one.
I'm sorry, which item then?
C4AL.
I'm sorry. Give me 1 sec. So we're doing C4AL to finance, expand health benefits, include fertility treatment for employees, C4AL.
C4AL. This is an item I've placed on the agenda because Mr. Manager, correct me if I'm wrong, we're currently negotiating our health benefits. Is that correct?
This is correct.
Okay, I've spoken with members of our workforce that have encountered issues with reproductive health, with fertility, and they've encountered that there's little, oftentimes to no coverage of these issues in the city's health insurance. It's often not spoken about because for a lot of people it's a very sensitive, it's a very delicate, it's a very emotional matter. And this is only a referral to committee to explore the possibility, the cost, the feasibility of including reproductive health and fertility as part of our coverage for those individuals that need it in our workforce. With that, I move my item.
Let's call a vote.
I have a motion and a second on C4AL. All in favor, please say aye.
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 The item is referred 7-0, C4AL.
C7AL.
C7AL is direct survey of health insurance participants.
And Mr. Mayor, this is a companion item I've placed on the agenda because, you know, similar to the issue with matters relating to reproductive health, I've spoken with members of our workforce who there are medications that they need that the insurance might not cover. I even came across one person in our workforce that went to go get their annual mammogram, something that's preventative, and they had to get a more specialized mammogram, something having to do with mass or something like that, something that apparently is pretty common, and the insurance wouldn't cover it. And these are only the things that we hear about. I only can imagine what other things what other deficiencies might exist in our healthcare that might be important for people's health, even preventative medicine in nature and screening in nature that might not be covered, but we need to know of as we go about our negotiations with our health insurance. So this is a survey of our workforce to see what are the needs that they have that aren't being covered currently by the health insurance so that we can take it into account while we're negotiating these plans. With that, I move my item.
I have a motion and a second by Commissioner Suarez. May I call the roll?
Yes.
All in favor of C7AL, please say aye.
Aye.
Hearing no one opposed, the item is approved 7-0, C7AL.
There's a few, they were on consent, but they were addendums, so they didn't get approved on consent. They're just referrals. Hopefully it'll go quick. C4AK.
C4AK is referral to finance sidewalk landscape lighting improvements to Miami Beach Promenade, C4AK.
I'll move my item, Mr. Mayor.
Call the vote.
I have a motion by Commissioner Fernandez, second by Commissioner Suarez, C4AK. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Item is referred 7-0, C4AK.
C4AM.
C4AM is referral to FERC, establish of security district in Bayshore neighborhood. I believe that was separated by Commissioner Fernandez, C4AM.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Mr. Mayor, I'm recusing from agenda item C4AM as I have a voting conflict of interest. I am abstaining from participating and voting on this matter because my spouse and I have ownership interest in real property located in the Bayshore neighborhood, including apartment buildings and the single-family home where we reside. As this measure could lead to the imposition of special assessments on multiple properties in which my spouse or I have an ownership, I am abstaining from participation in this matter.
I'm not trying to be funny, because you choose to, or because that's the right thing to do, because we live in a 7-mile city, right? We're all going to be voting on matters that have an impact on the property that we own.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner. I'm gonna defer to our city attorney and to our inspector general. I come from the practice of growing up in public service over the years when there are things that could potentially be a conflict. I was always taught you check to see if you have a potential conflict of interest. I checked with the city attorney. I also checked with the inspector general to seek their guidance. And Mr. Attorney, I'll
Sure.
pass it on to
And
you.
in this
And
particular,
sorry, I asked just almost for my own benefit, so we're, when I'm voting on something on West Avenue, you know.
Yeah, well, but this is something, well, I'll defer to.
there are some instances where it's a matter that is of general application where you don't have to recuse yourself. But because this is a specific neighborhood and because of the amount of property that Commissioner Fernandez and his spouse own, there is a potential conflict. So the best course is for him to recuse himself in this particular case. But it's always on a case-by-case basis, so if you ever have a concern that you may have a conflict, please contact me or Nick Colurgis.
Yes. Commissioner Suarez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is my item, and in full disclosure, I currently live in this neighborhood. The reason I brought this forward is because there's been a recent string of burglaries and home robberies in my neighborhood. Neighbors reached out to me asking me what can be done, and I floated the idea of a potential special taxing district for roving security guards. And I'm in a group chat with dozens of people in Bay Shore, and so they are asking me to at least start the conversation. So, Mr. City Attorney, is there any sort of conflict of interest that I could be, that I should be aware of when it comes to this? Should I hand this over to one of my colleagues to champion? You let me know.
At this time, because the neighborhood is so broadly defined, I don't see a need for you to recuse yourself. If the boundaries for any proposed special taxing district should change, we would have to look at this again and then determine whether you could bring the item at all, or one of your colleagues would need to take it over if they wish to.
Okay, so at the current time, it should be fine, and if there's any sort of conflict of interest, you will let me know?
Yes, we will work closely with you to make sure that if there's a conflict, that we take the proper steps.
Okay, thank you. So with that, I'd like to move my item.
So I'd like to just make a quick comment. It's curious to me because I lived in Bay Shore for 13 years. I was on the board of the Bay Shore HOA, and I reached out to leadership of the HOA, and they didn't know. They were taken aback by seeing this item on the agenda. So I'll be very curious to see how this goes. It's a perfectly valid point, conversation to have, and I'll support it. But it's just a little surprising that Bay Shore HOA leadership.
I'd like to call our police chief. You, Commissioner Suarez, you used the term string of robbery, string of burglaries in the Bay Shore neighborhood, and I'd like to call the chief to.
Good evening, Wayne Jones, Police Chief. So, Mr. Mayor, Commission, we have had some concerning incidents over there in the past few weeks. Typically speaking, the neighborhood is very safe. But in recent weeks, we had some issues. We had at least one occupied burglary. I think that subject was arrested. But another issue where I think a couple of people are trespassing in a home, that was addressed as well. Those folks are arrested as well.
Is there one, I understand there's one person still at large, correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, and just for the record, Mr. Mayor, again, this is from the group chat. Hello, my name is Nicole, and my husband and I recently moved into 2145 Meridian. At about 4:25 a.m. on February 18th, two men attempted to break into my home. They attempted to dismantle the camera on the side of my door, and then proceeded into my backyard and peered through the windows. I filed a criminal complaint, and have been in touch with the detective assigned to Raja's case, and provided the detectives with all the video footage. The detectives believe one of the men is in custody, but he is still not able to identify the second suspect. And then there's not a very warm welcome. A man came into our backyard, took a shower. My housekeeper was here, called me. I was out of the country. I said, call the police. He left by the time they got there. He stole an Amazon package in the middle of the night. And there's at least a dozen of these issues where people have reached out to me in the Bay Shore neighborhood. So I just want to make it very clear that this is not because I live in the neighborhood. There is a public record of actual neighbors and residents reaching out to me for help, and I'd like to float this idea of a special task.
We have Commissioner Dominguez and Commissioner Rose-Gonzalez. Just a reminder, this is a referral.
Correct.
I was just going to suggest a friendly amendment to make it a dual referral to the Neighborhoods Committee so that the Bay Shore neighborhood could come and hear all about it.
That's fine.
Okay. Commissioner Rose-Gonzalez.
This could be like the same people, I had North Bay Road reach out to me too. Lower North Bay Road said that they've had a rash of burglaries and they want to close their neighborhood off too, so. So I don't know how easy this is to do, but, hopefully you'll catch these people, cause maybe it's the same people that are hitting all of these single-family homes.
Yeah. and,
One person?
Some of them are, each situation, so some of them are car burglaries, not homes, but, yeah, Commissioner Magazine.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor and Chief Jones, we actually had a similar conversation close to a year ago about North Bay Road and the Venetian Islands after I came in and met with you with a member of North Bay Road that his house was intruded upon. And there's been, since multiple incidents in that area in particular on both lower, middle, and upper. So I guess I'll have to bring a separate item next month, but I think I'll look to establish or explore the possibility of a self-taxing district on the North Bay Road area that would just provide roving, whether it be off-duty police or things like that. I don't think we're to the extent, or it wouldn't be feasible, logistically feasible, where we shut off that road. But, you know, given some of the quality of life issues that have popped up in that area, if those residents are willing to self-fund roaming security in the evenings that will be concentrated in that area, I think it's an idea that I'll look to explore.
And Mr. Mayor, just want to clarify something. We're not closing off anything, for, at least for Bayshore. The idea is just, again, to have additional roving security in the neighborhood dedicated to Bayshore. So there's no guard gates or any physical barriers.
Okay.
It's North Bay Road from 41st to 47th. They said that they've had a lot of car burglaries too. Maybe we could go park a car there or something. I know that sometimes helps.
Yeah, so we've had both, we call decoy vehicles parked at various places along North Bay Road, particularly up on North Bay Road. We've also had a car assigned to North Bay Road for well over a year. We've recently doubled that, so now we have 2 cars assigned to North Bay Road. And at this very moment, we also implemented a special detail to address issues in Mid-Beach broadly, but in specifically North Bay Road as well.
I did have my Amazon packages stolen the other day for the first time ever, so, you know, there's someone out there.
And maybe there's a question for both the city attorney. I think the sponsor will be open to it, but I don't know about the title and the naming. Would we be able to amend this and have a referral for North Bay Road as well, or would that have to come as a separate?
Sure, we could do that. Eventually, we may need to split the items up, but we could do that.
Would you be okay with that?
Yeah, as long as we can split it up.
Yeah, that's where we'll go in committee. I just want to do it for timing's sake.
Okay.
Yeah, and Chief, you had mentioned to me when I inquired that there were additional resources that you were putting into North Bay Road. You also mentioned, I'm going to hint at it because I don't want to say something that you wouldn't want publicly, but there's other agencies involved. Is that something you can share?
Correct. So we're doing a regional task force to address issues that have been occurring at and around North Bay Road, because it's not issues that just limited or restricted to Miami Beach. It's happening regionally and exclusive neighborhoods throughout South Florida.
C4, so let's take the vote.
So I have
a
a
referral.
I have a referral to Public Safety and to FERC, and also to amend it to include North Bay Road. I have a motion by Commissioner Suarez, seconded by?
I'll second.
By Commissioner Magazine. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. Commissioner Fernandez is recused. He will have to file Form 8B. And if we can call him back, please.
And then while he's coming back, we'll call another referral item, C4AN.
C4AN is a referral to the Finance Committee, Establishment of Security District in Venetian Island, C4AN.
Same premise, right? I'll make a motion. If you could add me as a co-sponsor to both this and the previous item, and I'll make a motion to.
Is this also a dual referral or just?
Yeah, I would do a dual referral.
Yeah.
I'll second.
Okay, so Commissioner Fernandez, I have a motion by Commissioner Magazine, seconded by Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez, C4AN. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
The item is duly referred to Finance and Public Safety, Neighborhood Quality of Life.
Commissioner Fernandez,
Motion to extend the meeting by minutes.
There's one, I'm being told there's one last very time-sensitive item, R9AJ, and then we'll call it quits.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
R9AJ is discuss take action impact of Miami-Dade tax collector operations change.
Commissioner Magazine.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is something that I feel is critical to kind of get out into the atmosphere. We discussed it at FERC, but this is an item that our city should be aware of. Our commission, we got an LTC for it, but this is going to have some very significant implications for our budget. Even without this, it's debatable that our budget could be entering a rather challenging year. The last 3 years, we've benefited from near double-digit property tax valuation increases. And right now, essentially, I'll leave it to staff to explain, but given what was voted on in our county resolution where there will be a new constitutional charter officer with the DMV, that the head of the DMV, a tremendous gentleman, but he's exercised his authority where they will no longer get funding from the state. They will go out and actually charge each individual municipality. So that's $6 million from our budget that will go to just funding DMVs. To give a state of where things were, we ended last year, and again, that was with a 9% property valuation increase. We ended last year with a $14 million budget surplus. If you take half of that, if you take $6 million, that's half of our entire surplus right there. And then we have union contracts that we had to renegotiate, and we're sitting basically at a different spot, an incremental $6 to $7 million just based off of those union contracts. So if we would just extrapolate last year's budget where we had a $14 million surplus, it's gone like that in just these two line items. So the county is facing similar budget, I don't want to say challenges, but they're going into what they've deemed a challenging budget year as well. They're actually anticipating a softening in property valuation increases, and I think it's absolutely prudent that we are front and center about this, begin talking about this now, and factor it into the decisions that we're making each and every meeting, each and every day. So, Mr. CFO, hopefully I teed that up for you. If there's anything you want to add to that, feel free.
I think to be, as you know, I can be succinct. I think you covered really all of the items. It's just to be very wary going into this budget season that we are looking at, a potential, we're still having some conversations, but we're looking at a potential, $6 million plus hit to the general fund, and that also hits the CRA, the RDA, and our voted debt service. So we're kind of starting off with a hole. So it's going to be a tough budget season coming up.
And for a lot of these capital projects, sorry, Mr. Mayor, a lot of these capital projects that are underfunded, we would essentially say, okay, well, we're going to take $3 million out of the surplus, put these into the capital projects, just based on where we wound up last year, extrapolate that a year ahead, and then take these two line items out. There's no surplus.
It's going to be very difficult operationally for our operations budget, and if there's any capital dollars, again, we funded the change on the fire station, which took up a big chunk of the surplus we usually would use to fund our PAYGO projects. So it's going to be very slim in our capital budget, and even tight. It might be even tighter in our operating.
I'll add 2 points. One is we sent Miami Beach sent $273 million to the county last year on property taxes. So we pay our fair share and then some. A lot of residents don't realize a lot of the property taxes do not stay in our budget. The other thing is I did receive a call from one of the major cities in Miami-Dade County, a mayor who was very concerned about this as well. So I think there's some concern.
I'm involved in a group that we're having some conversations.
Okay. What do you want to do with this?
Really, this was to raise awareness. There's no take action, but it's something that should be at the forefront of our minds as we go through all of our decisions.
Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
Can I ask one final question? I know you mentioned this to me earlier. Why does he need 2.5% of our budget? For what?
The reason is that he's availing himself of this constitutional right, our first time elected tax collector, to take over the DMV. So his idea is to, instead of having, I think, the two centralized DMV offices is to have a series or a network of tax collector offices providing many different services. The state DMV runs at a substantial deficit, so they'll be utilizing our property taxes to cover the DMV side of their services.
And was the 2.5% arbitrary?
It's 2%, and that's, my understanding is that's based on the constitutional, that's the state.
So a state constitutional officer has the right to invade property taxes up to 2%. At the end of this legislative cycle, we might not even have property taxes, right? Isn't that a movement? Well, I know, I mean, I read that the governor said this, you know, so this could be a thing. We haven't seen all the bills coming out of Tallahassee yet. It's gonna be fun.
Thank you, everyone. Great meeting.